Back home, Go-chi told Yu to feed the bugs to the chickens. The chickens Zhao Pozi gave her were now laying eggs, so Go-chi's family didn't need to buy eggs from Arya anymore. Arya often complained about Zhao Pozi meddling, but Go-chi only heard her complaints when Arya was talking about her own family. However, there is nothing I can do about it now. Their family now has chickens, and these chickens lay a lot of eggs. Gradually, their egg supply increased. Sometimes, when Water Girl and others go to the market, they even take a few bunches to sell. Today, when Yuju was feeding the chickens, she found a few eggs again. Just as Yuju was about to take the eggs to the kitchen, she heard Go Mother and others laughing loudly in the kitchen. Ha ha ha, is this what Kiki and the others buried in the soil? It has turned into charcoal. How could we forget to take them out when we put them in? If we hadn't cleaned the stove ash today, we probably wouldn't have noticed. Auntie also laughed. At this moment, Yuju remembered that some time ago, Defu brought back a lot of things, and Go-chi asked her to bury a few potatoes in the stove ash. She had forgotten about it in the busy days that followed. Go-chi naturally heard Go Mother and their teasing. She also realized she had forgotten about the potatoes buried in the stove ash. At that time, after placing the potatoes, she said they were kept as seeds, so she hadn't eaten any potatoes during this period. Plus, she had been researching off-season planting, so she had completely forgotten about the things Dafu brought back because she couldn't see them clearly. Ha ha ha, I really forgot. What a pity for those potatoes. Let's make up for it today. Huanyang, today's lunch, follow my instructions. Is there pork belly among the meat delivered today? I'll teach you how to make braised pork. Go-chi confirmed there was pork belly, then asked Yuju to bring a basket and go with her to get things from the potato seller. Of course, potatoes are essential. Today, there are fresh eggs, so making tomato scrambled eggs would be a good idea. Although onion scrambled eggs are also good, Go-chi doesn't like onions, so she automatically ignored that option. Then she went to the spice storage and took a lot of spices because spices are very important for braised pork. In the kitchen, she put some potatoes back into the stove ash and told Yuju to remember carefully that there are potatoes there today. The remaining task was to teach Huanyang how to cook. First, wash the pork belly thoroughly and prepare to blanch it to set its shape. Do not cut it at this stage. To make the final meat pieces look good, it's best not to cut now so they can hold their shape well. While blanching the pork, she could peel the remaining potatoes. Since they plan to eat a lot of potatoes today, peeling them early can save time. After the pork is blanched and cooled, take it out and cut it into evenly sized cubes. In a pot, add a little oil and sauté scallions, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and other spices until fragrant. Then add the chopped meat and stir-fry together. This step helps release the fat from the meat. Next, use a separate pan with a small amount of oil to caramelize sugar until it turns a reddish-brown color, similar to date red. Once the sugar reaches this color, turn the heat to low and be very careful. When the bubbles from the sugar become small, quickly turn off the heat and pour in boiling water. The boiling water should be good quality tea water. Also add the previously stir-fried meat, some cooking wine, and salt. Then simmer on low heat. While the meat is simmering, Go-chi asks Huanyang to prepare potatoes. The potatoes have already been peeled, so now they can be made into various potato dishes. Cut into chunks, slices, strips, or shreds. Whatever Go-chi can think of. Place some potato chunks and slices in a steamer to make mashed potatoes later. The potato slices and strips will be fried, as chips and fries are favorite snacks of Go-chi. The shredded potatoes will be stir-fried with simple oil and salt, even without chili, to make tasty shredded potatoes. So, the shredded potatoes will be prepared last. Since the braised meat and potato chunks are boiling in the pot, Huanyang begins frying the potato slices and strips first, as Go-chi said they will need to be fried again before serving. Frying takes time, so while Huanyang is done, Go-chi says the potatoes are steamed and ready for the next step. Fortunately, mashing the potatoes doesn't have to wait for Huanyang. Yugue and Yuju can do it too. The two sisters start mashing the steamed potatoes. Since there's no cream or butter, Go-chi plans to make a savory mashed potato, adding some chopped green onions. Yuju even boiled a few eggs, chopped them, and mixed them into the mashed potatoes. They could have added sausage or other flavorful meats, but goat cheese family doesn't have such meats, so only salt is used for seasoning. Once everything is mixed into the mashed potatoes, it's ready to eat. For presentation, goat cheese asks you Goe and use you to shape the mashed potatoes into small balls, which look cute and are easy to pick up. After Flour Girl finished frying all the potato chips and potato strips, the braised pork was almost ready. Once sugar was added, the heat was turned back to high to reduce the sauce. When serving, a sprinkle of chopped green onions made the dish look even better. Smells so good. As she smelled the braised pork, even Yugui couldn't help but praise it, and she was just a little snack lover. Earlier, when they made mashed potatoes, they secretly ate several of the prepared potato balls. Now, smelling the meat, they felt even more hungry. Okay, next we will make the tomatoes. We also need to prepare some sauce to dip the potato strips. The potatoes were almost ready, so Gochi naturally started teaching Flour Girl how to make the tomato sauce. The most time-consuming part was the ketchup. Chips with ketchup are a perfect match, so where there are chips, ketchup is a must. Wash the tomatoes, remove the stems, and cut them into pieces. In a pot, add a little oil and sauté the minced garlic until fragrant, then add the chopped tomatoes. Cook the tomatoes on high heat until boiling. No water is needed because they release their own juice. Once boiling, add sugar and vinegar, but Gochi used orange juice instead of vinegar. If lemon juice were available, that would be even better, but since it wasn't, orange juice was chosen. Then, simmer on medium heat to reduce the sauce, which takes time but isn't too difficult, so Yuju was tasked with it. While simmering, keep stirring constantly. If the sauce splatters, reduce to low heat. Keep simmering until Gochi feels the sauce has thickened enough, then let Yuju stop. Once the ketchup was ready, only the scrambled eggs with tomatoes remained. Gochi briefly explained how to make it, and Flour Girl learned how to do it. After the scrambled eggs with tomatoes were done, Flour Girl fried the potato chips and strips again. Following Gochi's instructions, she sprinkled salt on both. Then, the potato strips were plated. For the potato chips, Gochi asked Flour Girl to grind some pepper and Sichuan peppercorn powder on top to add some spice. All the dishes were prepared. Yuju didn't forget the potatoes buried in the ashes of the stove. After asking Gochi if they were cooked, she retrieved all the potatoes from the ashes. Is today only one meat dish? After the dishes were served, Mother Go immediately asked when she saw only braised pork on the table. Since the family no longer lacks money, they eat at least 2 meat dishes every day. Gofu and Gookie both love meat, so one meat dish isn't enough for them both. That's a bit little. Do we have pork belly? Let's stir-fry some onion with meat, Gookie said. She didn't notice at first that there was only one meat dish, so she asked Huanyang to bring an onion to cook with the meat. Although she doesn't like onions, since today they are eating things brought back by Dafu, adding an onion seemed fine. The method for stir-frying onions and meat is simple, just a common home-style stir-fry. Since there's no bean paste, Gookie didn't give many instructions. Anyway, Huanyang's cooking skills are quite good now. When the onion and meat were ready, Gofu had already returned home. Today's meal was plentiful, so Gomu and her family naturally invited Dabo and Dabomu to join. Although the host and servants sat at separate tables, they were not far apart, and the sounds of their enjoyment could be heard by everyone. Yushu was very eager to eat. As soon as she could pick up chopsticks, she reached for a piece of braised pork. It was perfectly salty and sweet, melting in the mouth, fatty but not greasy. This was a flavor Yushu had never tasted before. She was at a loss for words, not knowing how to describe how delicious the meat was. Of course, although Gofu and Dabo are educated, they also found it hard to describe the taste. In the end, they could only express their amazement with a blissful look and a simple delicious to show how much the braised pork impacted them. Since braised pork was the main dish today, everyone's first choice was the same. I never thought these herbs used as seasoning could taste like this. I thought it would be bitter, but it's surprisingly delicious, Gomu said, reaching for another piece of braised pork. Clearly, she liked the flavor. Ah, so spicy. So spicy. Before Gomu could continue her praise, Yuju from the next table couldn't help but look for water everywhere. What did she eat that made her so spicy? Gookie thought about what they cooked today. Besides potato slices, which are spicy, there shouldn't be anything else spicy. But Yuju's spicy reaction was intense, so it couldn't be just the potatoes. Looking at the dish pointed out by Gugu, she realized it was indeed potato slices. She could only shake her head helplessly and decide to try the spicy flavor of these peppered potato slices herself. This type of cornelian cherry combines a spicy flavor with peppery heat. Although it is slightly spicier than foods that only have the cornelian cherry's heat, to go chi, it's just a little bit. It certainly would make someone sweat and search for water like Jade Bamboo did. You're so sensitive to this little spice. Once you find chili peppers in the future, you'll have many delicious foods you can enjoy, Go Chi joked with Jade Bamboo. Then she happily ate a slice of potato. It's not very spicy, just a bit more layered than the cornelian cherry's heat, and the flavor is really good. The texture is also very crispy. Miss, I like this potato chip, Jade Gui said, watching her sister and Go Chi eat the chips in different ways. Curious, she tried a piece herself and found it wasn't as exaggerated as Jade Bamboo's reaction. Hearing Jade Gui's description, everyone else also tried the potato chips, and each person's reaction was quite different. Go father and Go mother, used to the cornelian cherry spice, could handle this level of heat. Huan Yang, Shui Nyang, and uncle also ate without much trouble. However, Auntie and Go Kong and's faces turned red from the spiciness, and they hurriedly looked for water. After experiencing the spice, Auntie and Go Kong and decided not to eat more potato chips, but others still wanted to try. Jade Bamboo was smarter this time and didn't try first. She waited until someone else had tried something before tasting what she hadn't. She was especially eager to try the flavor of potato strips dipped in ketchup, but earlier she was spiced so badly she mistakenly thought the heat came from the potatoes, so she hadn't dared to try. Hey, these are both fried potatoes, but why do the slices and strips feel so different? The outside is crispy, and the inside is soft. The salty flavor on the potato strips combined with the sweet and sour taste of ketchup creates a wonderful clash of flavors in the mouth. It's amazing, Shui Nyang said, curious after tasting the potato strips since she was close to them. This different sensation made her wonder if these two foods were made from different ingredients. Water Mama, is there no spice? Jade Bamboo asked, hearing Shui Nyang's description. Since she didn't mention any spiciness, she was worried Shui Nyang might have forgotten about the heat, so she asked clearly. No, there's no spice here. No cornelian cherry or pepper was added, so it's not spicy, Shui Nyang explained to Jade Bamboo. She liked the taste and ate another. After Yujuo received Water Lady's positive response, she also tried potato strips. The taste was exactly as Water Lady described, and she liked it very much. It was probably her favorite flavor among all the foods she ate today. Go Chi saw her enjoying it and guessed that the child liked sour and sweet flavors. Even if you like it, don't keep eating just this. Try other things too. Taste everything and see what you like. Flower Grandma can make those dishes now, and later, we can ask Flower Grandma to cook them again. Go Chi encouraged Yurju to try other foods, and she was happy to do so. Not only Yurju, but everyone at the table also sampled all the dishes. Each one was a new and interesting flavor. The mashed potatoes also felt fresh to them. Go Mother even said that even old people without teeth could eat it, and eating more gave a feeling of fullness. Yurju liked the flavor of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After this meal, she completely fell in love with tomatoes. The onion stir-fried with meat also tasted very new to her. Flower Lady had cooked other meat dishes the usual way, carefully removing the raw smell of the meat. But today, since they decided to cook this meat dish at the last minute, her usual method of removing the smell wasn't perfect. She worried that the meat might be spoiled, but surprisingly, it had no raw smell at all, and even had a sweet flavor she hadn't tasted before. Go Chi explained that this was due to onions. Onions naturally help remove raw smell, and cooked onions have a light sweet taste. The meal allowed everyone at home to try something new. Go Chi also thought about what could be done at Lai Yongyi's shop. She needed to ask Dafu if they could still buy the ingredients. She even wondered if she could get a dairy cow to produce milk so they could make butter and cheese, which would allow them to create more snacks. But she had just given Dafu a holiday. Asking him to go again might be too much. However, potatoes and similar ingredients could be stored for a long time, and even if they sprouted, she could plant them. So, she hoped Dafu could find a way to solve the supply problem. Go Chi thought about this for a while. When she called Dafu over, he didn't think it was a big deal. It's a small matter. We can send a letter and ask them to send the ingredients. I just don't know how much you need, Chi. That's hard to say. Let's start with a few hundred jin. Go Chi quickly took several hundred jin, which startled Dafu. That much? Chi probably plans to plant all the fields with potatoes, Dafu asked in surprise. His voice was a bit loud, and Gomu overheard him, immediately getting upset. You can't plant all the fields with potatoes. I'll agree to you planting some, but the land is for growing grains. Just a part for onions and other essentials is enough. No potatoes, she said firmly. Mother, don't worry. Potatoes need sandy soil, and our fields don't like that. They won't grow well, Go Chi explained to calm her. Gomu felt reassured and went back to her own work, not disturbing Go Chi and Dafu's discussion. Why buy so many if you're not going to plant them? Dafu asked out of curiosity. Go Chi didn't answer him, and he continued speaking. I'm not sure if the other side has that much. I'll write a letter first. If they have a few hundred jin, we'll take it all. If not, then we'll take whatever they have, he said. By saying this, he made Go Chi ignore his earlier question intentionally. Of course, he did it on purpose. After asking his question, he realized he might have overstepped, so he quickly started talking again. Go Chi naturally didn't respond to his question and instead asked him to send a letter to the other side. The sooner they could buy the potatoes, the better. After Dafu left, she wrote to Lai Yongyi, asking him to keep an eye out for potatoes in Weicheng. If there were any, he should buy them all. If not, forget it. She also asked him to clear out the kitchen where they planned to make pastries earlier. When the weather gets colder, they will start selling hot drinks and snacks. Of course, they also needed to start making scallion pancakes. As for hot drinks, since there was no milk, she planned to make fruit tea. During this time, she had Shui Nyang and Lai Yongyi busy collecting fruits. They dried all the fruits into dried fruit and vegetables to use for making fruit tea in winter. Lai Yongyi didn't know exactly what Go Chi meant by snacks and fruit tea, but since the shop belonged to Go Chi, he was willing to follow her plans and do as she said. After all, doing business means trying new ideas. If you don't try, how will you know if you'll make money or lose? When Dafu announced that the potatoes had arrived in Weicheng, the weather was already getting colder. Except for Rongsong's side, which still needed ice, fewer people were eating ice. It was time for the cold drink shop to make some changes. The ice drink shop added a new product, fruit tea. Although fruit tea is common nowadays, few people like Go Chi have created so many varieties. Each combination is quite creative, mixing different fruits and allowing customization based on customer preferences. Of course, this approach is easy for others to imitate, but their side snacks are not so simple. People often don't even know what the main ingredients of chips and fries are. Thanks to Lai Yongyi's efforts, potatoes have become a rare delicacy in the Western regions. Naturally, a serving of chips or fries isn't cheap. There are also peppered and non-peppered chips. Since pepper is expensive, those with pepper can sell for the price of a meat dish. As for fries, because they are naturally salty, their original flavor is reasonably priced, but adding ketchup changes the price again. Besides these main items, they also make mashed potatoes, which takes a bit more effort. Since they already make pancakes, they also added potato pancakes. Baked potatoes are also sold, but in limited quantities each day because they need to be baked in advance. Baking too many could lead to waste. In addition to potatoes, Go Chi turned onions into onion rings, battered and fried, which are also popular snacks. This flavor is new and never tasted before, and it's very popular in the ice drink shop. However, the shop no longer calls itself an ice drink shop, but has changed to a water house, adopting a business style similar to a tea house. They even sell tea, but their tea is a bit different from traditional tea houses. Hey, Boss Lai, it says here you provide milk for making milk tea? What kind of milk tea is this? An old customer came in and ordered a new item from the water house, noticing this special service. This is a new way to enjoy milk with milk. We don't have a fixed milk source, so this drink isn't widely promoted. But to attract customers, we added this option. The processing fee isn't high, so if anyone has milk at home, we're happy to help them try this milk tea. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, but the milk tea tastes very suitable for girls, sweet and nice. Lai Yongyi has never actually drunk milk tea himself, but Go Chi told him about its taste. He also wants to add milk tea to his shop's menu. So whenever someone asks about it, he always looks enchanted, praising how delicious it is. This is partly to attract customers and partly to find a supplier who can provide milk. Is it really that tasty? Tomorrow I'll bring some milk. My little sister doesn't like drinking milk, but if your milk tea can make her like it, I'll come here every day to buy it. Of course, no problem. Does your family have cows that produce milk? Lai Yongyi was pleased to hear that the customer would come daily, which means they probably have access to milk, though he wasn't sure how much, or if they could spare some for his shop. Haha, yes, but not much, about a pound or so each day. The customer's answer made Lai Yongyi give up. A pound or so isn't enough for their family, let alone selling it to him. But earning a processing fee is still good. Most importantly, once they have this family as a supplier, he believes more families with plenty of milk will follow. The issue of milk supply isn't resolved yet, but it doesn't affect Lai Yongyi's shop's business. Their new products are very popular. Even people who don't want fruit tea often come to buy snacks like chips and fries to take home. These chips and fries have even replaced small desserts on many people's plates in Wei City. This new, interesting flavor has become very popular. The ice-cold drink shop, which was once underestimated, has now become a hot topic among Wei City residents. Customers who have tasted the milk tea often boast about how good it is. Even Lai Yongyi's little sister, who doesn't like milk, has fallen in love with the taste of milk tea. She even shares it with her friends. But only certain families know how to make this milk tea, and to buy it, you first need to find a good milk source. Gradually, wealthy families in Wei City started searching for milk sources, especially for their children's sake. Since it's for their kids, the milk must be of good quality. They are very serious about finding it. Go Chi didn't expect this. Originally, she and Lai Yongyi used this processing method just to find a milk source, without much hope. Go Chi had also handed the task of finding milk to Tian Nyo and others. But after searching for so long, they still hadn't found a reliable source, so she wasn't very hopeful. The result was surprising. This method of processing actually attracted customers and even made some people seek out milk sources on their own. There is probably a family with a dedicated team to gather information, and this team is much stronger than the ones working with Tian Nyo. So, finding good milk sources doesn't seem to be a difficult task anymore. Soon, Lai Yongyi received a letter from Go Chi, saying someone had come to discuss milk supply with him. Although they could only provide a small amount of milk each day, it was enough to make milk tea. However, the price was a bit high. Adding tea leaves, labor, and the pearls Go Chi wanted to include in the milk tea would make it even more expensive. Go Chi thought the high price didn't matter much. They could just raise the selling price a little. Also, the tea leaves used for making milk tea could be replaced with tea leaves residue, since they only needed the flavor of black tea, not the actual tea leaves to eat. The residue and the tea leaves had the same taste, but the residue was much cheaper. The increased cost of milk could be offset by the cheaper tea residue, so the final price of the milk tea was still acceptable. Lai Yongyi thought Go Chi's idea was very good because the customers wouldn't see the tea leaves in the finished product. They are filtered out during preparation. With the milk issue solved, milk tea was officially added to the Water Pavilion's menu. This milk tea included small, soft, chewy balls that gave a fun, chewy texture while drinking. It was a different experience compared to just drinking plain milk tea, so it quickly became popular among young girls in Weicheng. Gradually, friends would buy a few cups of milk tea during their gatherings at Water Pavilion. Even the Weicheng Poetry Society received some milk tea, fruit tea, chips, and fries from Lai Yongyi. Since Lai Yongyi was originally a scholar, even though he never passed the imperial exam, he still had connections with scholars. Because of this, his shop became more popular within the scholarly circle. This also caused the demand for potatoes at the shop to increase, which made Go Chi worried. Potato consumption kept rising, but Dafu, who was in charge of selling potatoes, didn't have many left. Although Dafu told them to sell all their potatoes to him, and the quantity could barely support their business for a while, the limited supply was a real problem. So Go Chi still thinks she should grow the potatoes herself to ensure the business with Lai Yongyi continues smoothly. Unfortunately, she only knows that potatoes grow best in sandy soil, but she doesn't know if potatoes can be planted in winter. When she looks at the potatoes, she only sees basic information and planting methods, but nothing about whether they can be grown in winter. So she goes to the mountain library to find books, hoping to learn more about potatoes from there. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, she only finds descriptions of similar plants, and these descriptions are less detailed than what her eyes already see. They don't even mention that the roots can be eaten. Therefore, the library can't help her solve her doubts, and her only option is to experiment. She remembers seeing videos where people grew potatoes using water cultivation, so she decides to try more experiments. Maybe once the potatoes sprout, her observations will change. Just like rice seedlings in fields, her observations can always guide her to take the right action at the right time. Since she plans to try growing potatoes, she needs to check if there is sandy soil on her land. Unfortunately, her land is all fertile fields, which means there is no sandy soil. Chi-Chi, you've been going out every day these past few days. Are you looking for something? Gomu finally asks after seeing Go Chi return home with a frown for 3 days in a row. She doesn't know what's going on, so she asks. It's nothing, Go Chi replies, not telling her mother what she's searching for. In her mind, Gomu and the others don't know that Lai Yongyi's shop is actually her own shop, so she hasn't shared her plan to grow potatoes. But do they really not know? It's impossible. For example, during the ice drink sales, Yugua and Yuju often went to Weiqing, and now that she no longer sells ice drinks, all the potato products are made by Go Chi herself. If these items weren't connected to her and the other shop, her mother and others wouldn't believe anyone else could have the same ideas. So, although Go Mu and the others don't know that the shop belongs to her family, they suspect it must be related to Go Chi. But Go Chi doesn't say anything, so they just pretend not to know. Recently, Go Chi has been thinking about something. No matter the reason, as a mother, Go Mu cares about her, so she asks. Unfortunately, Gui Chi didn't say anything, so she didn't know how to help. Of course, she also knew that even if Gui Chi spoke, she might not be able to help. But as a mother, she still cared, so since Gui Chi didn't say anything, she decided to ask Yugue and Yuju instead. Although these two girls usually listened to Gui Chi, she believed that if she asked, she could still get an answer. Especially Yuju, who isn't very delicate in her thoughts. She might keep quiet around outsiders, but for her family, even if she wanted to keep silent, if you gave her some food, she would accidentally reveal a few things. Then, by connecting Gui Chi's actions, she could guess what was bothering her. Madam is looking for a servant? When Yuju approached Guamu carefully, she wondered if she had done something wrong. Usually, Guamu rarely called them unless they had made a mistake. No, come here. Look at this tomato with sugar. Does it taste the same? A few times before, Chi-Chi made it, but I didn't pay attention. Today, I tried to make it myself, and it feels a little different. I want you to taste it, since you're such a foodie. Guamu's reason was really clever. Making tomato with sugar isn't hard, so why did she specifically call you, Zhu, to taste it? It was no different from just giving it directly. Yuju was simple-minded. She believed whatever Guamu said. Such an obvious excuse, and she truly believed it. She seriously started to taste it. Madam, this tomato doesn't seem very ripe. It probably needs more time. The sourness is too strong. Is that the reason? No wonder the taste is different from Chi-Chi's. I don't like it so sour. If you like it, you can eat it all. Just eat here, and don't let Chi-Chi find out, or I'll be too embarrassed. Guamu knew very well that the tomato wasn't ripe. She just wanted Yuju to stay a little longer, so she could chat with her. Now, Yuju obediently ate the tomato, and Gumu started an idle chat with her. She first asked if Yuju and the others had gotten used to being here. It had been several months, but if they still weren't used to it, that was suspicious. Obviously, just making conversation. But since the master asked, the little maid Yuju could only answer honestly. Then she asked some random questions and, finally, she inquired about Guichi's recent worried expression. Miss isn't really worried. She just wants a piece of land. But our land doesn't have what she wants, so she's thinking about whether to buy a piece. Goja village does have land that Miss wants, but the owner probably won't sell it because they still rely on that land to grow crops. Anyway, the girl wants to find a balanced solution, but she hasn't thought of one yet. Yuju was eating a tomato and chatting with Gomu. When the conversation turned to Guki, she didn't pay much attention and simply shared what Guki had been doing lately. Of course, this wasn't a secret. Guki was always wandering near the fields and many villagers had seen her. By land? Don't we have suitable land at home? Those are all good fields. What kind of land does she want? Gomu knew her land was good, so Guki wasn't interested in ordinary fields. She couldn't think of any land better than good farmland. Miss doesn't want good farmland. She wants sandy land to plant potatoes. Yuju finished her last tomato and answered Gomu's question. Gomu hadn't asked her to leave, so she couldn't just walk away. I see. I've heard her say that potatoes grow better in sandy soil. Since spring hasn't arrived yet, tell her not to rush and to take her time looking. Gomu didn't stop Yuju from helping Guki find sandy land. As long as she knew what Guki was doing and why she was having trouble, that was enough. Guki would surely solve this problem eventually. If she couldn't, she would give up. Since she didn't know how to help, Gomu didn't interfere. When Yuju returned to Guki, Guki knew she had been called away by Gomu. After asking about her visit, she sensed Gomu's concern. She also realized she should control her expressions better, so Gomu wouldn't worry unnecessarily. Chi-Chi has been wandering around our Goja village fields a lot lately. Do you think her family wants to buy land? Really? They already have a lot of land, right? They even recently planted a crop of off-season seedlings. If those seedlings succeed, they won't need to buy land anymore. If they're not buying land, then what are they doing wandering around the fields every day? What are you thinking? She's just a little girl wandering in the fields, probably catching bugs. Mrs. Zhao gave her some chickens, so she's probably catching bugs for them. Winter is coming soon, and the chickens won't be able to eat many bugs anymore. You really don't know? She was asking about the sandy land. She has already asked the families who own sandy land in the village. Sandy land? Doesn't her family have good farmland? Why is she asking about sandy land?
Who knows what she's thinking?
It seems like she just wants to buy that land. Buy land? No way. That land wouldn't produce good harvests for crops. I think maybe Chi-Chi's mother gave her a lot of pocket money. That girl acts grown up, and she probably wants to own her own piece of land. But good farmland is too expensive, so the sandy land is cheaper. That's possible. Too bad I don't have any sandy land. If I did, I could trick that girl a bit. Trick her? That girl is clever. If you're not careful, she might trick you instead. Haha, yeah. Besides, she might not even want to buy the land. Maybe she's just going to catch bugs. People in the village have also noticed Chiochi's recent actions. Naturally, they're guessing what she's really up to. Although they joke about tricking her, everyone knows that Chiochi's family has a good relationship with Song Yuza. So, these jokes are just in fun. Of course, some people take these jokes seriously, especially the village chief passing by. Even if no one knows for sure if Chiochi really wants to buy the sandy land, it's a chance to make money. The village chief once had a bad experience at Chiochi's house. At least, that's what he thinks. He believes he can use his position to influence her purchase of the sandy land. For example, he might make her think that sandy land is as good as farmland, so he can raise the price. Maybe he can even persuade her to buy all the sandy land in the village. Chiochi didn't expect her wish to buy land would make the village chief have such crooked thoughts. But she knows what the village chief is up to. She's been keeping an eye on him because she already knows about Dafu's investigations. Dafu has been in the village recently, so he's been watching the village chief's actions. When the village chief went to talk to those families with sandy land, Dafu was listening from the corner of their window. The village chief means I should sell my sandy land to Chi-Chi's family at farmland prices, and then I can use that money to buy good farmland? Would Chi-Chi agree? That's sandy land, after all. Isn't this a bit unfair? Your land doesn't produce much every year, and your family has a hard time. This might be a good opportunity. Chi-Chi's family is now wealthy and doesn't lack a few silver coins. It's just as a favor to your family, and later, if your family helps theirs in return, that would be good. Actually, I must tell you that this idea also came from Chi-Chi's family, otherwise, who would go specifically to buy sandy land. When the village chief said this, the other party believed him, so they agreed to the village chief's suggestion. However, they didn't realize that this wasn't really Chi-Chi's idea, but the village chief's trick. The village chief visited several families, using the same reason to persuade them, making them believe that Chi-Chi's family was kind-hearted, but he didn't say it directly. If not for the village chief's reminder, they wouldn't have known that they were about to be helped by Chi-Chi's family. After visiting these families, the village chief felt very happy. He thought the little trick he played on Chi-Chi was perfect. If Chi-Chi wanted to buy land, she would have to pay a high price. If she thought the price was too high and wanted to bargain, it would leave a bad impression on these people. After all, he had just built an image of them being helpful and kind. If Chi-Chi bargained for a lower price, that image would be ruined, and it would create a bad reputation. That wouldn't be good at all. He didn't know that Dafu had overheard everything and told Chi-Chi, which made her impression of the village chief worse and worse. Interesting. Theoretically, we never really offended the village chief. I didn't expect him to act like this. It's really hard to figure him out. It must be because our reputation in the village is getting better. The village seems to feel threatened, so he's targeting us everywhere. Yuju naturally wasn't happy with the village chief either, and started to guess his thoughts. No matter what he's thinking, buying sandy land now isn't so easy. If the price is the same as good farmland, we might as well look at other villages. Yugue thought they shouldn't be the fool to pay too much. No, if we go to other villages, the price might drop, but we've also fallen into the village chief's trap. Dafu felt it was a tough decision. Either choose the price or protect their reputation. No matter what, we're caught in his trap. Unless we can get out of it. Yuju felt helpless. She couldn't think of a way to escape the village chief's circle with her little brain. Getting out is easy. Isn't there a rumor in the village that I might also be catching bugs? Then we just catch them. And this type of potato, I just want to try if it can be grown in winter. Using a field or other methods is all possible. As long as no one in our family buys it, whether from our village or outside, there will be no problem. But the potatoes needed by Lai Yongyi are a bit tricky, as they have to be imported from elsewhere. Uncle Dafu's familiar family probably already bought all the potatoes, so we don't know if we can find another seller. That's why I thought about growing my own. Forget it, I'll first write to Lai Yongyi and ask him to limit the amount of potatoes he needs each day. I am thinking of other solutions. While talking, Go-Chi already thought of a plan. She remembered the idea of growing potatoes in water, but she wouldn't risk doing that in winter. However, planting potatoes in a pot is still possible. Go-Kongin made a large wooden basket about 1 cubic meter with wooden planks and placed it behind the house where it gets sunlight and is hidden. Then, they filled the basket with sand, which was easy to find since they made filter tanks before. In no time, the basket was full of sand. Next, Go-Chi cut a potato into small pieces, making sure each piece had a adant bud point. She then planted these pieces directly into the sandy soil. All that was left was to wait and see what happens. When the potatoes were buried in the sand, the information from her eyes changed from a simple description of potatoes to detailed instructions about how to plant and care for them. This made Go-Chi feel more confident. She wasn't an agriculture expert, but with her special abilities, her chances of success increased greatly. Miss, is this okay? Yugue watched Go-Chi bury the potato pieces and felt a bit surprised, as it challenged her understanding of seeds. Yes, this is easier than planting seeds, and the survival rate is very high, Go-Chi said, though she didn't really know if potatoes have seeds. She knew potatoes flowered, but she had never seen or heard of their seeds. She also thought that using seed propagation might not be as good as using root pieces, probably because she had never heard of anyone growing potatoes from seeds. Back in her time, everyone used root pieces, which was the fastest and easiest way. Wow, such a fascinating plant. I remember you said that besides the place we eat potatoes, they are poisonous elsewhere. If they sprout, does that mean they become poisonous too? Yurjuo is very familiar with edible foods, especially regarding whether they are poisonous or not. After Go Chi planted the potatoes, she started to worry. Yes, so avoid touching them with your hands when there's no need, Go Chi advised. Maybe I should build a small shelf here, just in case a chicken flies over and eats them. That could be a problem. Yuzhu worried that the chickens might get poisoned from eating the toxic leaves, even though the potatoes had just been buried. All right, better safe than sorry, Go Chi said. She wasn't sure if the chickens would foolishly eat the potato leaves, but since Yuzhu thought of it, she decided to take precautions. Her family's chickens were few, and their eggs all came from these chickens. Later, Yuzhu really built a fence-like structure around the wooden basket, even covering it with a mesh to keep the sunlight out, claiming it was to prevent birds from flying in. Go Chi found this adorable and didn't know what to say. Luckily, she seemed to realize that sunlight was blocked and removed the mesh. In the end, Go Chi used the mesh to dry medicinal herbs. Yes, Go Chi still went to the mountains now and then to gather herbs, but her luck wasn't as good as when she first crossed over. She hadn't found any valuable herbs, not even the traditional medicinal vine, nor had she seen the vine itself. It's possible that the wind carrying the herb scent had already swept away the surrounding herbs. Even without finding the herb, she still collected common medicines to keep at home, just in case. She firmly believed in having some medicines on hand. However, she actually hoped she wouldn't need to use them, since good health meant she could work and earn money. Now she was thinking about adding some snacks to her store to make up for the lack of potatoes. Sweet potatoes? Chi-Chi said that these sweet potatoes might be yams. DeFu was called over by Go Chi. He thought something important was happening, but Go Chi was just asking about sweet potatoes. They're also called yams, but in some places, what they call yams aren't the same as sweet potatoes, so I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, Go Chi explained. She remembered her hometown called the cool tolerant yam digua, so when she wanted to make snacks with sweet potatoes, she hesitated to directly use the word digua with DeFu. If it's a yam, I think we can find it in Weicheng. I'll go there now and should be back by tonight. After I bring back the sweet potato I mentioned, I will show it to Kiki to see if it's the same thing. Dafu finished speaking and then left. Yu Gue and Yu Zhu looked at Go Chi with curiosity. It seems they also know what a sweet potato is, but their expressions suggest it might not be a good thing. I know what a sweet potato is. It seems that poor people eat it because they can't afford rice. If it's really that, would anyone buy it? Would wealthy people feel embarrassed to buy it? Yu Zhu thought about seeing beggars eating sweet potatoes before. Yes, wealthy people care about their image, but if they find out it's a sweet potato, they probably wouldn't want to eat it. Would that make it hard to sell to Brother Yongyi? Yugui also thinks sweet potatoes probably won't sell well. If they sold easily, someone would have already started selling them. Whether it sells or not depends on how I make it, and I still don't know if this is the kind of sweet potato I want, like a red yam. If it is, we can make some snacks and see if they sell well. Go Chi hasn't seen red yams since she arrived here, so she thought this era didn't have them. After all, they are also called sweet potatoes and are a variety brought from foreign lands. Alright, even if the treats I make can't be sold for money, they will still taste good. I will definitely eat them all, Yu Zhu said happily when she heard there was food. She didn't care whether it was a food for the poor or not. That evening, DeFu brought back the sweet potato he mentioned. It was indeed a red yam, which made Go Chi very happy. He also brought a small bag, saying he bought it from a poor person for some money. This thing is mostly found with the poor. They rely on it to fill their stomachs because it's much cheaper than grain and can satisfy hunger. When this was brought to dawn, it saved many lives. But eating too much can cause bloating, so rich people usually don't like to eat it. Dafu's words made Go Chi think about how eating too many red yams can cause flatulence, but she knew that eating a little less would be fine. She could also make some hawthorn balls, which could help with digestion if she ate too much. Since candied hawthorn skewers have been around for a long time, hawthorn should be easy to find. For now, Go-Chi felt she had found another tasty snack, but she decided to focus on making the sweet potato first. Do you all know how to eat the sweet potato? Go-Chi asked about the sweet potatoes and bamboo shoots, and, of course, also inquired about the flower girl. How else can we eat these sweet potatoes? Just roast them like baked potatoes, said the bamboo girl, who had seen others eat roasted sweet potatoes. Yes, you can also boil or steam them. That's the only way to eat them, I think. The flower girl thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any other methods from her memory. All right, then let's steam these sweet potatoes first, Go-Chi said after hearing a few methods from the flower girl, roughly understanding how people now prepare sweet potatoes. She casually handed 2 sweet potatoes to the flower girl, asking her to steam them until they were cooked. The flower girl naturally followed the instructions. After steaming the sweet potatoes, Go-Chi didn't say what to do next or mention that they could eat them right away, which made Yu-Ju, who had been waiting, feel anxious. Miss, the sweet potatoes have been steamed for a while. If we wait any longer, they'll get cold and won't taste good, Yu-Ju said, unable to hold back because Go-Chi hadn't explained how to proceed after steaming. Not hot anymore? Then bring them over, Go-Chi smiled but still didn't say they could eat them now. This made Yu-Ju even more eager. She smelled the sweet aroma of the sweet potatoes and wanted to eat them. When she brought the sweet potatoes to Go-Chi, Go-Chi carefully peeled the skins off the sweet potatoes. Then she let Yu-Ju use a dipping knife to cut the soft, steamed sweet potatoes. Because the sweet potatoes were soft, Yu-Ju was very careful while cutting, but she still accidentally damaged one piece. However, after cutting more pieces, she found the right amount of force and technique, and the strips of sweet potato she cut afterward looked better. But that wasn't the end. Go-Chi only asked Yu-Ju to eat the damaged pieces. She didn't give her the rest. Instead, she told Yu-Ju to put the cut sweet potato strips outside to dry. This confused Yu-Ju and the others, but since Go-Chi insisted, they had no choice but to follow her instructions. Clearly, the steamed sweet potatoes wouldn't be eaten today. This made Yu-Ju, who was already eager and craving, even more tempted after tasting some of the damaged sweet potatoes. All right, you're so eager. Tonight, I'll make an extra batch of candied sweet potatoes. It might not be a snack, but I believe you'll like it, Go-Chi said helplessly, finally promising Yu-Ju she would make candied sweet potatoes for her tonight. As for what candied sweet potatoes are, Yu-Ju and the others didn't understand, but it didn't affect their anticipation for this treat. Making candied sweet potatoes is not really difficult. It just takes some effort when frying the sweet potatoes. However, naturally, it wouldn't be Guichi doing the frying, so with Huanyang present, she only needs to speak and let others handle it. Miss, there's no silk here? How do you pull it? Yu-Ju looked at the fried sweet potatoes with curiosity. She had heard her mother say that the sweet potatoes were already cooked, and they could eat them right now if they wanted. Just one more step. How can a greedy cat be in such a hurry? Guichi smiled. The sugar coating is the key to making candied sweet potatoes, so she had to wait until Huanyang finished preparing the other dishes before starting to coat the sweet potatoes with sugar. Put a small amount of oil in the bottom of the pot, add sugar and water, then start stirring constantly. The temperature must not be too high, and stirring must not stop. As it cooks, the sugar will begin to bubble, and the bubbles will slowly grow larger. At this point, the bubbles will be white. When the bubbles gradually reduce and the color starts to turn yellow and the syrup becomes sticky, add the fried sweet potato pieces and stir-fry. At this stage, the oil temperature should be low, and the stir-frying must be quick, so each piece of sweet potato gets coated with sugar. Once done, it can be taken out and plated. When plating, be sure to spread a thin layer of oil on the plate so the sugar doesn't stick. Is it ready? Yu-Ju kept watching until Guichi said she was done cooking, then she dared to ask if it was really ready. Ready. Serve it hot, or the silk won't stretch. Guichi said, then asked Yu-Ju to place the 2 plates of candied sweet potatoes on Guamu's and their own tables. Everyone curiously reached out with chopsticks to try the candied sweet potatoes. Then, Everyone saw their chopsticks pick up the sweet potato and pull out long, shiny sugar threads. How do you break these? Gorfu felt curious about the candied sweet potatoes, but he knew that continuing to pull would cause problems. It wasn't a good sign. Like this. Guoqi naturally pulled out a very long thread, and she, being short, had already stood up. If she kept pulling, she would need to stand on a stool. That wouldn't do, so she had to break the sugar threads instead. Everyone was waiting to see how Guoqi would break the threads, so she quickly swung the chopsticks holding the sweet potatoes toward the plate. Using this opposite force, she broke the sugar threads directly. This method was very effective, and everyone successfully broke their sugar threads this way. After the sugar thread broke, the impatient Zhu quickly put the sweet potato into her mouth. She was burned and hurriedly spat the sweet potato back into the bowl, then looked for cold water to cool her mouth. Hey, I didn't get a chance to warn you about the burn, but now I guess there's no need, Guoqi joked, though she still asked Yu Gui to help her sister. Fortunately, Yu Zhu reacted quickly, so she soon stopped feeling the burn. After all her fuss, the once hot sweet potato no longer burned, and she could taste what it was like. It was sweet. The first flavor she tasted was the sugar. Biting into it, the crunchy sugar broke, revealing soft sweet potato inside. The combination of crunchy and soft textures was very appealing. Since sweet potatoes are naturally sweet, mixing that with the sugar's sweetness created a very interesting flavor and texture. Not only Yu Zhu, who already liked eating, but even Gofu took a couple more bites of the sweet potato. They hadn't made many, and since everyone had already eaten this sweet potato, the candied sweet potatoes on both tables were soon finished. So delicious, but once it cools down a bit, it can't be pulled into strands anymore. But that doesn't affect the taste. At this moment, Yu Zhu completely forgot about her burn and kept praising the dish. Even though she couldn't pull the strands anymore, she still loved it. Yes, this dish is best enjoyed hot, so it's not really for selling because the pulling is the main feature. But if we want to open a restaurant someday, this could be a dish on the menu. Guoqi's words made everyone think of her plan to make money with sweet potatoes. Looking at the dried sweet potatoes hanging outside, everyone looked a bit doubtful. Eat your meal and stop talking about opening a shop. Our family doesn't have that much energy. Look at how much you've already brought out. We still have a field planted with crops, but who knows if we can get through winter. If you're not busy, you should go check on that field instead of wasting seeds. Although Gomu was talking about the field, it seemed like she wasn't very happy with Guoqi's actions, but she was mainly worried about money. Starting a shop costs money and requires hiring people, so she thought Guoqi should stop worrying about that for now. I know, it's not the right time now, but we still need to have dreams. Our family will get richer and richer, Guoqi said, talking about her goals. But to Gomu and the others, their current life seemed pretty good already. Chi-Chi is right, but for now, let's eat first. Nothing is more important than eating. Mother Go didn't want to think about the increasingly wealthy situation, so she interrupted Guoqi's daydream. Guoqi's daydream wasn't just random talk. Mother Go was so concerned about the field that she needed to pay more attention to. Although he still went to the fields every day to check, he hadn't yet reminded her to cover the seedlings with a greenhouse. She wasn't sure if the climate here didn't require a greenhouse, but she felt she should prepare just in case. If she waited until it was necessary to cover the plants and then couldn't find a suitable replacement for plastic film, that would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Guoqi realized that the lack of prompts from her eyes might be because she didn't have any plastic film at all, so they weren't giving her signals. So, she decided to look for something that could replace plastic film. Such scientific-like products probably couldn't be asked about directly. She thought she should search in the library of the Mountain Half-Study Academy. Thus, she started digging through the books there again. Chi-Chi, what kind of books have you been looking for in the library lately? Dean Xiao naturally knew she was reading in the library, but he was curious about what she was reading recently. About the study of things. Stewart and shared what he knew with the dean, though he was a bit unsure if Guoqi, a young girl, could understand books about the study of things. Oh, are you trying to research something? Maybe those two boys can ask her what she's looking for, so she can find it faster. Dean Xiao asked Steward and to inform Xiao Ji and the others, but before he could do so, Xiao Ji and Fong Cheng already knew Go Chi had started coming to the library every day again. Of course, Rong Song also knew, but he wouldn't actively talk to Go Chi like Xiao Ji and the others.
So he just knew about it.
However, Rong Song didn't expect that Go Chi had actually been paying attention to him all along. There was no choice. Go Chi had given Fong Cheng the prescription some time ago, but she still saw that Rong Song's black aura was as thick as ever, clearly showing he hadn't taken his medicine. This was strange. Could it be that Fong Cheng never actually gave him the prescription? Coincidentally, she just noticed Rong Song sitting in a pavilion nearby. Before she could go over to ask, Fong Cheng came from another path to find her. Chi-Chi. Xiao Chenggij? Xiao Zhigij didn't come with you today? Seeing Fong Cheng, Go Chi thought it was better to ask him directly. Since Xiao Ji is not here today, it's easier to ask some questions. He was punished to copy books, so he probably won't finish soon. Are you here to return books today? Let's go together. I happen to need to go to the library too. Fong Cheng's suggestion, which she naturally wouldn't refuse, since she had questions to ask anyway. By the way, did you give Rong Gongzi the medicine? Which she looked around. Besides Rong Song in the pavilion hidden by trees, there were no other people nearby, so she took the chance to ask. Fong Cheng heard the question and looked around first, but he didn't notice anyone in the pavilion, so he thought it was safe and answered. I gave it to him, but I don't know if he has taken it. Fong Cheng spoke softly, as if saying it loudly might cause trouble. Guachi clearly saw Rong Song come out of the pavilion when she asked, hiding in a spot very close to them but unseen. If it weren't for his dark aura, Guachi probably wouldn't have noticed him. Usually, if someone is eavesdropping, they shouldn't continue talking, but this matter was related to Rong Song, so she pretended not to notice that Rong Song was nearby. How did you give it? Didn't you tell him that this medicine could cure his illness? Guachi saw Rong Song hiding nearby, so she stopped walking and stood still. We didn't give it openly. Their situation is complicated, so we didn't give it face to face. We just handed him the prescription directly. We didn't say anything else. Fong Cheng looked a bit embarrassed, but it was a family decision, and he couldn't go against it. Anyway, they had given Rong Song the prescription, so they could feel at ease. Guichi was speechless. No wonder Rong Song's poison had never been cured. If she received a prescription out of nowhere, she probably wouldn't use it either. Chi-Chi, don't think about other ways to give him the prescription. His family situation is very complicated. It's already risky enough for our family to give him the prescription like this. Fong Cheng noticed Guichi's silence and worried she might go find someone else, so he reminded her. Well, let's see. If he figures it out and takes the medicine someday, we won't have to worry about other things. Guichi glanced at Rong Song's hiding spot, thinking he would probably take the medicine after today. Hopefully. Otherwise, your prescription will be wasted, Fong Cheng said, feeling relieved that Guichi wasn't in a hurry anymore. After talking about Rong Song, the two slowly headed to the library. Rong Song finally stepped out from his hiding place, his eyes fixed on the two people who had already walked far away. He felt very surprised inside. That prescription actually came from the Fong family, but from their recent talk, it seems the prescription wasn't created by the Fong family.
It was just handled by them.
But if they made a trip to the capital, could there be any problems with the formula or the ingredients? Can the prescription still be used? What role does Go Chi really play in all this? This child not only noticed I was poisoned, but also might have created the prescription. Why didn't she just give me the prescription directly? Why did she need to go to the Fong family? Rong Song kept thinking about these questions, but he still wanted to try the prescription because it was the only known cure for his heat toxin. Of course, he wouldn't act rashly. Since the prescription actually came from Go Chi, it would be better to find a chance to ask her if the formula had been changed. Go Chi had been going to the library every day recently, so he thought it wouldn't be hard to find an opportunity to ask her. He decided to wait early the next day at the library for Go Chi. When Go Chi saw him in the library, he kept watching her. Even if she tried to ignore him, it was impossible. So he approached her and curiously asked why he kept staring at her. Miss Go, sitting here reading is nice, The air is clear and the lighting is good, Rong Song said calmly, not rushing to discuss the matter, though he was a bit anxious inside. Go Chi saw he wasn't in a hurry, so she didn't push him. She sat down and started reading her book. Rong Song also began reading, but his eyes kept watching the classmates around him. When he saw that no one's gaze was on him, he secretly placed a piece of paper on the page Go Chi was reading. Go Chi looked at Rong Song curiously. Seeing that he seemed to pretend nothing happened, she also acted as if nothing was wrong and continued reading her book. The note Rong Song left was very simple, only containing the words prescription and you. You was written separately, while prescription was together, clearly indicating Rong Song was asking if the prescription was related to Go Chi. Go Chi glanced around at the people nearby, her brow slightly furrowing. Yesterday, Rong Song probably overheard her conversation with Fong Chung, or he wouldn't have come to ask her today. He also knew that asking directly might not be appropriate, so he chose to write a note instead. But when asking this way, should she answer honestly or not? Fong Chung said she shouldn't let Rong Song know who gave her the prescription, or it wouldn't be safe. Although she initially decided to help Rong Song by secretly including him as someone she could rely on, Fong Cheng's attitude about the prescription made her worry about Rong Song's family situation. Of course, she wasn't worried about Rong Song himself, but about whether her helping Rong Song might cause her to be looked down upon by Rong family's people. Yesterday, Rong Song already knew the prescription was related to her. If she now said it wasn't, it would seem too fake. After thinking carefully, Go Chi decided that since she had already done it, she might as well admit it. As long as Rong Song didn't tell anyone, Rong family's people wouldn't find out. She believed Rong Song wouldn't foolishly tell his family that he had been cured. Once she understood this, Go Chi responded with a very soft Although her answer was quiet, it eased Rong Song's tense heart a little. Is this the one? Rong Song handed the prescription to Go Chi, wanting her to check if it was real. The writing on the prescription was very neat and orderly, clearly not handwritten, but printed with movable type. This made Go Chi realize Fong Chung was very careful. After confirming the content and dosage of the prescription was complete, Go Chi nodded at Rong Song. It seems you haven't started taking this medicine, she whispered again, without even lifting her head from her book. Getting it suddenly, I don't know if it's real or not, so I dare not try it rashly. The last doctor made my condition worse, so I prefer to be cautious. Rong Song put the prescription away and, like Go Chi, looked at his book quietly, speaking softly. From afar, it looked like he was just reading, and no one would suspect anything. It's better to take it early. Heat toxins harm the body, and the longer you wait, the less likely it is to be fully cured. Thank you, Miss Go. You should have given me this directly. Now with the Fong family involved, I'm worried about them. Rong Song wanted to say more, but Go Chi didn't know what he was about to say. When he mentioned the Fong family, Go Chi suddenly looked up at him, causing his words to be interrupted. Having the Fong family isn't bad either. At least it keeps you completely hidden, which is good. Rong Song suddenly changed his tone, as if his previous words were just a hallucination of Go Chi. Of course, the topic ended after he said that, and neither of them seemed to want to bring up the medicine again. Rong Song kept the idea of the medicine in his mind, and Fong Chung, who was willing to help pass on the recipe this time, also remembered it. Recently, Miss Go has been reading a lot of books about things like this. Is she looking for something? Rong Song suddenly changed the subject to the books Go Chi was reading. Go Chi followed Rong Song's lead and talked about what she was looking for. However, Rong Song had not heard of what exactly Go Chi was searching for. Chi, you're really here today. Brother Rong is here too. Fong Chung saw Go Chi and Rong Song sitting by the window when he entered the library. They seemed to be talking. Seeing them together, he was worried Go Chi might give Rong Song the recipe directly, so he quickly walked over. He just overheard Go Chi talking about what she was looking for, which made him breathe a little easier. Then he spoke to interrupt their conversation. Brother Chung, is something wrong? Go Chi saw him come in but didn't understand why Fong Chung looked upset. You mentioned something yesterday. I asked my grandfather about it, and I think there might be a substitute for what you mentioned. Fong Chung glanced at Rong Song, feeling a strange sense of superiority, as if finding the thing Go-chi wanted first was a big achievement. Of course, he didn't show this pride openly. It was just a slight look of pride on his face. He usually wouldn't act this way, and today he didn't quite know why he was showing it. Maybe he didn't even realize himself. There really is a substitute, and it's quite common. Rong Song looked at Fong Cheng's small sense of pride, but didn't let him feel proud for long because he had already thought of the substitute when Go-chi spoke. Quite common? Tell me about it, Go-chi asked curiously. She couldn't help because Fong Cheng was now feeling regretful after hearing Rong Song, so she had to ask Rong Song. There is a type of oiled paper that can do what you said, translucent and waterproof, Rong Song said, not Fong Cheng, who had just recovered from his frustration. Oiled paper? The kind used for umbrellas? Go-chi thought of oil paper umbrellas when she heard oiled paper and realized it might really work. Some people's window paper is also made from this, Rong Song added, confirming that this kind of paper can indeed be translucent. But Go-chi, who was just looking at the window paper, didn't expect to see anything on it because she had been influenced by the TV. Thinking about it now, the window paper her family uses seems to be the thick kind that can't be pierced with a finger. Watching too much TV might not be a good thing. She hadn't noticed what was right under her nose and had been searching in the book room for so long. Haha, look at me being so silly. It seems my family's window paper is just like this. I'll go check now. If it is, then I don't need to look anymore. I'm so stupid. Go-chi laughed awkwardly. To avoid feeling more embarrassed, she quickly put the book in her small bag and ran away like the wind. She left the two people looking at each other, unsure what to do. She's still just a kid, but it's rare to see this side of her. It's kind of cute, Rong Song said, breaking the silence with Fong Cheng, watching Go-chi disappear. Usually, he would just nod at Fong Cheng, but knowing that the prescription was made by Fong Cheng and that Fong hadn't changed it before giving it to him, Rong Song's attitude toward Fong Cheng was a bit different now. He also sensed that Fong Cheng's attitude toward him was different when Go-chi was around, but these were small matters. Anyway, he didn't care much about Fong Cheng's attitude. She's just a kid. She just reads a lot of books, so people think she's different from other children, Fong Cheng said without much more to Rong Song, and then left. His family gave Rong Song the prescription. To prevent others from noticing any issues, he tried to keep the relationship with Rong Song as distant and formal as it had always been. Go-chi returned home and first looked at the window paper through the window. The paper was indeed very thick, but it didn't have an oil layer, meaning that adding more water could still open the window. Of course, it was different from what was shown on TV, where just a finger dipped in water could tear it open completely. But this paper wasn't what she was looking for. The oil paper on the umbrella was waterproof, but its color wasn't white, so it didn't have the same light-transmitting effect. However, it was still translucent, so it should be usable. She carefully examined the umbrella's canopy made of oil paper and found that the paper seemed to be more than one layer, which might explain why it wasn't as transparent. She wanted to know how the oil paper umbrella surface was made, but all she could see was the introduction to oil paper umbrellas. So, she needed to find out how the umbrella surface was made, either by reading books or by asking an umbrella craftsman. After some inquiries, she found out there was a craftsman in Lee's village. Although not in Go's village, it wasn't far away. Go-chi took some time and went to Lee's village with Yugua. When they arrived, Lee the butcher saw her and wondered why she was there today. He thought maybe there was a problem with his meat. But Go-chi was actually looking for the umbrella craftsman. Lee the butcher warmly took her to the craftsman's house. Before they reached the door, Go-chi smelled a strong scent of tung oil. No wonder the family lived on the edge of Lee's village. Otherwise, the smell might cause trouble with neighbors. Lee the butcher greeted the craftsman, and Go-chi sat down to watch him make the umbrella surface. "Uncle, this paper isn't ordinary, is it?" Go-chi first noticed that the paper seemed special. "Yes, it's rice paper, more flexible than regular paper. I heard some people use this paper to cover windows?" "That's right, but not many. Since it's oiled, it can catch fire easily. Still, some families use it as long as they don't oil it too much. The paper is quite tough. Are you making window paper with this, young lady?" the craftsman asked curiously. Lee the butcher brought her, saying she might bring him more business, but she hadn't said whether she wanted to buy umbrellas or something else. After a moment of silence, she simply asked about the paper. So he asked if she wanted to buy window paper. Not exactly, Go-chi replied calmly. She still wanted to see other umbrella surfaces to check if any were plain without paintings and what color they were. Child, you can look first. I'll finish making this umbrella surface first, then we can talk, the craftsman said, a little speechless. But since the girl was well behaved, he decided to finish his work first. Uncle, you're busy. I'll look around some more, Go-chi said, feeling no rush or neglect. She was quite relaxed. The craftsman's house had many beautiful umbrellas, and she couldn't help but want to buy a couple. But she decided to wait until she finished talking with the craftsman. Miss, look at that umbrella. Nothing is painted on it. It's pure and clean, Yugwa said, pointing at one umbrella that was completely blank. Seeing this umbrella made Go-chi smile. I quickly walked over to see if this umbrella was unfinished, because if it had been coated with tung oil, the color of the surface should have changed. However, upon closer inspection, I realized the umbrella wasn't completely white. The side they couldn't see earlier had a painting of an orchid. This umbrella wasn't a half-finished product. It was a finished umbrella. Does the young lady like this umbrella? After finishing his work, the umbrella maker looked at Gookie, who was sitting by the edge of a white umbrella, watching it for a long time. I remember that when he made this umbrella, he didn't use tung oil, but another type of oil. He was trying to see if he could make it successfully, since umbrellas need to be waterproof. After finishing, it hadn't rained, but he tested it with water and confirmed it was waterproof. Still, he wanted to see how it performed in wind and rain before being sure it was good enough. It's very white. Gookie didn't say whether she liked the umbrella or not. Yes, but this umbrella is different from others. I made it to study whether it could become a real umbrella. The umbrella maker honestly explained the situation, not just trying to sell it. So, the process is the same, just the oil is different? Gookie asked curiously after hearing his explanation. Exactly. Since I haven't used this kind of oil before, I don't know if it will work. The umbrella maker looked at the umbrella, actually liking the white color. It would look very nice with traditional paintings, making it even more beautiful. Have you tested it with water? Gookie looked at the umbrella, which appeared to be a finished product with no signs of problems, so she believed it should be usable. Yes, it's waterproof, but I don't know if it can withstand wind, the umbrella maker said. Gookie thought that wind resistance had nothing to do with the oil. It depends on the frame and the soft paper on the surface, so she felt this umbrella surface was just what she wanted. As long as it's waterproof, that's enough. Also, this color lets more light through than others, which is good, Gookie said, as if speaking to the umbrella maker but also to herself. The umbrella maker heard her, but he seemed to understand, yet not fully grasp what she meant. Aren't you here to buy an umbrella, young lady? The umbrella maker finally asked. Sort of, Gookie replied, then explained her purpose for coming. She wanted a large piece of white waterproof fabric, but not for making a canopy, rather a whole piece of cloth. That's so big. What does the young girl want to use it for? The umbrella maker was surprised when he heard Gookie's request. He couldn't imagine what such a large piece of fabric was for. Of course, Gookie wouldn't tell him what she planned to do with it. She only asked if he could make it, and she hoped it would be done as quickly as possible. The umbrella maker thought for a moment. He could definitely make it, but he had never done this kind of business before, so he couldn't easily estimate the price. No problem, sir. Please carefully calculate it. I am looking at your umbrellas. They're very beautiful. After I leave, I will definitely buy some. Gookie was not in a hurry. Since she knew she needed the items, it was better to agree on a price first, so there wouldn't be any unfair price later. The umbrella maker looked Gookie over from head to toe. Remembering what Lee the butcher had said earlier, he still felt it was a bit strange to discuss business with a young girl, but he started to calculate the price. Before coming here, Gookie had already decided how much fabric she needed. The rest was up to the umbrella maker to figure out. Gookie continued to look at the umbrellas in the umbrella maker's shop, even thinking about ordering several identical umbrellas as a symbol for their family. But since her family didn't need them right now, she quickly dismissed the idea. The umbrella maker took a long time to calculate. Just as Gookie was starting to feel hungry from waiting, he finally finished. He carefully explained the price to Gookie, how much per meter of fabric, how many meters she needed, and the total cost. This simple calculation made it clear to Gookie once the umbrella maker announced the price. She even mentally estimated, considering the labor involved in planting, how much grain per acre would be needed to avoid losing money. The umbrella maker didn't know Gookie was thinking all this. He was worried she might not accept his high price. But shortly after he quoted the price, Gookie nodded in agreement and even paid a deposit with the little girl beside her. She also bought several umbrellas they liked. After Gookie and her group had disappeared for a long time, the umbrella maker looked at the deposit in his hand and came back to himself. Wow, such a big deal. Such a big deal. I need to go buy materials, he said, pulling out his small donkey cart and heading towards Weicheng. Passing by Li the butcher's house, I happened to see Li the butcher. After expressing my thanks to him, I hurriedly left. Of course, he said he would definitely come to invite Li the butcher for a drink once the business was finished. Seeing how hurried he was, I knew that he and Go Chi had probably reached an agreement. Naturally, I didn't delay him. The drinking could be done any time. Go Chi had prepared a substitute plastic film, which made her feel more at ease. She was also very hungry, so she decided to eat first. Go Chi's mother didn't ask where Go Chi had gone today. She was just glad that she was safe. Go Chi seemed busy every day, and as a mother, she was used to it. The wait felt a bit long, but luckily Go Chi had plenty to do, like making sweet potato products. She made dried sweet potatoes, but before she could give them to Lai Yongyi to try, they were already stolen and eaten by Yuju. Now, the sweet potatoes outside were being dried for the second time. She also made some sweet potato chips, which was also the second batch. Luckily, this time, Yuga kept an eye on Yuju, so the chips could be sent to Weicheng. Lai Yongyi's customers tried the sweet potato products and said they would buy them if sold, but they still preferred the previous chips and fries. So, the demand for potatoes was still high. Under Lai Yongyi's special promotion, everyone knew that the raw material for the chips and fries, potatoes, was not easy to get, so they might run out quickly. Lai Yongyi said he was trying to buy more, but as the weather got colder, it was uncertain how many potatoes could be bought. Although he still had many potatoes in storage, he was not lying. Many customers lined up every day to buy while they still could. Go Chi's potatoes in the wooden basket had started sprouting, which made her very happy. She even hoped the potatoes would grow faster. Seeing the potatoes grow and knowing Lai Yongyi's demand, she still hoped to buy some sandy land, but the village chief was making trouble, preventing her from buying. Every time she thought about it, she got angry. When I came back today, I was asked by someone in the village when I would buy that sandy land. I was stunned. When did our family decide to buy sandy land? Go Father's curiosity was piqued after returning from a day of driving, and he asked Go Mother. Go Mother knew a little about Go Father's question, but when she saw Go Chi not moving, she thought she had given up on buying the land. Chi-Chi wants to buy a sandy area? Mr. Go looked at Mrs. Go, trying to see if there was any truth in her expression. Earlier, I was worried about buying the sandy land, but I stopped worrying later. I guess I gave up. Who knew someone would ask you today? How did you respond? Mrs. Go simply explained the situation when Chi-Chi was looking for the land, but she didn't know that Chi-Chi didn't buy it because of the village chief. So, she didn't know why Chi-Chi gave up at that time. What could I say? I just said I didn't know. I also mentioned that our family has good farmland given by the court, so we wouldn't buy sandy land. We don't lack land. By the way, when I said that, the person looked a bit strange, like they were unhappy. Mr. Go found this strange. His family has good farmland and isn't buying sandy land. What's wrong with that? Why would anyone be unhappy? Unhappy? What's there to be unhappy about? That's strange. Mrs. Go also couldn't understand why someone would be unhappy. Could it be that their family must buy the land? It's all so confusing. Chi-Chi heard their conversation clearly. She even knew why the other person was unhappy. It seems that even if she does nothing, the village chief's tricks still catch her. She needs to think of a way. Chi-Chi originally thought she could study potatoes at home, but now it seems that's not enough. The poor people have hopes, and those hopes are given by the village chief. They believe in these hopes, so when they aren't fulfilled, they get upset. But Chi-Chi won't just go along with the village chief's ideas because of their unhappiness. If she can't avoid it, she'll face it directly. Anyway, she's just a child. Sometimes, innocent words are the best shield. Thinking this way, she acted. The next day, Chi-Chi went to the village entrance to chat with Granny Zhao and other women who liked gossip. Chi-Chi, today you took your big dog somewhere to play again? Granny Zhao liked seeing Chi-Chi. She thought that her previous misunderstanding of Chi-Chi was a mistake. So now, she smiled happily and talked to Chi-Chi. Granny Zhao, I was just out wandering, Chi-Chi said casually, sitting among the adults. She was waiting for the adults to ask about her family's plan to buy the land.
She believed they would ask.
And sure enough, someone did. Chi-Chi, didn't your family say they wanted to buy the sandy land? Why did I hear that yesterday when you asked your dad? He said they wouldn't buy it. My father doesn't understand farming at all. He just thinks our land is very good. But I heard from Uncle Village Chief that sandy land is actually better and our land isn't good. However, my father refuses to buy sandy land, and I don't understand why. Recently, I looked at the land in our village and there isn't much sandy land at all. It's really hard for us villagers. See, when Go-Chi says this, everyone's eyes change. But they don't stop talking. They keep asking Go-Chi questions. So, does that mean your family would buy sandy land with the money meant for good land? Oh, who spread that rumor? Comparing land and sandy land like that, it's not right. The prices are so different. That's just misleading. My family wouldn't do such a dishonest thing, Go-Chi said confidently. Everyone thought Go-Chi was just a kid and didn't know which land was better. But they all knew that the rumor about buying sandy land with good land's money was false. Go-Chi's words made everyone think for themselves. Her angry look made them believe that the rumor might be a bit too far-fetched. I have to ask my mother, Go-Chi said, then ran home. But what would she ask her mother? Her mother didn't know what was going on at first, and asking might even make her suspicious. After Go-Chi left, Zhao Granny and others started talking again about the sandy land rumor. I knew that rumor wasn't true. Who would do such a thing to help others? Besides, those people didn't really have any contact with Go-Chi's family. If they really wanted to help, they'd probably help their own tenants first. Thinking of buying sandy land with good land's money, what kind of crazy idea is that?
Exactly.
And Go-Chi's behavior just now shows she doesn't think good land is better than sandy land. Maybe she was tricked. Luckily, her parents didn't let her do something so foolish. She usually acts mature, but she's still just a kid. It's really strange to trick a child like that.
Keep your voice down.
Didn't you hear? Go-Chi said it herself. Her village chief told her. When they mentioned this, everyone lowered their voices. But even so, the gossipers kept talking quietly, still eager to hear more. Why would the village chief lie to Go-Chi? He's not like that normally. There's probably no other reason. Last time, Dazhuang and his friends caused trouble at that brick factory. I heard they did it because of the village chief. Later, many people went to see the village chief. On the surface, the chief didn't admit anything, but secretly, he must have paid some money. Otherwise, Dazhuang and his friends wouldn't keep going to the village chief's house to eat and drink every day. Yes, I know about this. I was wondering why they stopped causing trouble. Now that you mention it, it's very possible. The village chief must have lost a lot of money, which is why he tried to trick Chi-Chi. If selling the sand land really worked, the village chief might even take a cut to reduce his losses. Ha, that's true. But what's the point of tricking Chi-Chi? He should be tricking the adults instead. Adults aren't that easy to fool. While they were talking, they seemed to forget about the village chief's story of buying land at a high price out of kindness. They kept discussing how the village chief was tricking Gookie. But this story was actually made up by Gookie. No one doubted it because, after thinking about the sand land situation over the past days, everyone believed Gookie's words were very credible. Even those who owned sand land started to doubt whether the village chief's visit to them earlier had any real purpose. Recently, the village chief had been asking if Gookie's family wanted to buy land, which seemed a bit too deliberate. Those with sand land were now more dissatisfied with the village chief than with Gookie's family. But since he's the village chief, they dared not show their dissatisfaction openly. As for the village chief, he was secretly pleased that Gookie's family hadn't bought the land yet. He felt that no matter what choice Gookie's family made, it was all part of his plan. However, when he asked again about the land from those who owned sand land, they surprisingly said they no longer planned to sell. They preferred to just farm their sand land honestly. This wasn't what the village chief wanted. These people should be angry and cause trouble for Gookie's family. But now, they seemed so peaceful. Why? The village chief couldn't understand. Even if everyone in the village knew he had tricked Gookie, no one told him. In the past, Da Zhuang and his friends would talk to him about these things, but ever since they got into trouble last time, they felt annoyed. So, they didn't bother to tell him about small matters that didn't affect their interests. Although the village chief eventually found out, it was after many rumors had already spread and changed. It seems that the news reaching him no longer involved the village chief directly. People just pointed in the direction of his house without mentioning his name. Who is it? Playing tricks on kids and ruining my plans, the village chief was very angry, but he could only vent his frustration by shutting himself in. Because of this bottled-up anger, he almost made a bad move again. However, he didn't realize that even if he managed to carry out his bad plan, it would be useless. Go Chi had already noticed him, and besides Da Fu, there were others from Tian Yo's side constantly watching the village chief. Go Chi didn't know who they were, as she had never seen any beggars in Gojia village. The incident at Shadi seemed to have passed, but Go Chi still wanted to buy the land there. After this event, she felt she couldn't go out to buy it herself, but she could let others do it instead. She even considered asking Song Yuza if he could help get the land in Gojia village, willing to pay for it. When she met Song Yuza, he surprisingly said that the land wasn't worth much, and that the government didn't have it. But if Go Chi really wanted it, she could clear the land herself. He would then give her a certificate, making the land officially hers. It's known that land that is cleared can be tax-free for several years. When Go Chi learned she could clear the land, she kept complaining. She knew from studying the Daoan laws that clearing land could exempt her from taxes, but when she needed land and couldn't buy it, she forgot about this option. It was only someone like Song Yuza, who was familiar with official matters, who knew about this. Otherwise, she might have jeopardized her plans for planting potatoes while dealing with the village chief. But Go Chi also knew she couldn't handle the clearing herself, especially with the village chief around, fearing he might interfere. If she couldn't clear the land herself, she would ask someone else. But her family couldn't do it, so she had to find someone else. After thinking for a long time, she finally came up with a solution. She wrote a letter to Lai Yongyi, sharing her idea. Was she asking Lai Yongyi to help her? Of course not. She had already transferred over 60 acres of land from Lai Yongyi. If she transferred more land from him, it might be too obvious and could reveal her plans. She was asking Lai Yongyi to help her find someone to clear the land. Lai Yongyi was happy to help with planting potatoes in the sandy land, even initially claiming he was the one doing it. However, Go Chi explained his reasoning, which Lai Yongyi found convincing, so he went along with Go Chi's request and found someone to help. Finding someone useful was not easy, but in the end, Lai Yongyi secretly bought a family of servants from the pawn shop without telling Go Chi. These people, like Go Kongan's family, had been sold as a family. Being able to stay together made them happy. Even more, they were still of low status, but they could pretend to be common folk and didn't have to serve others, which was a rare fortune for them. When Go Chi saw this family, she was a bit stunned. She was even more confused when Lai Yongyi handed her the sale contract. But since the people had already been bought, she couldn't say anything. She even thought Lai Yongyi was right to do so. With the contract in hand, the land they cultivated belonged to her, no matter how much there was. Go Chi then shared her thoughts with the family, who were clever and understood what to do. They needed to prepare, and before long, a family arrived in Gojia village. They came looking for relatives, but their relatives had long since died out years ago, leaving no one behind. The village chief felt sorry for them and, being used to showing kindness to strangers, agreed to let them live in a half-collapsed house. He said that if they could repair it, it would still be livable, and Gojia village welcomed them. The family explained that their home had been cursed and the house was damaged, so they just wanted a place to shelter from the wind and rain. They said if the villagers didn't mind, they would stay. The village chief had no objections. More residents meant a bigger village. He even planned to help them with some paperwork, but the family knew their true identity and didn't want the chief to help, fearing exposure. The chief thought they were being polite and, being too lazy to bother, simply accepted that they would settle in the village. After moving into the half-collapsed house, Go-chi secretly visited them that night with Yugwa and another person. They instructed them to find a way to get the village chief to transfer the house deed to them. Then, they would focus on repairing the house. She could pay for the repairs, but she shouldn't show off her wealth too much, or else the others might say she is rich. The family knew what to do. Go-chi came mainly to see how they were living now. Although they are technically refugees, Go-chi still hopes they can live comfortably, with good clothes and food. The house was half-collapsed and it was cold outside. During the day, it was manageable, but at night it was really cold. Go-chi came to bring them blankets. Since they came fleeing from hardship, they naturally didn't have blankets when they arrived. Today, they planned to skip a meal and sleep together to keep warm. Now, they not only have food but also blankets. Although the house is leaking and falling apart, having these things makes tonight a little better. Based on the village chief's personality, he will probably come with some people tomorrow to do simple repairs. So, early tomorrow, they should secretly take the blankets to Go-chi's house and pick them up at night. Once the house is fixed, they can live there peacefully without others knowing. Go-chi also promised to send food every day. Since they are with her, they will have what Yugue and the others have, as long as they keep it hidden from others. After giving them her promise, Go-chi returned home. Sure enough, the next day, as she predicted, the village chief brought a group of young people to help repair the collapsed house. It couldn't be fully fixed because the family was too poor, but the village chief was very friendly and said it was okay if they couldn't repair it now. Life would get better gradually, and they could fix it when they had more money. With the help of the villagers, they managed to prepare 2 livable rooms, so the family could settle in peacefully. In the following days, the family started looking for a place to clear and farm in the village. The village chief didn't stop them, since their farming success was also part of his achievements. However, it seemed unlucky for this family, or perhaps they had never farmed before. They carefully marked out a plot, but it turned out to be just a patch of sandy land. They seem to think they are unlucky, but they originally chose a sandy land, so even though it's sandy, they still continue to work on it. They want to clear a few acres, since there is still some time before spring planting. That family is also unlucky. They've already cleared so much land, all of it sand, and they're still working on it. He's quite stubborn, always insisting on working that patch. If they find out it's just sand, they should stop and find a different place. Now they've cleared so much. If they don't plant something, it would be a shame for all their hard work. Exactly, they originally came here to escape hardship. Things haven't been easy for them. Everyone at the matchmaking event is sighing about how unlucky the newcomers are, but they don't realize that these people are actually trying to work on the sandy land. Moreover, once they clear a bit, they rush to report to the officials, as if afraid others will take the land from them. Go-chi watches them work steadily on the wasteland and doesn't interfere much. If anything happens, Go-kongin keeps an eye on it. Life seems to have returned to normal. Neither the village chief nor the old woman has caused any trouble lately, probably because winter is coming. October is approaching, and Go-chi's birthday is near. The family is secretly preparing for it. Although they say it's secret, Go-chi knows about it. She's just pretending not to notice. She has never celebrated her birthday properly before, as her family was busy with her younger brother. She even wondered if her parents had forgotten her birthday. As she grew older, She stopped caring much about birthdays and gradually forgot about celebrating. But she never expected that after traveling here, so many people would be preparing for her birthday. She feels touched, though she can't show it openly. She doesn't want to disappoint everyone with her emotions. However, such a special occasion is sometimes exploited by others. The first person to slip up is the village chief. She doesn't know what he's thinking, why he wants to ruin her birthday. It's a small celebration after all. Uncle Dafu, are you sure? Just to cause trouble on my birthday, the village chief invited so many people? Go Chi is a bit surprised, but she doesn't think Uncle Dafu would misunderstand. Of course, I'm sure. Actually, Dazhuang and the others aren't happy about it either. They know about your family's relationship with Lord Song. But then, what did the village chief say to them? Since he was speaking softly nearby, I didn't hear him. After that, they agreed. Guki frowned at Dafu's words. She wanted to know exactly what the village chief had said. Although Dafu didn't hear what the village chief and Dazhuang said, Guki was still a bit worried. It's hard to protect yourself if you don't know what the other side might do. Luckily, it seemed like fate was on her side. Dafu, afraid the village chief might do something else, stayed very close to him. And surprisingly, he noticed something strange. In recent days, the village chief had been going to their wood storage shed often, and each time he stayed for quite a while. He didn't go in to get wood, but just stayed inside, then came out empty-handed. That was very odd. If it only happened once or twice, maybe he just went the wrong way. But if he kept doing it every day, it wasn't a mistake. He was doing it on purpose, and each time he stayed so long. There must be a secret in that shed. But what exactly was inside? Dafu decided to wait and secretly look when the village chief went inside again. That day, when the village chief entered the shed, Dafu hid in a hidden spot to watch him. The shed looked normal, but it actually led to a cellar. The entrance was blocked by a lot of firewood. The village chief skillfully moved the firewood aside and quickly went into the cellar. After a while, Dafu quietly followed him into the cellar. Inside, Dafu found that this cellar was very different from others. Its entrance was actually a passageway. He didn't know where the passage led, but that was okay. At least, the village chief wouldn't notice him entering. He followed the passage for a while and soon saw a faint light coming from around a corner. It was clear the village chief was near that light. Dafu moved quietly and carefully approached the corner, peeking slightly to see the village chief not far away. There were many shelves and a table and chairs. The village chief was sitting at the table, carefully looking at something. It looked like he was flipping through pages, but he was very cautious, as if he was gently separating pages from each other. It was obvious that there were 2 or more sheets of paper stuck together. Why can't I separate them? It's been several days, and if I can't do it soon, it'll be a problem. Dafu didn't know what was on the paper or why the village chief was so anxious. But this was a delicate task. The more anxious he was, the harder it was to separate the pages. So, the village chief could only continue patiently. Oh, once again, I am wasting so much time here. I need to leave now, or else I might get into trouble if someone finds out. The village chief feels helpless, probably because he is very frustrated, so he just says what he's thinking. This gives Dafu a little time to leave. When Dafu hides in his usual secret spot again, the village chief comes out of the cellar. The firewood blocks the entrance, and after checking that everything is fine, he leaves. After the village chief walks away, Dafu quickly opens the firewood and enters the cellar once more. He has been watching for a while, so he knows the village chief comes every day. That's why he dares to go into the cellar right after the chief leaves. Inside, he doesn't light a lamp but uses a small fire stick to see by its faint glow. It's not very bright, but it's enough for him. On the shelves here, there are many books and similar items. Dafu picks up one at random and sees that it contains information about himself. He flips through it and finds records of his life from birth until now. Of course, there's no mention of him and Air Fu stealing, but even so, Dafu feels that it's a very creepy thing. Dafu puts down his book and notices another one nearby, Air Fu's. He flips through it and finds it similar to his own, also without any mention of theft. Then he looks at other books. Most are old, but some are new. The newest ones are from the family that recently moved to Goja village, and also from Go Chi's family. Although the writing isn't very detailed, each person has their own book, and they've written what they could. Besides theirs, Defu notices that every villager has their own dedicated book. Even those who have left or passed away still have their books. He then finds that some people, besides having a book, also have a box. Remembering when he peeked at the village chief earlier, he realizes that one of the boxes was open. So, what the village chief was looking at must be inside these boxes. Following the direction he saw earlier, De Zhuang finds a box. It's filled with many pieces of paper, but they are stuck together so tightly that he can't tell what they record. De Fu thinks it doesn't matter what's written there. Go Chi asked Tian Nyo and the others to do investigation work, so whether these notes are useful or not, he plans to take them back and sort through them later. He took off his coat and packed the bags. Because there were so many, he couldn't fit everything in one load, so he first packed the items from the boxes. After running back and forth a few times, he finally brought out all the books. Gookie had been curious about these items since the first trip he brought them. When she finished bringing everything back, Gookie was already looking at the book about herself. Although there weren't many words written on it, Gookie's face looked unhappy. The feeling of being watched made her very uncomfortable. These were taken out of the village chief's house. I promised Chi-Chi I wouldn't steal anymore, but seeing these, I feel I can't stay at the village chief's place anymore. So, Dafu guessed that Gookie's bad mood was because of these things he brought, but he still explained that he didn't mean to steal. It's true we can't leave them with him. Even though he hasn't written much about us, we can't keep these things with him. I'll check if these items are useful. If not, I'll burn them directly. He then threw the books belonging to Dafu and Erfu into the fire. Watching Gookie burn the books of Dafu and Erfu, Dafu felt happy. Like Gookie said, although there wasn't much written, it still gave a bad feeling. Burning them was the best choice. Erfa said he told Chi-Chi how the village chief became the village chief. I wonder if those things are in there. And this time, the village chief asked Dafu and the others to handle some matters. Maybe he's planning to use what's inside. That's very likely. But now these items are in our hands. Even if he wants to use them, he can't now. I've looked through all of these over the past few days. If the rumors are true, we should make good use of these things. Gookie picked up another book, which was about the situation of Granny Zhao. But aside from some family gossip, there wasn't much useful information, so Gookie burned that book too. Although Dafu didn't know what might appear in the village chief stuff, seeing Gookie start reading, he decided to leave. He needed to keep watching the village chief, because he would notice these things missing by tomorrow. Dafu left, so Gookie no longer needed to worry about talking to him. She focused on reading the books carefully. Most of the content inside is just useless gossip about people's personal lives, even recording rumors about who had scandals with whom. It's really like a tabloid magazine. However, these rumors are useless to Go Chi, so she uses them to add fuel to her own stove. The useful items are the ones Dafu took back first, but as Dafu said, those items are probably quite old. Many papers are stuck together, and Go Chi carefully tries to separate them, though it's not easy. Some of the papers have partial records, and she can see some characters. There are even some handprints and the names of the people who made them. Go Chi doesn't recognize these people, but since most of them have the surname Go, she guesses they are from Gojia village. She also finds some other items besides the papers, which seem related to what's recorded on them, almost like evidence. Looking at these items, Go Chi uses her imagination and, combined with what Erfa told her earlier, she guesses these are the things the village chief used to help him become the village chief. These things don't seem useful to me now. And the village chief is pretty stupid. He clearly has evidence in his hands, but doesn't take good care of it. Now that everything is stuck together, they probably aren't very useful anymore. Although Go Chi can guess the general situation, she doesn't know the specific details of what happened. Since these items are useless to her, keeping them doesn't mean much. But they might be useful for Song Yuza. Maybe the officials can find a way to separate the papers and see what's inside. Perhaps they could even help Song Yuza solve some old cases. Thinking of this, The next day, she asks Erfu to take these items to Weiqing to find Song Yuza. Of course, Erfu doesn't go directly to the government office. Instead, he waits along the way when Song Yuza is heading there in a less crowded spot. When no one is around, he suddenly appears, throws the bundle to Song Yuza, and then vanishes without saying a word. Just now, what was that? The person looked a bit familiar, Song Yuza says, holding the bundle, feeling confused. Someone was right next to him, and suddenly, something was thrown into his arms. That's really scary. If the other person was an assassin aiming to kill him, they probably succeeded by now. That is Go Erfo from Gojia village, the person who helped Miss Go with the scallion pancake business. Because he was familiar, the guards accompanying Song Yuza felt helpless about this situation. They wanted to explain, but now there was nothing they could say. They could only be glad that Go Erfa did not come to attack Song Yuza, otherwise, they would not have a chance to survive. So, it's him. What does he want with this package for me? Song Yuza looked at the package in his hand, but didn't rush to open it. Instead, he told the guards to carry it as they continued toward the government office. When they arrived, Song Yuza finished his daily work first, then went alone to the study. The package had already been placed there, seemingly waiting for him to open it. He looked at the package but didn't call anyone else. He planned to open it alone. The package was wrapped in simple cloth, which didn't show any special features from the outside. It was a new cloth, clearly bought recently or freshly made. Every household had such cloth, and because it was new, it was impossible to tell if it had wrapped anything else before. There were no clues on the cloth, so he decided to look inside directly. Inside, there was quite a lot. Old paper and some strange objects. The paper was old and stuck together, but he could see there were words on it. He couldn't read what was written at the moment. He decided not to focus on the paper for now, but to look at the objects instead. He even saw some items that looked a bit familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen these things before. After examining everything, Song Yuza frowned slightly, thinking about what Go Erfu was trying to do with these items. The way they were packed suggested he didn't want others to know. But now that the items were in such a state, what could they possibly be used for? It seemed he had to find out what was written on the paper no matter what. He picked up the papers again, looked at them, and confirmed he couldn't open them. It seemed he would have to ask a professional for help. He called for the master and the coroner, both of whom were his trusted aides. Even if these items were very secret, they wouldn't leak out. The steward and the coroner arrived and saw this pile of items. The steward immediately recognized some of the objects. These were evidence from old cases left in the county office that had not been recovered. The coroner naturally knew he was called to figure out how to separate these papers. How are these stored? They're stuck together like this. I don't know if I can fully separate them, but I'll try my best. He then took out his set of tools and slowly began to peel apart the papers bit by bit. These are from very old cases. Why are new pieces of evidence appearing now? Where did you get these, sir? The steward casually asked, but Song Yuza pretended not to hear, understanding that this wasn't the right question to ask. Still, he had to do his part, so he went out to look through the case files, matching the evidence with the documents. It was a big task, but since he was familiar with the files, he managed to find everything relatively quickly despite the complexity. Soon, a large pile of case files appeared on Song Yuza's desk. The steward and Song Yuza studied these old cases, while the coroner carefully separated the papers. They worked in the study for several days. Unbeknownst to them, in Gojia village, the disappearance of these items cast a strange atmosphere over the entire village. The village chief's house had been robbed. Everyone in Gojia village knew this, but the chief refused to say what was stolen or whether it was valuable. He only warned that anyone who took anything should return it honestly or face the consequences. This threat was completely ineffective. No one in the village admitted to taking anything. Of course, besides Go Chi and a few others, no one knew what the village chief had lost. During this time, the village chief wandered around almost every day, thinking that maybe this would pressure the thief into returning the stolen items. What exactly did the village chief lose? Yeah, even if we want to help find it, we don't know how. It must be something important. or he wouldn't be so anxious. But no matter how important it is, even if we saw it, we wouldn't know if it's what he's looking for. I think it's probably not that important. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide it like this. Do you think it might be that?
That? You mean that?
No way. Think about it. He's hiding things and acting so anxious. Could it really be something else? What if it is some family heirloom of his? That should also count as their family heirloom. Haha, maybe it really is, but we don't know what it looks like. If we did, we could help find it and maybe try being a village leader too. Haha, you're dreaming big. I'm worried that if those things are really missing, then those people might have no limits. When that happens, will our Goju village be safe? Forget it. If that's the case, the first to suffer would be Chi-Chi's family, since they are so rich now. That's true. But we should be careful now. We shouldn't offend those people at this time. If they really lost something and have no rules anymore, then it will be hard for me to practice my skills when the time comes. Exactly. Because the village head's belongings were stolen, the villagers kept thinking about what exactly was taken. Eventually, an old man remembered the rumors from when the village head first became the leader, and also thought about the things the previous village had left behind for the current one. As soon as they thought of this, the villagers started to get nervous. Usually they would avoid walking near people like Dazhuang, but now they would cross the street to avoid them. Dazhuang and the others also knew about the theft. At first, they didn't suspect the village head, but over time, and seeing how the villagers acted, it became hard not to think about it. Soon, they believed the rumor that the village head's missing items might be their secret tools, and it could be true. So they decided to find out if the village head still had those things. They invited the village head to drink and talk about how to celebrate Gookie's birthday with some fun. But after the village head arrived, they started chatting about other things and didn't bring up the matter. When the village head got impatient and wanted to ask what they were thinking, they suddenly asked him a question. Hearing this, the village head's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if these people had stolen the items. He even started thinking about how to get them to return what they took. No matter how he tried to ask subtly, they refused to answer and instead told him to show something to prove he still had the right to threaten them. Stuck in this deadlock, the village chief could only use a delaying tactic, claiming he couldn't carry the items himself and that they were hidden very well, so they would have to wait a few days to retrieve them. Others had already guessed what the village chief was up to, but since he insisted he was telling the truth, they decided to give him a few days. After all, Gong Chi's birthday was still some time away. Whether they would dare to cause trouble for Gong Chi on his birthday depended on how the village chief behaved. The village chief's belongings had already been stolen, so there was no way to get them back. His delaying tactic could only be slow. Fortunately, luck seemed to be on his side. Song Yuza had already found many related cases based on what Gong Chi had given him. Just as the village chief was forced to produce the items, Song Yuza's people arrived at Gojia village. They took away many villagers. When these people were taken away, the village chief didn't breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he grew even more nervous. Such coincidence. How could it be so lucky? The village chief kept trying to comfort himself with the idea of coincidence, but he didn't really believe such luck existed. If it wasn't coincidence, then it meant the items he lost were already in Song Yuza's hands. Whoever sent them, it no longer mattered to him. Perhaps after this incident, his role as village chief would come to an end. Thinking of this, the village chief suddenly felt defeated. He had no strength left. Before, he had leverage, which made some things easier to handle. Now, not only did he have no leverage, but even the people who helped him had been taken away. What could he do? He could only pretend nothing had happened, as there was no other way. He also had to give up on meddling in Gong Chi's family's affairs. Gong Chi watched as the village chief changed after Song Yuza took away many villagers, and he realized the village chief probably wouldn't cause any more trouble. The people remaining in Gojia village weren't necessarily all good, but there were no more bad ones. Living in such a village would be more comfortable. However, this peaceful life didn't last long. New worries soon arose. Because Gong Chi's birthday was approaching, his mother and his aunt planned to go to Weiqing to buy some gifts for him. Speaking of which, Mother Go and Andy haven't been to Weiqing for a long time. Originally, Go Chi wanted to go along, but on the day Mother Go and the others decided to go, Go Chi had already promised Fang Cheng and others to go camping on Weishan Mountain, so he didn't go with them. Of course, Mother Go and the others also didn't want Go Chi to go, or else there would be no surprise in the gift they prepared. Mother Go and the others went to Weiqing, while Go Chi took Yugua and Yuju up the mountain. Because Dafu brought back a lot of seasonings, Go Chi brought some of these seasonings for the outdoor cooking this time. In the past, only Fang Cheng and Xiao Ji went, but this time, for some reason, Rong Song also came along. Go Chi looked at the black aura around Rong Song and naturally knew he had started taking medicine. Although the black aura was still strong, Go Chi could see it had lightened a bit. Today, Go Chi also learned that Rong Song was very skilled, much better than Fang Cheng and Xiao Ji, who had only been practicing for a few years. Hunting with such skills was really fast. This autumn, many animals were gathering food for winter, which gave Rong Song many chances. In no time, he caught 2 rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and 2 snakes. The snakes were put into Xiao Ji's pocket, which he always carried, and Rong Song didn't say anything about it. The remaining food was enough for all of them to eat. Yugua and Yuju had already gathered a lot of firewood nearby. The fire was lit, and once Xiao Ji and the others finished cleaning the rabbits and chickens, Go Chi could start roasting. As for the rabbit fur, Fang Ji kept some, saying he planned to take it back to refine and make something else with it. Because the seasonings were so rare and complete, everything today was so delicious that even the bones could be eaten. Fang Cheng, a very rational and mature boy, also gave in to the tasty food. Among the 6 people present, only Rong Song ate so much that he couldn't walk properly. Not because he had strong self-control, but because Go Chi strongly prevented him. He said it was because of his health, he should eat less of these grilled foods, or else he would be wasting medicine. Rong Song really listened to Go Chi and ate less, which made Fang Cheng and Xiao Ji feel a bit uncomfortable. They knew Rong Song well. Although he usually didn't show it, they understood his situation. But they had never heard that Rong Song was an obedient person. And he was listening to a child who was barely 4 years old. Does this mean Rong Song and Go Chi have become quite familiar with each other without knowing it? Even more familiar than they are with Go Chi herself. Now they even regret agreeing to spend time with Rong Song, although they felt grateful earlier when Rong Song shared so much food with them. Of course, Rong Song and Go Chi are unaware that their small interaction has caused them to overthink. After finishing their meal and tidying up the remains, everyone chatted casually for a while before heading home. Although they agreed to try again if the opportunity arose, Fang Cheng and Xiao Ji both secretly decided not to invite Rong Song next time. After they parted ways, the 2 of them still felt awkward. Only they knew they were feeling that way. No one else seemed to notice. Go Chi also didn't realize this. She still thought today's outdoor cooking was fun. Even though they were on a nearby mountain and the scenery was familiar, being with a few friends made it enjoyable. She can't remember the last time she went out with friends in her previous life. She only remembers that her time was either earning money for her younger brother or listening to her mother ask for money. Moments like today's joyful outing were rare, so she was especially happy. But her cheerful expression disappeared the moment she got home. Go Mu and Abo Mu had already returned and were chatting in the yard about the things they bought in Weiqing. When they saw Go Chi coming back, they quickly hid their belongings behind their backs, afraid she might see. Of course, Go Chi wasn't paying attention to what they were hiding. She noticed that Go Mu and Abo Mu were emitting a dark aura, especially around their waists. They had left in good health that morning, so how did they come back with this dark energy? Were they hurt? Looking closer, she saw that it wasn't a wound but 2 different small pouches. Just looking at the pouches didn't seem suspicious, but the writing on them made Go Chi very angry. Small pouch, handmade, contains sterilization medicine. Long-term wearing will cause infertility. Treatment plan: do not wear. Infertility? Go Chi felt speechless upon reading those words. She couldn't understand why her mother and aunt would buy such things. Do they not want more children? Go Mu was more reasonable. She had her, and although this was a time when valuing boys over girls was common, if her parents truly didn't want more children, they could choose not to. But Auntie was different. Their family doesn't have children yet. Although I heard they used to have a daughter, now only the two of them remain. It's unlikely they don't want children, especially since they are still young. No matter how Go-chi analyzes it, she wouldn't think that Go's mother or auntie would buy such a small purse with a strap. So, the purse must have been a gift from someone. But who would be so mean as to wish for them not to have children? Today, Go's mother, and they only went to Weicheng, and the only person who could be against them there is the old lady. But since she is Go's father's mother, even if she's not a good person, she wouldn't want her son to be childless forever. If it's not the old lady, then who could it be? Go-chi couldn't figure it out. Since she couldn't understand, she decided not to think about it, and just asked directly, "Mother, Annie, what nice thing did you bring back?" She casually picked up a red thread from the table. The thread sparkled, probably with silver or some other metal thread inside. "It's all for embroidery. Be careful with this thread. It's worth quite a bit of money," Go's mother hurriedly said, worried that Go-chi might guess what they were planning or accidentally break the silver thread inside. "Mother, I know to be careful." "Oh, did you buy a new purse?" Go-chi wasn't really talking about the thread. She just wanted to get close to Go's mother and auntie to pretend she saw the purse. "It's not bought. It was given by third aunt. She also gave you one, but said it was a birthday gift for you and that she would give it to you on your birthday," Go's mother said calmly, as if their family's relationship with third aunt wasn't too tense. Given by third aunt? Now it made sense. But third aunt usually didn't act so mean, so Go-chi only thought of the old lady earlier, not third aunt. Maybe yes, maybe no. Third aunt said your grandmother made it, but your mother, and I think it doesn't look like her work. Your grandmother is not the kind of person to harm us, so she probably wouldn't forget your birthday. And the embroidery looks like third aunt's work. Your grandmother's eyesight isn't good anymore, so she can't embroider well, auntie said. Go-chi frowned slightly. Based on what third aunt said, the old lady was involved. So, what's inside the purse? Was it decided by third aunt or the old lady? But no matter who made the decision, it was a family matter. I originally thought they had become honest, but I didn't expect them to come up with such a sneaky trick. It seems she really overestimated this family's relatives, which is why they were given this chance. However, the most urgent thing now is for Mother Go and Auntie to throw away these pouches. What's so good about the things Aunt 3 gave us? Go-chi didn't know how to say that there was something wrong with the contents of the pouch, so she could only show her dislike for Aunt 3 first. Maybe it's just a token of kindness.
She's also had a hard time.
Your third uncle sold a lot of the family's land, and instead of scolding him, your grandmother even beat him up. Now that we've split from the family, she still has to endure your grandmother's anger at home. Women shouldn't hold grudges against her. Go-mother stroked Go-chi's head and advised her not to hold resentment against Aunt 3. But Go-chi didn't think Aunt 3 was pitiful. In her view, although most of what that old woman did was her own idea, she didn't believe that Aunt 3 wasn't involved in stirring things up. Even if she pretended to be very pitiful in front of Go-mother and the others, Go-chi saw it as just her way of seeking sympathy. Although Go-chi didn't believe Aunt 3, Go-mother and the others did, so her showing dislike for Aunt 3 couldn't make them take the pouch away. In the past, Go-chi thought she could just cry and make Go-mother and the others remove the pouch, but now she didn't want to do that anymore. She had to expose Aunt 3's evil intentions, but how could she make Go-mother and the others see that something was wrong with the contents of the pouch? Since no one at home knew about medicinal herbs, she decided to find someone who did. The most effective way was to pretend to be sick and then ask a doctor to come. Of course, her pretending to be sick had to be related to the pouch, or how could the doctor check the pouch otherwise? So Go-chi said she wanted to see what the pouch Aunt 3 gave her looked like. Although Aunt 3 had asked her to give it to her on her birthday, now that she knew, she wanted to take a look. Go-mother couldn't resist and took out the pouch she had given Go-chi. Go-chi looked at the pouch, which was also emitting black gas, and didn't know what to say about Aunt 3's actions. She was only a few years old, and now she was losing her ability to have children. That was truly malicious. Go-chi took the pouch and then said she wanted to see her mother's and aunt's pouches, so she compared the 3 pouches in her hands. She had touched all 3 pouches, and then she started her act. "Oh, my stomach hurts so much. My stomach really hurts." Naturally, her purse fell to the ground, and Go-chi started rolling on the floor. She rolled with effort. She had to make herself sweat to seem like she was in real pain. What's wrong? What's happening? Did she eat something bad? Maybe the food from today's picnic wasn't prepared well? Go's mother first thought about what she ate, then asked Yugue and Yuju. It probably wasn't that. Everything was cooked properly. We and the young lady ate the same food today. Yugue was also frightened, worried that something was wrong with what they ate. But she and Yuju were fine. Maybe Go-chi was too young to tell. Let's not worry about whether it was food or not. We should call a doctor. Chi-Chi is in so much pain. She might be sick. Go's auntie was also worried, but more rational. When Go's mother was at a loss, she asked Yuju and Yugue to go get a doctor. Yuju heard about calling a doctor and quickly ran out the door. Go's mother and Yugue carried Go-chi to the bed. They needed 2 people because Go-chi was still pretending very hard. She kept rolling on the bed, sweating a lot, her face flushed red. Her rosy face showed she wasn't seriously ill, but Go's mother was worried, thinking her face looked unusually red from pain. "Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. We've called the doctor. It will be okay," Go's mother comforted her, even though she was a bit unsure herself. Go-chi was busy pretending to be sick and didn't care about her mother at all. After rolling for a while, Go-chi was getting tired. If Yuju didn't come back soon, she might not be able to keep pretending. Luckily, her perseverance was strong, and she finally held on until the doctor arrived. The doctor was the same one Go-chi had seen before, the one who treated Air-fu. The doctor recognized Go-chi immediately. Seeing her rolling around, he thought she was very seriously ill, since he knew Go-chi understood some medicine. With Go's mother and Yugue's help, Go-chi stopped rolling. The doctor took her pulse. But no matter how he checked, he couldn't find any illness in Go-chi. The doctor couldn't find any signs of illness. Just as he was about to give up and suggest they seek another opinion, he suddenly saw Go-chi giving him a subtle signal with her eyes. He immediately understood that Go-chi was pretending to be sick. Although he didn't know why she was doing it, he decided to go along with her. Usually, stomach pain is caused by something someone ate, so he asked what Go-chi had eaten today. When he heard she ate some wild game, he also learned that 2 other people at the scene ate the same food, but they did not have any stomach pain. The doctor then understood that Go-chi's problem was not related to her food. Besides food, it could be something she used. It seems it's not the food's problem. That's strange. Could she have touched something else? Did she handle anything alone today? Probably not. When she was on the mountain, she only cooked, and the ingredients were washed by others. Yugue thought for a moment and believed that even if they hadn't touched anything, they must have touched something related, so it shouldn't be a problem. It's strange. Did she do anything else before her stomach hurt? The doctor was unsure what Go-chi was doing. When we came down from the mountain, she was fine. At home, she was with her mother. She didn't touch anything alone. But she suddenly had stomach pain after touching a few small pouches. Yugue told the doctor what she knew. Go-chi, lying nearby, finally heard the mention of the small pouches and felt relieved. The doctor clearly saw Go-chi relax, which meant she had something to say. Yugue's only useful information was about the small pouches, so it seemed she wanted to look at them herself, but didn't want to say so directly. The doctor became curious about what kind of pouch could matter so much to her. "Show me the pouches," the doctor said seriously, which made Go-chi's mother and uncle pay more attention. Since Go-chi only started having stomach pain after touching the pouches, they began to suspect the pouches. Soon, Go-chi's aunt brought over the 3 pouches she had dropped on the ground earlier. She was very careful and didn't touch them with her hands, but used something to pick them up. She was also worried that if she touched all 3, she might get stomach pain too. The doctor looked at the pouches. They looked ordinary from the outside and emitted a faint, fresh scent. "Can I open them?" the doctor asked, guessing that inside there might be medicinal herbs, but the smell was very light, so he wanted to see inside. Go-chi's mother, thinking that the pouches might be causing her daughter's stomach pain, didn't ask her uncle for permission and agreed to open them. Of course, Aunt didn't say much, just a small pouch. The doctor opened the pouch, and all 3 pouches contained the same items. Besides dried flowers that emitted a pleasant scent, each pouch also held a smaller medicine packet. What is this? Ghost's mother quickly spotted the 3 small medicine packets and immediately became anxious. The doctor couldn't tell what it was at first, but once he opened the small packet, the herbs inside made him frown. Looking around at the people present, he saw only women besides himself and felt a bit hesitant to continue examining the herbs. When Ghost's mother saw the doctor stop and appear tense, she began to wonder what was inside those small medicine packets. Doctor, what exactly are these? Did Chi-Chi's stomach ache because of these things? Anne also noticed the doctor's strange expression and asked curiously, "Wait a moment." The doctor quickly understood why Go-Chi was pretending to be sick. These medicines were very powerful, so he needed to hide them first to prevent any accidental exposure, especially if a gust of wind blew them toward Suishan. That could affect all the women in the room. Carefully, the doctor took out a bamboo tube and placed the 3 pouches, along with the herbs and the small packet inside it. He also put in dried flower petals to hide the smell of the medicines, then sealed the bamboo tube and stored it in his medicine box. Only then did he breathe a little easier and start explaining to Ghost's mother and the others what these items were. This is a poison. It doesn't kill, but it is extremely dangerous. Poison? Ghost's mother and aunt were both shocked. The pouch was given by the 3rd aunt, who had appeared so normal and even pitiful at the time. They had felt sorry for her and thought she shouldn't be blamed for their grandmother's hatred. But now, knowing the pouch contained poison and that it was made by her, their sympathy seemed foolish. What kind of poison is this? Did Chi-Chi's stomach ache because of this poison? Xuanyang looked at Ghost's mother and aunt, both stunned into silence, and continued to ask the doctor. It does have an effect. The young lady is still very small, so her reaction is quite strong. Of course, I am also glad. The young lady is still young, so she only discovered the medicine in her purse without much impact. There are 3 purses here. I wonder if anyone else has touched these purses before? To be safe, I think we should check her pulse. Although the doctor knows that Go-Chi is pretending to be sick out of professional integrity, since he found poison in the purse, he believes the person wearing it should be examined. He didn't say exactly what was wrong with the poison, but Go's mother and her aunt didn't think they had any issues, so they kept urging the doctor to carefully check if the poison affected Go-Chi. The young lady is young, so this poison can only cause her stomach pain. If she endures it, it will be fine. But for adults, the impact is much more serious. The doctor glanced at Go-Chi and explained casually, giving a rough idea of her pretending to be ill. Doctor, you've been saying this medicine is dangerous. How exactly is it dangerous? Aunt felt the doctor was being too mysterious, as if he wanted to earn more money by diagnosing more people, and she wasn't sure if the medicine was really so dangerous. I didn't say it was. This poison won't endanger life, but it can make women unable to have children. Go-Chi only touched it lightly and caused stomach pain. If worn for a long time, the consequences could be unimaginable. The words made everyone present open their eyes wide. Since everyone there was a woman, except for Go-Chi, who was still young and might not understand, others like Yugua and Yuju knew how important fertility was for women. This poison was truly vicious. The phrase unable to have children was more shocking than saying the purse was poisonous. Everyone was stunned. Even Xue Nyang, who had just been rational, was frozen in place. Her husband had died, and she knew she would never have children in this life. But even if she was destined not to, she didn't want herself or anyone around her to be unable to have children. Doctor, are you sure? Finally, Xue Nyang was the first to respond. Of course I am sure. Such poison is very vicious, and I wouldn't say it lightly. Let's quickly call the people wearing these purses, so I can check if they are affected. The doctor reminded again, hoping that those wearing the purses were fine. At this moment, Go's mother and her aunt also came back to their senses. The aunt was the most anxious, having previously suspected that the doctor was just trying to make more money by diagnosing others.
She no longer feels this way now.
She wishes the doctor would see her quickly to check if the poison has affected her. The others present naturally understood why the eldest aunt was so anxious. Although the doctor was hired by Go's family, no one argued over who would get the first checkup. The doctor didn't care who went first. He would examine everyone in turn. He examined the eldest aunt's pulse for a long time and finally confirmed that the poison hadn't affected her. However, her health still needed some care because of the previous pregnancy and the improper postpartum recovery. Hearing that she was not affected, she felt a little relieved. As for the doctor's advice to take some medicine, she obediently agreed. The doctor prescribed medicine for the eldest aunt, then moved on to check Go's mother's pulse. When he checked Go's mother, he was startled. Not because Go's mother was affected by the poison, but because she was actually pregnant. Although the pregnancy was early, based on the doctor's experience, it was a confirmed pregnancy. Close call, close call. Luckily, the poison was detected in time. And congratulations, madam. You're pregnant. The doctor's words shocked everyone in the room again. Even Go Chi, pretending to be weak on the bed, was surprised and sat up quickly. She kept looking at Go's mother's belly, trying to see if she was really pregnant. There seemed to be some faint white mist around Go's mother's belly. But the white mist was so faint that even Go Chi, looking so carefully, might have thought it was just a glow, not connected to any signs of pregnancy. But because of this mist, her eyes could analyze it. Sure enough, she was pregnant, though it was too early to tell the gender. No matter if it was a boy or girl, Go Chi stared at Go's mother's belly, lost in thought. Suddenly, a wave of fear arose inside her, leaving her a bit overwhelmed. It wasn't that she was afraid of the baby, but she was afraid of having a younger brother. In her previous life, her life was so sad because she had a younger brother. If she had another brother in this life, in a world that favored boys, she would be even more miserable. But she didn't dare to say her fears. Seeing everyone in the room congratulating Go's mother, even Water Lady and Flower Lady asking the doctor about precautions, she felt nervous. Flower Lady, who had given birth before, was so tense, and Water Lady, who hadn't given birth, was even more anxious. Go's mother, now looking at her belly, smiled foolishly for a long time. She had always hoped to give Go's father a son. But after giving birth to Go Chi, it had been many years with no news. She thought she and her aunt had both been hurt, but now she was pregnant again. Since it's still early, we really need to be more careful, the doctor said, happy for Go's mother like everyone else. He also talked to Huan Yang and Shui Nyang about precautions. Because Go's mother had been wearing that poisonous pouch for a while, the doctor gave her some medicine to help keep the pregnancy safe, so she could feel more at ease. The doctor stayed at Go Chi's house for a long time and prescribed many medicines. Whether it was Go's aunt, Go's mother, or even Go Chi pretending to be sick, he gave them medicine to help digestion. Go Chi was not actually sick, but to support her pretending, he still had to give her some medicine. Did I take away and destroy the poison, or are you keeping it to report to the authorities? Before leaving, the doctor asked Go's mother, holding the bamboo tube with poison. Go's mother, being careless, didn't know whether to destroy it or report it. Now that she was pregnant, she thought it was better to do good for her unborn child, so she even felt it was better not to report. Of course, Go's aunt wanted to report it. She thought the malicious intent of these three women was too evil. If they didn't report and Go's aunt was locked up, who knew if they would try other tricks against her? The two victims disagreed, but the doctor couldn't say much. He simply handed the bamboo tube to Go's aunt, telling her to keep it carefully, and asked her and Go's mother to discuss whether to report or not. After the doctor left, Go's aunt started persuading Go's mother. But Go's mother was uncertain, touching her flat stomach, feeling confused. Madam, no matter what, this pouch is poison. It was definitely meant to harm you. And it caused the girl to have stomach pain for so long. Now she's only just starting to feel a little better. The suffering she endured is enough reason to report. Shui Nyang saw Go's mother's worries, but believed that they must not let the poisoners go unpunished. Knowing how much Go Chi loved Go's mother, Shui Nyang used Go Chi to persuade her. Yes, Chi-Chi's suffering can't just be ignored. Sister-in-law, I know you want to do good for the baby in your belly, but you shouldn't forget about Chi-Chi's feelings. Chi-Chi is such a good child. If you do this, it will hurt her feelings. Go's aunt looked at Shui Nyang with admiration and then used Chi-Chi's feelings to persuade Go's mother. Mother Go and everyone else kept talking about Chi-Chi. In her mind, she saw the scene where Go Chi was rolling on the ground from pain. This made her feel guilty toward Go Chi. She truly should consider Go Chi's feelings. If Go Chi hadn't been hurt by the poison and was in pain, perhaps the child in her belly might have been lost because of the poison. It's like Go Chi was protecting her unborn child from harm, so no matter what, she must prioritize Go Chi's feelings. Yes, I must report this, Mother Go decided firmly. Auntie was naturally happy. Once the head of the family comes back, let them write a formal complaint. This time, we should tell everything they did to us, Auntie thought. Since they were going to have a serious confrontation, it was better to completely expose them. Go Chi listened to Mother Go and Auntie talking. She was pleased that Mother Go was determined to report the third aunt. Although she was persuaded to do so, it was rare for Mother Go to be so firm. But now she worried that Go father and the others might oppose when they returned. This time, it wasn't about fighting or resisting, it was about going to court directly. In the evening, Uncle first came home. As soon as he arrived, Auntie pulled him into the room to talk about today's money pouch incident. Uncle was very angry and said he wanted to report it to the authorities. There was no concern about brotherly feelings or anything like that, which Go Chi and the others worried about. Of course, Go Chi didn't know if Uncle and the third uncle had other issues that made Uncle hate them so much. But whatever the reason, Uncle didn't oppose reporting it, so only Go father's opinion was left. She hoped he would be as decisive as Uncle. However, Go Chi knew her father might really consider brotherly feelings. Sure enough, after Go father returned, Mother Go told him about today's events. Go father hesitated. Mother Go didn't rush to tell him about the pregnancy. It was a suggestion from Go Chi. She was afraid that Go father might think about doing good for the child and, combined with brotherly feelings, he might refuse to report it. Why are you hesitating? Your brother already doesn't want you to have more children, and you're still thinking about his feelings, Mother Go said. She originally didn't plan to report it, but after Auntie and the others persuaded her, she naturally became hostile toward the third aunt's family. Seeing Go father hesitate made her very angry. She completely forgot that she had hesitated before too. Of course, even if she remembers, she can explain that her hesitation was for the sake of the child in her belly. But Father Go is now hesitating even though he doesn't know about the child yet. This is completely different from her situation, so how can they be the same? It's not hesitation. I'm thinking there might be some misunderstanding here. After all, third brother isn't a bad person, and he wouldn't make his sister-in-law do such things. Father Go wants to explain things for Uncle San and Aunt San, but even he isn't confident when he speaks. Misunderstanding? No, this is not a misunderstanding. Your mother even knows about this. That purse was made by her, and she asked third sister-in-law to do it. Neither your brother nor your mother ever wanted good things for our family. Even the purse has a part for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is so young, and they already targeted her. If it weren't for Chi-Chi being so young and her getting stomach aches when she touches those things, we wouldn't even know how long this poison would harm us.
Haha.
I see now. You don't want to report it because you look down on us, mother and daughter. You want to find a new wife, right? Yes, only then would you not care. I didn't give you a son after all. Do you really not care about us, mother and daughter? Chi-Chi, it's mother who harmed you. If only you were a boy, then your father wouldn't ignore us, mother and daughter. My unfortunate Chi-Chi. As Go mother spoke, she suddenly thought of something else. They say women can be unreasonable and dramatic, and it seems true. Go Chi listened to her mother and felt speechless, especially at the storm centered on Father Go. He wasn't speechless, he was at a loss. He had no plans to divorce his wife. If he truly wanted to, he wouldn't have split the family over them. But now, with Mother Go saying this, he didn't know how to comfort her. He wanted to agree with her and report it, but thinking about his brother and the possibility that his mother might also be involved made him feel guilty. That would be unfilial and heartbreaking. Not only him, but his whole family would be hurt. How could he do such a thing? Although my younger brother almost died because of the pouch given by Annie, the doctor said he can recover if we take good care of him. Go-chi decided to push a little. Earlier, Go's mother didn't mention the child's situation, probably because Go-chi was afraid Go's father and mother might think of doing good deeds for the child. But now, since Go's mother is about to leave and Go's father is still foolish, Go-chi feels she can use the almost tragedy to influence Go's father. After all, boys are generally more powerful than girls. Although Go-chi feels sad about the preference for boys over girls, using a boy now seems more effective than just saying she's pregnant. What brother? Chi-chi, what are you talking about? What do you mean the pouch almost caused his death? See, when Go's father hears Go-chi's words, the first thing he notices is the word brother. Go-chi temporarily puts aside her small sadness inside and begins to tell Go's father about Go's mother being pregnant, including how the poisonous pouch nearly harmed the baby inside her. You're pregnant? Go's father looks at Go's mother with a happy expression. But this happiness comes at an inopportune time, so he tries hard to suppress it. It's none of your business. You don't care about being poisoned. The child was naturally poisoned and died. There's no way she's pregnant now. The poison had that effect. If you want a child, find another woman. Go's mother continues to pack her things, but the clothes she folds are repeatedly messed up. Go's father grabs her hand and makes her sit down. He wants to reach out and touch her belly, but is pushed away by Go's mother. It's not that I don't care. It's just, they are definitely my family. Even if they did wrong, going to court might be too harsh. We've already separated our households. Just living our good life is enough. Why bother with them? Father, we've already separated, and Auntie still wants to harm Mother. Whether we separate or not, they see it as something else. Father, you treat them as family, but they've never considered us family. I understand now. Father is angry at Chi-Chi because of the separation. Now that Mother's pregnant with a brother, Father cares even less about Chi-Chi. Even if Chi-Chi almost died today because of that poison, Father wouldn't feel sad for her anymore. Chi-Chi knows all this now. Chi-Chi has grown up and can earn her own money. Let's just live our lives peacefully. Go-chi saw that her father was still talking about family matters. Neither her mother nor the baby and her mother's could change his mind. So she thought she should add her own opinion. Although she, as a girl, might not weigh as much as the unborn baby in her mother's belly, she still decided to try. After speaking, she was ready to leave and called her servants to pack their things so they could go to Yenching together. Her father didn't understand what Go-chi was saying at first. It wasn't until he heard her call the servants to pack that he realized her meaning. At this point, he became worried. Her mother also became anxious and hurriedly told her father to stop Go-chi. Go-father saw Go-chi standing at the door without moving. Meanwhile, the two younger children, Yugua and Yuju, were already packing in Go-chi's room. Huanyang and Shuai-nyang were also packing their belongings, and Go-kongin was preparing the ox cart. Of course, the ox cart Go-kongin was preparing wasn't the one Go-father and his older brother owned, but the one brought back by Defu. Defu bought this cart for Go-chi to carry goods. When not hauling cargo, it was kept at Go-chi's house. Now was a good time for Go-kongin to use it. Stop right there. Why are you so stubborn? Father is only. Go-father hesitated, not knowing what to say. Did he not understand why Go-chi was doing this? But he really didn't want to involve the authorities. His shout of stop right there was useless. The servants at home were all bought by Go-chi. Usually, his words would work, but when his orders conflicted with Go-chi's, the servants always listened to her. Go-chi looked at her father, who showed no sign of stopping. She felt helpless. She had only wanted to make a show of it, but now she even thought that leaving her weak parents might lead to a better life for her. Chi-chi, where are you going? Let's go together, Mother and Chi-chi, her mother said, holding her bag and standing beside Go-chi. It was clear she also knew she had to push her husband a little. Go father saw that her mother's packed belongings, which she had been preparing for a long time, were now quickly packed in just a moment. He became anxious. He was truly worried. On one side, his wife and daughter, and on the other, his mother and brothers. Second brother, what are you doing? Mother and the third brother are treating your family like that. Yet you still care about their feelings? Have you forgotten that mother is forcing Chi-Chi to marry a fool? Even if you forget, today that idiot's wife has poisoned your daughter-in-law and you're still thinking about them. Now, younger sister-in-law and Kiki want to leave, and it's your fault. If I were younger sister-in-law, I would also leave you, this confused and unfair person. Big Uncle heard the commotion from Go Chi's side and immediately came out to see what was happening. When he came out, he saw Go Mother carrying a bundle, while the others were packing their luggage. It was clear that the packing was almost finished, and Go Kongin had already hitched the ox cart, waiting to load the luggage and leave. Without asking, everyone knew what had happened. Big Uncle knew about today's events and guessed that it was probably because Go Father refused to report the case. Brother, no matter what, they are our siblings and mother. I may dislike them, but it's not right to go to court against them. Go Father looked at Go Mother and Kiki. He was feeling very conflicted. Inside, he wondered why Go Mother and Kiki insisted on reporting the case this time. You treat them as siblings and mother, but when did they ever treat you as a brother or son? This time, they even poisoned my wife. I will report it to the authorities, whether you do or not. I won't let them go this time. Big Uncle's voice was already tense with anger, showing how firm his decision was. Brother, are you really going to do this? Go Father was somewhat shaken by Big Uncle's determination. Of course. Even if it's not for myself, I want them to pay for what they did to my wife. I won't let my wife and daughter be disappointed like you. Big Uncle's last words carried a hint of disdain. Although he didn't truly despise Go Father, he couldn't stand Go Father's hesitant attitude. Go Kiki thought that Big Uncle's words might hurt Go Father a little, so she decided to make her disappointed feelings clearer. She held Go Mother's arm carefully and helped her onto the ox cart, then jumped on herself and called Go Kongin to drive away. Shui Nyang sat beside Go Mother, blocking Go Father's view so he wouldn't see Go Mother's reluctant expression. Yugua and Yuju sat near Go Kiki, seemingly talking to her, but Go Kiki looked sad and didn't reply. Huanyang opened the door, waiting for Go Kongin to start the ox cart so she could jump on and leave. However, before Go Kongin could swing his whip, Go Father stopped them. Wife, don't go. It's my fault. I didn't consider your feelings.
Please stay.
Let's discuss this calmly. Where are you going so late at night? Your family is so far away and no one is home. Where can you go? Please don't leave. We don't need your permission to go anywhere. You don't care about us, your daughter and me. Even if we end up outside, it has nothing to do with you. Mother Go's words felt like a knife, stabbing both Go Father's heart and her own. Why don't you care? I do care, very much. I am useless. I don't know how to give you a good life, and I've let you suffer so much. It's my fault. You can hit me or scold me, but please don't leave. Go Father still hasn't talked about reporting to the authorities. Instead, he wants to hold Mother Go's hand and let her hit him. But Mother Go wouldn't hit him. She just wants him to agree to report the matter. Now that things are like this, Go Father still won't speak. Mother Go doesn't know what to do anymore. Like Go Father said, she really has nowhere to go. Maybe that's why Go Father keeps arguing with her here. Uncle Kong, and let's go, Go Chi said coldly, disappointed that Go Father still wouldn't let go, and told Kongin to drive. Chi. Go Father didn't expect her to speak now, especially since he was still trying to negotiate with Mother Go. Kongin listens to Go Chi. Dad, I don't ask for much. I just want Dad to care more about me, to think about my feelings. But you refuse. The person who tried to hurt me and my mother has been tolerated by you. If that's the case, I can't stay here anymore. I still want to live a good life, Go Chi said, tears silently falling. These tears were different from her usual crying and tantrums. Silent tears can touch people's hearts the most. Mother Go watched Go Chi quietly crying and started to cry herself. Go Father looked at the two crying people, frowning. Water Lady also looked at Go Father with helplessness. She gave him a look, and Kong moved the ox. When the ox moved, Go Father got really anxious. He no longer stayed in front of Mother Go. Instead, he limped quickly to the ox and blocked its way. Kong saw Go Father like this and had to make the ox stop again. "If you keep being stubborn, I'll have to help your sister-in-law. It's not hard to pull you away," he said. Uncle looked at Father Go standing in front of the ox, thinking he had made a decision, but he was just blocking the way and silently watching Mother Go without saying a word. This made Uncle very angry. He now understood how upset Mother Go and Go Chi were feeling inside. Dealing with such stubbornness was really frustrating. Big brother. Father Go looked at his older brother with a furrowed brow. But inside, he was already questioning whether he was truly stubborn and blind. His brother could be so carefree about the same problem, so why was he still hesitating? If he kept hesitating like this, his wife and children might leave him. Could he really go back to his unloving mother?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Not to mention whether he wanted to go back, his mother hadn't shown him kindness since his leg was injured. Even if he returned, she might just kick him out. His mother didn't care about him at all. So why should he let his wife and daughter be hurt for someone who didn't care about him? He was so foolish. What was he doing just now? His brother had been trying to comfort him, but how could he have been so distracted? While he was lost in thought, Go Kongan looked at Go Chi with his eyes, asking if they should keep walking. Seeing the change in Father Go's expression, Go Chi knew he was struggling internally, so she told Go Kongan to hold off for now. Sure enough, soon Father Go understood. Looking at his crying wife and daughter, he finally decided to write a petition with his brother. His decision to give in made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. The act of Mother Go and Go Chi running away from home could finally come to an end. At this moment, Go Chi should also discuss with Father Go and Uncle how to file a complaint against Third Aunt. Go Chi thought that if they were going to sue, they had to do it decisively. Otherwise, if they gave their opponents a chance to breathe, they might turn the tables on them. Chi, what do you mean by that? Aren't we going to sue anymore? Auntie overheard Go Chi and thought she had suddenly changed her mind and was no longer in a hurry to report. No way, I'm not giving up. I mean, we don't really understand how to file a lawsuit. If our evidence isn't enough and they find a loophole, it might not turn out well for us. So, I plan to talk to Lord Song first and ask what preparations are needed to bring them down. Go Chi would never give up such a good chance. She wouldn't let it slip away. Yes, Chi-Chi is right. If it's just a fine, her mother might just refuse to pay because of her stubborn nature. If we sue now, it might be pointless, and others might say we're unfilial, which isn't worth it. Grandmother Go agrees with Chi-Chi's words and thinks it's best to bring the third family down to the bottom. Father Go doesn't want to be so harsh, but seeing Mother Go silent, he dares not speak his mind. Chi-Chi, talk to Lord Song tomorrow, and then we can decide what to do. The final outcome depends on Lord Song's opinion. Even if we sue, we shouldn't make Lord Song uncomfortable. Mother Go's words clearly mean that they will sue, but they won't use connections to trouble Lord Song. Mother, I understand, Chi-Chi naturally says. But she plans to go see Song Yuze first, hoping he can help her think of a way to handle Auntie San's poisoning so that Uncle San's family and the old lady can be dealt with directly. As for whether Song Yuze will be troubled, she trusts that with their cooperation, he won't delay. She just doesn't know how much help he will give, but Chi-Chi believes that no matter how much he helps, she will do her best. At worst, she can give some more profit from the filtering tank. In the back courtyard of the Wei City government office, Chi-Chi sits in a pavilion eating potato chips and drinking milk tea. She looks very relaxed, but she has been waiting here for a long time. If she weren't hungry, she probably wouldn't have let Lai Yongi bring her chips and milk tea. Is Song Yuze not here? Of course not. Song Yuze is very busy right now. The gift she gave him has made the entire office busy. So even if Song Yuze wants to come talk to Chi-Chi, he has to wait until he is free. Chi-Chi knows she has made a mistake, so she can only patiently wait. Soon, 2 attendants come with food, and it's clear it's not just for one person. They also say that Song Yuze should be almost done and will eat with Chi-Chi soon. Chi-Chi has no objections and asks the attendants to bring Go Kongin to eat with her. There's nothing urgent happening in the office anyway. Kongin still feels a bit uneasy, but just then, Song Yuze walks over from afar and he feels relieved and leaves. When Song Yuze appears, he first apologizes and then invites Chi-Chi to eat together. Although it is said that one should not speak while eating or sleeping, Song Yuze has been very busy lately. He only has a little free time during meals, so he naturally asks Go Chi why she came to see him. After Go Chi explains everything, Song Yuze first inquires about her health and also shows concern for her mother and aunt. Once he confirms that all three are fine, he then asks Go Chi what kind of outcome she hopes for. Retribution for murder. Though no one has been harmed yet, if we hadn't discovered it in time, someone could have been seriously hurt. My mother's pregnancy is a sensitive matter that shouldn't be shared publicly yet, but it's a fact and a potential risk for someone to get hurt. So, I ask Lord Song to keep my mother's pregnancy confidential for now. As for the accomplices, I think they should be exiled. The farther away, the better, ideally so far they can't come back. Go Chi's words made Song Yuze look at her carefully, studying her for a long time.
He wanted to see if what she said was true.
How could such a young child harbor such deep hatred? Do your parents agree with this? Of course. They want to punish the ones responsible, especially since they targeted my mother. My mother will naturally file charges. My father loves her very much. My uncle and aunt feel the same. Originally, they planned to come today to deliver a formal complaint, but I think we should first ask Lord Song if they can be expelled from Weiqing. If not, we can wait and gather more facts and evidence before proceeding. Although Go Chi spoke like this, she was already considering whether she might need to fake evidence if it wasn't enough. Did anyone see your third and give money to your mother? Or see her buy those medicines? In this matter, I can be judged either way, but only if the evidence is solid. Clear witnesses and physical proof are necessary for a fair judgment. That way, I can be sure of the outcome and avoid being overturned. Song Yuze thought for a moment. He felt this was neither too big nor too small, just a matter of how it was handled. But to handle it well, enough evidence and witnesses are needed. He can help investigate, but the officials are very busy lately. If Go Chi can find the evidence herself, that would be even better. Understood. I'll go back and ask around. Thank you, Lord Song, Go Chi said after receiving his answer. She didn't linger and prepared to ask Tianyo's people to find witnesses and evidence. Recently, many people in Weiqing have been looking for Tianyo. Therefore, Go Chi didn't spend much effort after the government office and quickly found Tianyo's people. When they saw Go Chi, they were surprised and flattered, because they rarely saw Go Chi in person. Especially since Dafu had just returned, the chances of seeing Go Chi were very small. So, being found by Go Chi showed how much she valued the task she was giving. Even if the person Go Chi found wasn't Tianyo, he would still take her orders seriously. Soon, the little beggars in Weiqing started acting. Even Tianyo from Yanqing came to Weiqing to help. With Tianyo there, he gathered all the information, picked out useful details, or things that needed further investigation. His presence made the investigation more organized. Soon, many rumors started to spread among Tianyo's side. He sorted out the useful parts of these rumors and sent people to investigate further, turning hearsay into solid evidence. The most reliable information came from the little beggars who had been watching the old lady's house. They also learned where the poison came from. The person who made the poison was none other than the scam doctor who had previously deceived Rong Song. He was very familiar with poisons, so making such poison was easy for him. At first, when he went to the old lady's house, he didn't show that he knew much about poisons. He only learned this after checking her pulse a few times and chatting. From the information leaked by the doctor, Tianyo and his team figured out the full story. This matter wasn't really about the third aunt. Although she did make the purse, she might not have known what was inside. But the poison was definitely made by the old lady, and she had been doing it for some time. The old lady wanted to make the poison because she couldn't stand that Go's family was now wealthy and even richer than the third son. She decided to make sure Go's family would lose the chance to have more children, so their wealth wouldn't be passed down. In the end, their property would have no heirs and would only go to the third son's children.
Bah.
That old lady is really out of her mind. How can you still respect her as a mother? Big Aunt's words were naturally directed at Big Uncle, although he had always behaved very well. Mother Go heard what Big Aunt said and stared directly at Father Go, making him feel ashamed without her even speaking. Thinking about all her previous attempts to stop things, she now felt her face burning. So this is about plotting to gain wealth and harm life, Go Chi whispered, as if talking to herself, but everyone around also heard her. At first, everyone was just expressing their hatred for the old lady, but now it seemed there was also a strange, unspoken fear. Lord Song said that the witnesses and evidence should be enough. We should report her quickly, or who knows what other tricks she might use to harm us. Big Aunt felt anxious upon hearing the words plotting to gain wealth and harm life, and urged to report as soon as possible, not wanting to delay. Mother Go agreed with Big Aunt. She had once thought of blessing her unborn child, but now she didn't want it anymore. After all, to bless someone you first need to be alive. In response to Big Aunt's urging, Father Go and Big Uncle said nothing, especially Father Go, who seemed to have completely let go of the so-called family ties. That's enough. Big Uncle and Father can prepare the complaint papers. I will send them to Lord Song tomorrow, Go Chi said. To avoid unnecessary delays and because her birthday was coming soon, she didn't want any unpleasant surprises on her special day. No, my big uncle, and I will go. You little one, don't need to go. Father Go thought that delivering the complaint was a formal matter and shouldn't be left to Go Chi. I should go. It's more appropriate. I can also ask Lord Song whether we need to appear in person. If we don't have to, then just having the case judged without us showing up would be best. It also means no one will know that we filed the complaint against our own grandmother. Although Go Chi felt that the plaintiff should appear in person, she understood why Father Go had previously refused to report officially. So, if the issue could be resolved without them having to appear, that would be even better. Can we avoid appearing in person? Hearing this possibility, both Father Go and Big Uncle widened their eyes. Although Big Uncle had already expressed his stance, if there was a chance to avoid appearing, he hoped no one would find out that it was they, the brothers, who filed the complaint against their own mother. I'm not sure. We need to ask Lord Song. Hopefully there's a way. Or maybe find a method where we appear but not fully, which could work too. Go Chi did not make a final decision, which was also to let Go's father and elder uncle not have high expectations for now, and to be mentally prepared to step forward if needed.
Let's follow what Chi suggests.
She knows Lord Song well, and when she appears at the office, no one will suspect she's there to deliver a petition. The eldest aunt agreed at this moment. She was grateful that her elder brother had supported her from the start, so she naturally considered her brother's perspective. All right, Chi will have to make another trip tomorrow. The elder uncle hoped to avoid personally going, so he didn't insist on going himself. Although Go's father still thought he should go himself, he considered that Go Chi was familiar with Lord Song, so he agreed. The next day, Go Chi brought the petition she had prepared with Go's father and elder uncle to see Lord Song again. Today, Lord Song didn't seem as busy. When Go Chi arrived, he asked her to wait in the study. In the study, he looked over the petition, the evidence Go Chi provided, and the list of witnesses. As for the witnesses' testimonies, those would need to be gathered by the officials at the office. However, Go Chi's witness list was very detailed, including names, addresses, and what each person knew. This made things much easier later. They just needed to question the witnesses and have them make a formal statement. So, you're now accusing them not of attempted murder, but of attempted theft and harming others for profit? Lord Song asked after reading the petition.
Yes.
They want to prevent my mother and elder aunt and even me from having children. Their plan is to ensure my father and elder brother have no heirs, so after they pass away, they can legally take everything from my family. This poisoning was just the first step. The next might be directly attacking my father and elder brother. That's why we are suing them for attempted theft and harm, Go Chi explained. Although her explanation was based on assumptions, There was factual evidence to support her claims, since the suspects had already taken action. As for whether there would be a second or third step, no one dared to test it with their own lives. It was better to eliminate such possibilities early. Lord Song, knowing Go Chi wanted to charge the elderly woman and others with certain crimes, began to plan mentally. Convicting them with existing evidence wouldn't be difficult, but since no actual harm had yet occurred, it wouldn't be easy to sentence them to a heavy punishment. Although it was just a matter of his word, he wanted to proceed carefully and make sure everything was done properly. Lord Song, do you think the current evidence is enough for a lighter sentence? Go Chi kept paying attention to Song Yu's expression. She was well-versed in the Dan laws and naturally knew that the current evidence was not enough. It's not that the evidence is insufficient, but that the case itself isn't strong enough. The motives of greed and murder are somewhat lacking. Although this doctor can serve as a witness, the medicine he prepared isn't lethal. There are some loopholes to exploit. Of course, a forced verdict is possible, but just in case I transfer the case and someone reviews the files, they might overturn the verdict in their favor. Absolutely cannot overturn the verdict. Go Chi was annoyed when she heard about overturning the case. Overturning? Impossible. I understand that naturally, which is why I said the evidence is somewhat lacking. Look, your uncle's statement also mentions something else. Can we find witnesses or physical evidence for this? Song Yuza handed the statement written by her uncle to Go Chi. Go Chi hadn't seen her uncle's statement before. Honestly, she didn't even know he had written one. When her uncle wrote the statement, he was with Go's father. And when Go's father was writing, Go Chi was nearby, watching, and only went to sleep after she thought everything was fine. In the morning, Go's mother had already folded the statement. She just opened it to check, confirmed the beginning matched what she saw last night, and then didn't read further. At this moment, Song Yuza surprisingly told her there was another statement inside, and what was written there seemed somewhat different from what her father had written. Go Chi took the statement with a hint of confusion and curiosity and began to read. The first part was similar to her father's statement, both describing the poison pouch incident. But after describing the poison pouch incident, her uncle's statement included another story. This involved her uncle's daughter. Her uncle once had a daughter who was used as a tool by the old lady because she was a girl. At that time, her third uncle hadn't married the third aunt yet and was discussing marriage with her. It was said that someone was consulted to read the fortune, claiming that someone in the family had conflicts with the third aunt and she needed to leave. Her third uncle and the third aunt were a good match. Once she married in, she would bring good luck to him. The old lady, upon hearing she could bring good luck, insisted that the third aunt marry into the family. As for the person with conflicts, it was her uncle's daughter. A young girl, whether sent away or sold, didn't matter as long as her third uncle benefited. Of course, the old lady didn't tell her uncle that she planned to sell his daughter. She only said she found a good family for her, and the other family had an elderly person seriously ill, hoping she could marry quickly to bring good fortune. My great-uncle and great-aunt were reluctant, but they believed that their daughter would marry sooner or later. Marrying her early would also mean she wouldn't have to suffer from the old lady's harshness anymore. So, they agreed to marry off their daughter at a young age. However, when the 3-day visit came, their daughter did not return home. The couple became worried that she might be unhappy there. They planned to secretly visit the address given by the old lady to see how their daughter was doing. To their surprise, when they arrived, they found out there was no marriage or matchmaking happening at that place. The couple was very upset. They had visited this family before and thought they were good people, which is why they agreed to the match arranged by the old lady. But now, they realized they had been tricked. They hurried home to ask the old lady about it. She casually replied that their daughter had been sold. She even told the older brother to think about his younger brother. Selling a girl could help the third son get married. For the Go family, this was a sure profit. But how could this be called a sale? My great-uncle and great-aunt could not accept this. They thought about splitting up the family, but since they were the eldest and the old lady wouldn't allow them to separate, they never officially divided. Later, my great-uncle found out where his daughter had been taken. When he went to look for her, The other side said she was too strong-willed and had hit her head on a post and died within a few days. They even claimed they were losing out because they bought such a girl. Before they could profit, she was gone. My great-uncle wanted to retrieve her body and belongings, but the other side sneered, saying they had nothing left. Even if she was dead, she was still their person, and the great-uncle had no relation to her anymore. If he wanted her remains, he would have to pay money. The price was very high, more than my great-uncle could afford at the time. He couldn't ask the old lady for money either. In the end, he took nothing and could only keep this bitterness in his heart. Now, he wanted to report the old lady and the third uncle. He thought about writing everything down, regardless of whether it would help. Just by writing it out and seeing them punished, he felt he would have avenged his daughter. Gochi looked at what her great-uncle had written and frowned. She even thought that if she had been there at the time, she might have beaten the old lady into the dust. This was a case of forcing a good girl into prostitution, even involving her own grandmother selling her granddaughter to such a place. Such things have even been done by the old lady. Trading her for a chance for her cousin to study might be considered a kindness by her. Gofu and Gomu are not willing to accept this kindness, and in the end, they even divided the family. No wonder the old lady has become so crazy that she even has harmful thoughts for personal gain. Time has passed long ago, but since it happened, there must be traces. Let's first submit this complaint and lock them up in jail. As for my cousin's matter, I will find evidence. If this is true, will she be sentenced to death? Gookie knows this investigation will take a long time, so if they want to include this matter, the old lady and her family sentence will be delayed. But whether delayed or not, as long as they are locked up, they won't cause trouble anymore, which is safer. Locking them up is fine, but we can't delay finding evidence, Song Yuza said, then ordered people to arrest the old lady and her family. Gookie naturally left afterward. Of course, she didn't rush to leave. After giving Tion Nyo another task, she went to the tea house across from the government office to drink tea. Is she so relaxed? Of course not. She was just waiting to see the scene of the old lady and her family being taken into the government office. As for whether Gofu and others need to appear at that time, Song Yuza promised that if it's not necessary, they can watch from the crowd. But if it's really needed, they still have to step forward. Gookie was quite satisfied with this. The knocking on the door was very urgent, making the people inside think something serious had happened. The person opening the door was a young maid from the old lady's courtyard. Seeing the group of officials outside, she was initially cursing but then choked on her words. The officials saw the door open and, regardless of who the maid was, detained her first. Then they entered each courtyard and detained everyone inside. Officer, did you arrest the wrong person? I am just an honest old lady. I haven't done anything wrong. Officer, is my husband in trouble again? This has nothing to do with me. I am just a woman who doesn't understand anything. Shameless woman, what nonsense are you talking? What could I have done? I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. How could I commit a crime? Maybe you were caught stealing, and the other side found out and is retaliating against us. Officer, this is all because of this woman. It has nothing to do with our family. I will divorce her immediately, right away. Yes, Your Honor. Our family's only suspect is this worthless person. Just arrest her. It has nothing to do with us. Nothing at all. Listening to these people, although the officers didn't initially say why they were arresting anyone, these folks started suspecting each other without knowing anything. Someone accused you of plotting to harm others for money. We'll discuss it further at the official office, the officer said simply. But those words only made them more confused. Your Honor, how could we possibly plot to harm others for money? You must have the wrong person. It must be a mistake. Yes, Your Honor. I only gamble a little, but I would never harm anyone for money. I wouldn't even kill a chicken. Stop crying out. If there's a problem, we'll talk at the office, the officer scolded. Although these three don't look like they would hurt anyone, since Lord Song ordered their arrest, there must be solid evidence. Recently, they've arrested many people, and only those with proof are taken. Otherwise, it would be a joke to arrest and then release them. So, They didn't believe these three's cries and even looked at them more unfavorably. The officers scolded the three elderly women, but when they saw the officers really about to take them away, they became nervous and kept protesting their innocence. "Shut their mouths," the officers said, not wanting to hear their complaints. They had a way to deal with these people, just silence them. Soon, someone took strips of cloth from somewhere and stuffed them into the three women's mouths. Now, they couldn't shout, but some servants in the yard weren't happy about that. The elderly women were usually harsh, so the servants had long been unhappy with them. Now, because they didn't know what crime the women committed, they were also being taken to the officials. This wasn't right. So, the women couldn't shout anymore and started crying out in protest. The officers received orders to arrest the three women. The servants were used to being detained, so even though their mouths weren't gagged, the officers told them to behave. The officers also told them that if it turned out they weren't involved, they'd be fine and might even be sold again. Hearing this, the servants calmed down and even considered whether to cooperate with Lord Song to prove the women's false accusations of harming others for money. Maybe then they could serve someone else. Go Chi watched a large group of people walking toward the government office from the tea house. Besides some hints she could normally see quite far. From a distance, she saw the old woman, third uncle, and third aunt being pushed by officers toward the government office. Why do I say a large group? Besides the officers and those being arrested, there were quite a few onlookers. They followed behind the officers, pointing and whispering. Although she couldn't hear what they said, she saw them pointing at the old woman and others, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. As the crowd approached, she could hear their voices. But their words were all guesses about what crime this family might have committed. That old woman is so old. What could she have done? Hey, isn't that third Uncle Go? Oh, isn't that third Uncle Go's wife? Could this old woman be third Uncle Go's mother? Indeed, it looks like third Uncle Go. It's quite possible she's his mother. That's obvious. If not her mother, then maybe a mistress. Third Uncle Go's wife looks pretty good. She wouldn't be with an old mistress. Ha ha ha, maybe third Uncle Go really likes that kind of thing. Oh wow, this old woman actually glared at me. Scared me. This family isn't good.
They all got arrested this time.
Probably involved in something serious. Definitely. Our Lord Song has been active lately, but he's never wrong about arrests. Yes, yes. Since Lord Song is behind it, they must have committed a big crime. Officer, can you tell us what they did? Some braver onlookers wanted to find out what the old woman and her family had done. But as soon as an officer looked their way, they shut up. They didn't press for details about the crime, but they kept guessing and joking about the family. Recently, Lord Song has been handling old cases. Maybe they did something in the past that's now being investigated. Old cases? That suggests it might be something from before they split up the family. Could it have involved Go De Ge and Go Er Ge? They're good people. They shouldn't be dragged into their mother's trouble. Yes, I have heard that the old woman loves her youngest son very much. It seems she might have done something crazy for him. That must be the case. I believe Lord Song will issue a notice soon. We will know the truth then. Although the onlookers are still curious, they gradually disperse after the old woman and others are taken into the government office. Go Chi waited until the crowd had completely left before leaving the tea house, smiling as she headed toward the city gate. She wanted to share this good news with Go Fu and her eldest uncle. Today, both Go Fu and her eldest uncle were also traveling by carriage, but they seemed distracted, waiting for Go Chi. When they learned that Lord Song had already arrested the old woman and others, the brothers showed no obvious reaction, but Go Chi could see the complex feelings in their eyes. Elder uncle, Lord Song said he will investigate our cousin's case as well. Think carefully. Was there anyone who knew about her situation back then? Although Go Chi knew her elder uncle and father were probably upset, starting with her elder uncle was the fastest way, since he had found the last place her cousin appeared. When her elder uncle heard that her cousin's case might also be investigated, he was very excited, and even his hands trembled a little. He originally wrote the case in a petition just seeking comfort, not expecting Lord Song to take it so seriously. Really? Really? Lord Song said so. His voice trembled as he spoke. Yes, it's also a crime. They also hope you can provide relevant proof or evidence. Of course, since a lot of time has passed, many things might be lost. But witnesses should remember a few details. Once they testify, it should work, Go Chi said. Although she thought it might be hard to find physical evidence, she believed someone must have handled the case back then. Those who handled it would be witnesses, and finding them would be enough. Physical evidence. Like a sales contract? I once stole it from your grandmother. It's the contract that sold my daughter. We've kept it all this time. Who was listed as the seller on it? Go Chi was surprised to hear about the contract. That's evidence. As long as the old woman's name is on it, it's easy to handle. Who else? It's your grandmother, her eldest uncle said angrily, his expression full of hostility. It was clear that whenever the topic of her cousin came up, he showed strong hatred toward the old woman. That counts as solid proof. With this witness, it doesn't matter much if others can't be found. Of course, it would be even better to find more witnesses. When Go Chi heard that the old woman had actually left her name, she was very happy. She had thought that after so much time, it might be hard to find evidence or proof. Now, it was great to see that this strong evidence was in the hands of the eldest uncle. He truly had good foresight to steal the contract back then. Of course, when the eldest uncle heard it was solid proof, he was naturally excited. He never imagined that the contract he stole because he wanted to keep something would become the most important item now. Maybe this was a sign from his daughter, guiding him. Although he never planned to report the case at first, now that he wanted to give his daughter justice. That noon, the eldest uncle took out the contract and personally delivered it to the official office. He went there with Go Fu. No one suspected they were delivering evidence. People thought they were visiting the mother who was being held in the jail. Such filial sons. Even now they want to see their mother, who committed a crime. With two such good sons, I really don't understand what the old lady of the Go family is thinking. She's blind. What else could she be thinking? That's true. If she weren't blind, how could she be so kind to that third son, who's addicted to gambling? People naturally imagined stories that seemed reasonable when they saw Go Fu and his son entering the office. But after they went in and talked to Song Yuza, they handed over the contract and left. They didn't even say they wanted to visit the old woman in the jail. After leaving the office, they ignored questions from others about the old woman. They just frowned and shook their heads helplessly. Go Chi said that matters related to the case should not be shared with outsiders. Even if someone asked, they should pretend they didn't know anything, just frown and shake their heads. They didn't want to talk about the case with outsiders at all. The way Go Chi explained it made people stop asking. Some even patted them on the shoulder in concern, as if trying to comfort them. With physical and witness evidence, the eldest uncle gathered a few people. Go Chi told Tianyo that there weren't many people who could be found, but with the contract, it didn't matter if there were witnesses or not. Then they waited for Song Yuza to arrange the trial date. Although the courthouse doors have always been open, recently there have been so many cases to review that hardly anyone is watching. Only a few small beggars linger at the entrance, seeming to pass by or play around. Most people are not interested in the trial process. They just want to see a conclusion. Because of this, when Go Chi and his family appeared at the courthouse, few thought it was strange. Later, they were called inside by Song Yuza. When they saw who went in, most people just thought they were there to ask questions or to check on the old woman. When Go Chi and his family came out, their eyes were all red. Even the two men, the eldest uncle and Go father, had red eyes. Mother, don't get too excited. If you get too upset, your brother will feel worse, Go Chi said, noticing that their mother was very emotional, even though he wasn't feeling the same way. It was better to remind her gently. Yes, I won't get too excited. They brought this on themselves. For your brother, I can't afford to be upset, their mother said, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Once she settled down, everyone else also adjusted their feelings. Today, during Song Yuza's trial, they didn't expect so many things to come out. Besides what they accused, many other issues were exposed by the old woman's servants. They never imagined that the old woman would do so many things for her third son. These included not only matters involving their families but also other relatives. If they hadn't filed charges, these secrets might never have been known. It wasn't just the old woman. Uncle San was also not a good person and had done many wrong things. The most unfairly treated was probably Aunt San, who was always used as a tool in everything. Even in this case of the poison pouch, she was kept in the dark. Of course, the old woman wouldn't tell her the pouch was poisonous, or she wouldn't have made it. But even if she was just a tool, she still had to be punished for her crimes. Being not the mastermind didn't mean she could escape punishment. Song Yuza immediately sentenced them to exile. Go-chi hoped for the death penalty, but he knew that was unlikely. Exile was the best outcome. Since the old woman was very old, there was a risk she could encounter trouble on the way, which could be as bad as death. Besides exile, there was also compensation, meaning they would have to give all their belongings to the two families. However, now their family has only a few acres of land and just one property. They didn't want to bother with dividing these assets, so they left it to the two families to handle themselves. If they couldn't agree, they would come back to him. The two brothers didn't expect to receive the property deed and land title, an unexpected surprise. But right now, they had no desire to deal with the paperwork. They decided to wait until they returned home. Back home, everyone was silent. The servants had prepared food and wine in advance. Except for Mother Go and Go-chi, who couldn't drink. Even the eldest aunt was drunk that night. After a night of drinking, everyone returned to their usual selves the next day. Father Go and the eldest uncle went out again to deliver goods as if nothing had happened. Go-chi was happy inside. She thought she wouldn't be able to solve the old lady's problems before her birthday. But unexpectedly, Song Yuza was very helpful and quickly resolved everything. Her birthday was still 3 days away. Father Go and the eldest uncle had already planned how to divide the property and land. Mother Go didn't want the property. She liked living in Go Village, where their family's filter tank factory was also located. Father Go agreed that staying in Go Village was best. They wanted to stay, and the eldest uncle also wanted to stay, but they didn't have many attachments to Go Village. Besides, since Go-chi's family was earning more and more, Annie Go felt her family relied too much on Go-chi's family, which was not good. So, instead of staying, she decided to return to Weiqing to see if she could find a good job there. As for the eldest uncle's ox cart, it could still run, just departing from Weiqing instead of Go Village. No big change. In the end, the eldest uncle and his family moved back to Weiqing, while Go-chi and her family stayed in Go Village. The brothers divided the land, about 10 acres, equally. It seemed Go-chi's family received less, but both parents thought it was fine. After all, one of the old lady's accusations involved the eldest daughter's family. The people involved had no objections to this division, and Song Yuza handled the paperwork surprisingly quickly. However, the eldest uncle and his family didn't rush to move. They planned to wait until after Go-chi's birthday to find a good day to leave. On the morning of Go-chi's birthday, everyone was busy preparing. They even woke up much earlier than usual. Go-chi was awakened by the occasional talking sounds coming from the yard. But she didn't go outside. Instead, she looked out the window at the people outside. All the servants were busy, with no one standing still. The busiest was the flower girl, who was in charge of cooking today. She had learned some new dishes from Go-chi, and today she planned to make all of them. The fried foods were already being fried. Since most fried foods need to be fried twice, frying them once now would save a lot of time. Go Kong was busy fetching water. Today, a lot of water was needed. He carried water into the filtering tank, and the filtered water was used to wash vegetables. Water Girl and Yugwa kept busy washing the vegetables. Grandpa and Go's father didn't go out with the carts today. They were busy slaughtering chickens. Seeing this, Go-chi felt very upset. Those chickens were egg-laying hens, but since there was a feast, chickens were definitely needed. As for Yuju, she seemed free, but wasn't really idle. She was waiting outside Go-chi's door, waiting for Go-chi to wake up. Even while waiting, she wasn't just standing still. She seemed to be wrapping something. Go-chi couldn't see clearly from her position, but based on her guess, she was wrapping some snacks as a thank you gift for the guests arriving today. She saw Yuju secretly feeding herself a small piece while wrapping. Gochi hadn't told anyone it was her birthday today, so she didn't think anyone would come. Of course, she wouldn't discourage everyone's enthusiasm. After all, birthdays are best celebrated with family. Inside the house, some noises were heard. When Yuju heard them, she put down what she was holding, quickly washed her hands, prepared some toiletries, and brought hot water into Gochi's room. "Miss, are you awake?" After washing up, Yuju prepared breakfast. Gochi ate quietly, just like usual. When she finished and came out, she could clearly see everyone busy working. She wanted to help but was refused. The reason was simple. Today was her birthday and she wouldn't want to tire herself out. So, she had no choice but to go watch the chickens and walk the dogs. "Big dog, do you think they've prepared so much food, but we won't finish eating it all? I saw Dad borrowing tables and chairs from next door earlier. How many tables are they planning to set up? I didn't invite anyone. So, how could there be so many guests?" Before she finished speaking, Go Chong helped Go's father carry the tables and chairs to appear at the door. Behind them, there was also Second Sister. Second Sister was holding a small paper package, though it's unclear what was inside, but it was clearly a gift for her. After Guiqiang put down the table and chairs, he took the paper package from Second Sister and handed it to Guiqi. "Happy birthday, Qi. I don't know what you like, so I specially asked someone in Weiqing to buy some pastries. I hope you like them." Guiqiang truly didn't know what Guiqi liked, but since Guiqi's family often made delicious food, he thought she probably liked to eat, so he gave her the pastries. Guiqi wouldn't refuse gifts from others, even if she didn't particularly like the pastries. "Thank you, Brother Chong." Guiqi happily accepted the gift. Before she could give the pastries to Yuju to put away, Second Sister took out something she had prepared. It was a handkerchief, clearly embroidered by herself, making it a thoughtful gift. Guiqi naturally was happy to accept it and praised Second Sister's embroidery skills for getting better and better. This made Second Sister very happy, especially since she had been feeling that her relationship with Guiqi was growing more distant lately, partly due to her own feelings. But today, on Guiqi's birthday, she still prepared a handkerchief for her and also mentioned she had one just like it, only in a different color. Such a handkerchief showed that they were still good sisters. Although Guiqi knew Second Sister was a little upset with her, she understood and didn't mind. She handed the gift to Yuju to store and asked Yuju to pour water for both of them, since today they were guests. However, these two didn't see themselves as guests and started helping out by rolling up their sleeves. Because their families already had a good relationship, they naturally didn't refuse. Today, Guiqiang's parents didn't come because the filtering tank factory wouldn't take a day off just for Guiqi's birthday. So only Guiqiang, representing the factory, was there. Since Guiqiang represented the factory, the family's representative had to be Second Sister. After all, except for Second Sister, everyone else in Guiqiang's family worked at the factory. Not long after they arrived, Li the butcher and his wife came. Of course, his gift was meat. While he was giving birthday wishes to Guiqi, the actual gift was for Guiqi's father. Guiqi's father and mother initially planned to stop their work and chat with them, but they didn't get the chance. Just like Guiqiang and the others, Li and his wife rolled up their sleeves and started helping. The warmth of the villagers is truly best shown through these two families. Then the village chief arrived with gifts. Although Go Chi shared the village chief's secret with Song Yuza, the village chief himself didn't know. For someone like Go Chi, who brought a lot of energy to Gojia village, he still appeared on Go Chi's birthday. Without those threatening people, Go Chi was no longer worried about the village chief's presence. After all, the village chief was good at saving face. When the village chief arrived, he naturally didn't help with the work. Go Chi's father and the others didn't like the village chief much, so they didn't stop their work to chat with him. The village chief was really good at pretending. Even though he was ignored, he still joked and laughed with everyone, acting as if he wasn't being left out at all. Soon, neighbors from the village arrived one after another. Most of them had family members working at Go Chi's filter factory, so even if they couldn't work, their family members would come to visit. At this moment, Go Chi finally understood why there were so many tables set up. He originally thought it was just the villagers, but by noon, 2 horse-drawn carriages stopped at their door. One carriage was familiar. It belonged to Rong Song. The other carriage he hadn't seen before, but the driver was someone Go Chi recognized, an attendant of Song Yuza. Clearly, the visitors were Song Yuza himself. It was strange that they came together, but Go Chi soon found out. They were actually relatives. Thinking back to the rumors he heard about Rong Song, he could understand why Rong Song was now in Weicheng and why he was at Banshan Academy. With a relative like Song Yuza, who was also a former student of Banshan Academy, young Rong Song would have some support in Weicheng. Of course, after learning they were relatives, Go Chi became even more curious about Song Yuza's identity. Rong Song's status was such that both Fong Chung and Xiao Zhi's families didn't want to get involved, so as a relative, Song Yuza's position couldn't be much different. When Song Yuza appeared, the villagers who had arrived early lowered their voices. But Go Chi's father, as the host, took the initiative to greet him. The village chief, seeing Song Yuza, naturally went forward to flatter him. With both of them talking to Song Yuza, everyone else noticed that Song Yuza didn't act like someone with official authority. The more daring villagers went up to chat with him. Actually, Rong Song originally didn't know these people and no one knew his identity, so in the end, only Go Chi spoke to him. Fortunately, Fong Chung and Xiao Zhi also arrived later. The gifts they brought for Go Chi were similar to those Rong Song brought, mostly books. Along with the calligraphy set sent by Song Yuza, it was as if they truly considered Go Chi a student who loved reading. However, the contents of the books they gave were different, showing that these people only knew a little about Go Chi. For example, Fong Chung gave a medical book, probably because Go Chi had read many medical books with him before. Xiao Zhi gave what looked like a cookbook, a handwritten copy. Although Go Chi thought she wouldn't need it, Xiao Zhi probably gave it to himself to practice cooking, since he liked making things. This idea was somewhat similar to Go Chang's thoughts. Rong Song didn't give books like reference materials, but instead gave some novels. When Go Chi saw these books, her eyes lit up. She had never seen novels in the library at the Mountain Half-Study Academy. Of course, she believed every era had its own unique novels, but she was young, and even if she went to the city's bookstore, no one would recommend novels to her. Rong Song could tell Go Chi liked the books he gave her. Even though Xiao Zhi and Fong Chung also gave books, he could see from her expression that she liked his gifts the most. This made him very happy, and he silently made a note to find more such novels for her in the future. It seemed that most people had arrived by now. Even Dean Xiao from the Mountain Half-Study Academy had come. His appearance naturally meant the village chief no longer had a place, especially since Song Yuza had already stood up when he saw Dean Xiao. Of course, the village chief still sat at the same table with them, but he no longer had the chance to flatter Song Yuza. The banquet began. Go Chi, as the little birthday girl, naturally had to say a few words in front of everyone. Honestly, she didn't expect so many people to come, even though some of them might not have come just for her. But since they came to celebrate her birthday, she accepted their good wishes. Thinking back to her previous life, her birthday was often ignored even by her parents, which was very sad. But now, so many people had come to celebrate her, even for a small birthday. How could she not feel excited? She was about to express her thanks, but suddenly started crying. Everyone there didn't understand why this girl, so happy, was shedding tears. Even Go father and Go mother didn't understand what was happening, but luckily Go Chi quickly realized she had lost her composure from people's expressions. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and cheerfully greeted everyone to start eating. Chi thanks everyone, grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters for celebrating my birthday. Chi will toast first. As soon as she finished speaking, Go Chi drank the juice in her hand in one gulp. At this moment, Go father and Go mother also stepped forward to invite everyone to eat. The food was made by Flower Lady, and it was simple home-cooked dishes at Go Chi's house, but not many people had eaten such food before. Because Go Chi's family always used plenty of oil, many people found the dishes surprisingly delicious. Even people like Song Yuza and Rong Song, who usually enjoyed fine food, thought Go Chi's family cooked better meals than their own. Those who had eaten at Go Chi's house before already knew how the food tasted, but trying it again still amazed them. This time, Go Chi's family used even more seasonings because DeFu had gone out and brought back many ingredients. Just as everyone was about to finish eating, a carriage appeared at Go Chi's door again. This time, the visitors were not here for the feast but to give gifts. The visitor was Lai Yongyi. He was the shopkeeper at Go Chi's store, but no one outside knew he was just a shopkeeper. Everyone thought he was the owner of the water pavilion. His gifts included 2 bolts of cloth, which were truly for Go Chi, but the rest were for everyone present. He brought a lot of milk tea, and each person received a cup. Milk tea was very popular in Weicheng, and even in Gojia village, which wasn't far from Weicheng, many people knew about it. But only wealthy families like Rong Song and Fong Chung had actually tasted milk tea. Who would have thought that attending an ordinary child's birthday banquet would not only let them see the magistrate and eat the same food as him but also taste the milk tea only rich city folks could afford? Go Chi looked at Lai Yongyi and couldn't help but smile. She had just been thinking that today's banquet had brought out everything she prepared, except for the milk tea. Now Lai Yongyi had brought it. With so much milk tea, Lai Yongyi probably brought all the milk tea he planned to sell today. Although this was spending her money, she didn't mind because she was happy today. Having been here for over half a year, it was rare to indulge a little. Even if she was spending money, she was happy. After Lai Yongyi left, the banquet also ended, and people gradually started to leave. Director Xiao and Song Yuza left together. As for whether Song Yuza followed Director Xiao to the Mountain Halfway Academy, Go Chi didn't know because she was busy attending to others. The villagers went home one by one. The couple of Butcher Li didn't leave. Instead, they helped clean up. Go Chong needed to return quickly to the factory, so he left his second daughter behind to help. Initially, Xiao Ji and Fong Cheng also planned to leave, but when they saw Rong Song still sitting there, carefully enjoying his milk tea, they decided to stay. Seeing that the 3 of them hadn't left, Go Chi could only continue chatting with them. "Young Master Rong, you should drink less of that milk tea," Go Chi said, noticing Rong Song was about to finish his cup. She remembered he still had heat toxins on him and wanted to remind him. Of course, the black aura on Rong Song was gradually fading, which was why he had started taking medicine. "Does milk tea affect my health?" Rong Song asked curiously. Since learning he had heat toxins, he had been very careful with his diet. "The main ingredient in milk tea is milk, and milk is warm by nature," Go Chi explained. Rong Song understood after hearing this. But looking at the remaining milk tea in his hand, he didn't want to waste such a good taste. In the end, he still gave up that last sip. He didn't know before, but now that he did, he shouldn't drink it anymore. Your health is gradually improving. Once you're fully better, you can drink it again. Brother Lai's shop will always have milk tea available. Maybe in the future, he might even open a shop in the capital. Then, even if you're in the capital, you can still enjoy it. Only Fong Ching knew that Lai Yongyi's shop was actually Go Chi's, so when Go Chi mentioned opening a store in the capital, he looked at her in surprise. "Let's hope so. Maybe once I get better, I'll still be in Weicheng. Lately, I feel much healthier, though it could also be because the weather is getting colder," Rong Song said, dismissing Go Chi's comment about his health improving due to the weather cooling. When Go Chi heard this, she was momentarily stunned, but then understood Rong Song's meaning. Even though she knew the prescription was handed over by Fong Cheng's family and Fong Chung and Xiao Ji had some connections to the capital, she didn't want them to know that his heat toxins were already being cured. That's true. Cold weather can be better for you. Go Chi realized she hadn't been careful enough just now, so she quickly added this comment. Xiao Ji and Fong Chung saw Go Chi talking to Rong Song for a long time, so they also wanted to join the chat. They started talking about how sorry they were that Rong Song couldn't drink milk tea, just following Rong Song's lead. Of course, Fong Chung wanted to check Rong Song's pulse, as he was very interested in studying Rong Song's heat toxins and wanted to see how effective Go Chi's medicine could be. But now, in front of many people, with lots of chatter, he held back his thoughts and looked for another topic to talk about. As they kept chatting, they naturally started talking about today's meals. The boys said the food was so good it could open a restaurant. Of course, opening a restaurant was already part of Gochi's plan, but now wasn't the right time, so she just smiled when they mentioned it. The group continued talking randomly, and somehow, they ended up discussing Gochi's family's off-season field. Rong Song brought up the off-season field, which caught Fong Chung and Xiaoji's interest. Although they were young, they had read many books, but none of those books mentioned off-season planting. Naturally, this unfamiliar topic intrigued them. Most importantly, they had asked many people who told them that nothing could be grown in winter because cold weather kills plants. Everyone felt it was a pity to leave the fields empty in winter, but no one dared to try planting during that season. Gochi was young and liked to try new things, and her family was willing to let her experiment, giving Rong Song and the others a chance to study. What Gochi was doing with the field was something they had never thought of before, which is why Rong Song suddenly asked her about it. Is that the plastic film you found earlier to cover the field? It looks different from the oil paper on the umbrella we talked about before. Rong Song actually wanted to ask why she was covering the field with this oil paper, but he wasn't in a hurry and first asked about the paper. It's a bit different, but still oil paper. I couldn't find the plastic film I wanted, but this should also help keep the heat in, Gochi said. She didn't mention the difference because she bought it from the umbrella maker, and if anyone wanted to know what it was, they could find out easily. So, it didn't matter whether she explained or not. Keep warm? Fong Chung was curious. Just covering it like that can keep the heat in? Yes, all plants breathe. When they breathe, they produce a gas that can raise the temperature. Guiqi originally wanted to explain photosynthesis to them, but realized she only knew a little about it. Since these people are curious and ask questions deeply, she thought it was better to just say they breathe. Breathe? And that makes the temperature go up? Xiaoji didn't understand. He could hear the word breathe and knew people breathe too, but he couldn't understand why breathing would make the temperature rise. Not only he, but the others also couldn't understand. Only Xiaoji asked, so they didn't ask the same question. Let's go to the field and see for ourselves, Guiqi said. She didn't know how to explain it clearly, so instead of trying to explain, she decided to let them experience it. After greeting Guiqi's mother and others, Guiqi took the three of them to the field. Before they reached it, they saw a bare field with a raised area covered by a small arched shelter shaped like a boat. Under the white shelter, there were seedlings planted by Guiqi's family. At that moment, someone was checking the shelter's edge. When they saw Guiqi and the others coming, they stopped and greeted her. The first thing they said was happy birthday to Guiqi, then asked why they came. When they learned that Guiqi and her friends came to see the field, the tenant excitedly started talking about the condition of the land. It's amazing. Even though it's gotten cold now, the temperature inside the shelter is higher than outside. It's quite warm. I like staying inside now. The seedlings are growing well, not showing any signs of freezing. As he spoke, the tenant opened the shelter's entrance, allowing Guiqi and others to go inside. It seems the temperature here is a bit higher. Rong Song, who is sensitive to temperature and fears heat, felt the sudden rise more clearly. Is it warmer? I don't feel much difference, Xiaoji said. His sensitivity wasn't as sharp as Rong Song's. Also, since they were standing at the door where cold air could still come in through the entrance, it wasn't strange that he didn't feel a big change. Just walk inside and you'll feel warmer, the tenant said, knowing from experience that it gets warmer further inside the shelter. Xiaoji and Fong Chung hesitated but then moved inside, feeling uncertain. It really gets warmer the deeper you go. Originally, Xiaoji and the others didn't feel that it was very cold outside, so when they entered the greenhouse, Xiaoji even felt a little hot. Rong Song didn't follow them inside. He could already sense the temperature rising at the door and believed it would be even higher inside. He is afraid of heat, so knowing the outcome, he wouldn't foolishly go further inside. He looked around at the greenhouse from the entrance and realized that Guiqi's claim about breathing helping to raise the temperature was true. What's this? Xiaoji and Fong Chung reached the back and saw a small stove-like object, but there was nothing inside it. The tenant who had been following them wasn't sure whether to answer when asked, so he could only look at Guiqi. He knew what the small stove was for, but everything in the greenhouse was Guiqi's idea and kept secret. Whether he could tell others depended on Guiqi's decision. Is this a small stove used to heat things? Fong Chung looked at the stove and thought about Go Chi building the greenhouse to keep the plants warm. He guessed it was for heating. Yes, although it's cold now, it's not too cold yet. The real cold will come in about a month when the cold weather begins. Outside temperatures will drop, and relying only on the plants breathing might not keep the right warmth. I thought of using this small stove to generate some heat. Go Chi wasn't sure if her idea was reliable, but this was just an experiment this year. Maybe her eyes will give her other hints later, and then she won't need the stove. But it's better to prepare now than to scramble for solutions later. This can definitely solve the temperature problem. I can almost see your successful planting scene, Rong Song said with a smile, showing his confidence in Go Chi's greenhouse planting. Hopefully. It's the first time trying, so I'll give it a shot. If it works, that's great. If not, I'll think of other ways. Maybe try planting different things. There should be plants that can survive the winter. The mountains still have green plants even in this weather. Go Chi hoped her first attempt would succeed, and she believed it would. But she still had to speak carefully. What if she failed? Yes, I believe it will succeed, Rong Song said firmly, as if he could see the future. Xiao Ji and Fong Qing also came back at this moment, agreeing that Go Chi's experiment should be successful. I don't know if this planting method can be used for medicinal herbs. If it can, then herbs could be grown in winter too. Fong Chun was thinking about this just now, but he also felt that medicinal herbs are different from crops, so he wasn't sure. It depends on what kind of herb it is. For example, cordyceps can't be grown this way, but for other herbs, it's worth trying. 1 acre of land can grow many different plants. If each variety is tried, by winter, they will know what can be grown and what cannot. Go Chi thought about the herbs she collected. Although she learned how to cultivate them, it seemed none of them could be grown out of season. So, even if she wanted to plant them, she would need to try first. But she isn't planning to grow medicinal herbs now. She still wants to focus on growing crops first. After Rong Song and Fong Chung finished inspecting the greenhouse, they went straight back to the Mountain Half-Book Academy. Go Chi went home alone. She received many gifts today and needed to see what they were and also keep records. This way, when others host banquets, she will know what kind of gifts to give in return. When she got home, her mother had already sorted all the items. Her father was also recording everything. After Go Chi returned, she started helping too. Soon, all the items were recorded. The only thing left was to have Yu Zhu and the others put everything into the storeroom. The next day, her eldest uncle and others planned to move out, as previously agreed. They believed they had the house in Weiqing now, so the house in Gojia village where they used to live should be given to Go Chi's family. Although her father and mother delayed a bit, they finally agreed. Their relationship as brothers is really good now. The eldest uncle moved out, but Go Chi's family didn't feel lonely. There are many family members and servants who are not strict or formal. The weather turned cold, with cold winds blowing fiercely. Go Chi had already put on a small padded jacket, but it was still very cold. The household's coal supply never ran out, but people couldn't stay inside all the time. Go Chi also had to check the seedlings in the greenhouse from time to time. If any problems were found, she could fix them quickly. For example, a few days ago, a strong wind blew a branch onto the greenhouse. Luckily, it was noticed in time, and the hole was patched up. If not, the temperature would drop, causing trouble. Besides this, Go Chi's outings were mainly to borrow books from the Half-Book Academy. Since Rong Song discovered she liked reading novels on her birthday, he has often given her books to read. This has also reduced her time going to the Half-Mountain Academy. It started snowing today. Go Chi, who is from the south and has rarely seen snow, never expected to travel to a place where it snows in winter. She isn't sure if this is good luck or bad luck. The heavy snow almost collapsed the greenhouse, but thankfully, the tenant was already worried when it started snowing. During the snowfall, the tenant cleared the snow from the greenhouse a few times, which prevented it from collapsing. Go Chi also wanted to go out and see the snow, but it was too heavy, and her parents, Go Father and Go Mother, didn't allow it. In the end, Go Kong and went out and met the tenant clearing the snow. Go Chi knew the tenant was working on clearing the snow, so she felt more at ease. After the snow stopped, Go Chi went to check the greenhouse and the tenant. The greenhouse was fine, but the tenant caught a cold. Go Chi called a doctor for him and paid for the medicine. The tenant was very grateful. He usually endured colds without fuss, but Go Chi said he caught a cold while working in her family's fields, and since it was his first time, she believed it was her fault for not thinking carefully. She insisted on paying for the medicine. The tenant was even more thankful and secretly decided to work farming the land and get a good harvest. Otherwise, he would feel he let Go Chi down. With such a dedicated tenant taking care of the greenhouse, Go Chi felt more at ease and was less eager to go out. Since she had free time, she suddenly remembered she wanted to teach Yugua and Yuju how to read. Not only them, but also Go Chong, Tianyo, and others helping her with chores but who couldn't read should learn too. It would make future work much easier. Especially Tianyo. He could record any news or messages for her, saving her from having to send someone to check every time. Thinking of this, Go Chi went to her eldest uncle's house. Since he moved away, the house was only used by her family. Her family hadn't changed and no one else lived there. Now Go Chi wanted to start a beginner's class, so she decided to use her uncle's house. She tidied up and set up a few tables and chairs to make it a classroom. But since it was winter, Go Mother no longer allowed Go Father to take the ox cart out. The ox cart was only used by Go Kong, and when there was no snow. So, buying tables and chairs could only be arranged by Shui Nyang. De Fu and Air Fu had nothing much to do in winter. When they heard that Water Lady wanted to buy tables and chairs, they took on the task willingly, thinking it was better for men to run such errands in the cold season. This showed Go Chi their sense of responsibility as men. After buying the tables and chairs, Go Chi asked someone to inform Tianyo to bring a few clever children to learn literacy at her place. Tianyo was excited to hear about learning to read, so he chose 2 smart and steady children to come to Go's village. Including Go Chong, Yu Gui, and Yu Zhu, there were 6 people in total. Although this seems like a small group, Go Chi wanted to teach personally because she was worried she couldn't handle too many students. She was not a professional teacher. At first, she planned to start with 1, 2, 3, or the 100 family surnames, but she found that even if they learned how to read, they would forget quickly. So, she decided to teach pinyin, even though it wasn't available here. To avoid repeated questions like, how do you read this character? She decided to bring pinyin into this era. They started with sounds like A, O, E, and then B, P, M, F. Perhaps because the pronunciation and mouth movements of these pinyin sounds are related, the children found it easier to remember than pure Chinese characters. Once they learned pinyin, it became much easier for them to learn characters. With pinyin, they never forgot how to read the characters. However, their handwriting was ugly just like Go Chi's, so she also practiced writing with them. Practicing calligraphy took time and used a lot of paper and ink. Everyone except Go Chi thought it was too wasteful. Go Chi provided all the materials like brushes, ink, and paper, so everyone felt frustrated about not writing well. Fortunately, Go Chi remembered a modern practice of using water to practice calligraphy on cloth. She and Yu Gui made a similar setup, a piece of black cloth with a dry white cloth on top. Although they didn't find quick-drying white cloth, after practicing, they could dry the cloth in the sun and reuse it. This saved a lot of paper and ink. Since there was always charcoal fire in the house, the wet cloth dried quickly, making practice much more convenient. By the time Xiao Ji and Fong Chun learned that Go Chi's house had started a small school, she had finished teaching pinyin and was beginning to practice calligraphy, with everyone using the cloth. 2 people brought books for enlightenment to secretly watch Gookie's teaching, but they didn't see Gookie's teaching style. Instead, they saw their group practicing calligraphy together. They were curious about the materials used for practicing calligraphy. Upon closer look, they quickly realized that Gookie had thought of this method. They even thought this way was much better than using sand trays and branches. After all, it involved writing with a brush, which was a good way to practice gripping the brush properly. Only then could the calligraphy truly improve. Fong Chung and Xiao Ji came to say goodbye to Gookie. Only Fong Chung was leaving because the new year was approaching and he had to go back home. Xiao Zhi's grandfather was here, so he didn't plan to return. Guki took the enlightenment books Xiao Zhi and the others brought and gave Xiao Zhi a set of calligraphy practice cloth. She also packed many small snacks from her home for Feng Cheng, saying he could eat them on the way. Feng Cheng accepted her gifts without hesitation, looked at Guki's writing, and saw that it had improved somewhat compared to before, though the progress was limited. Still, it was an improvement. I'll help you find some calligraphy copies when I get back, Feng Cheng said. He didn't dislike Guki's handwriting. He just thought that blindly practicing would be slow. It would be better to copy from a calligraphy book. Okay. Thank you, Brother Xiaocheng. I'll be waiting for you to come back, Guki said with a sweet smile. Her adorable appearance made Feng Cheng want to take her with him. Yes, I will come back as soon as I can, Feng Cheng promised. He knew he couldn't take Guki with him, so he had to return early himself. You promised, right? Come back early, and maybe you'll catch the harvest of my off-season rice. Brother Rongsong said he would come back early to see how my family's fields are doing, Guki said casually, but it made Feng Cheng secretly decide to return before the rice ripened. Yes, I will try to come back early too, Feng Cheng also promised Guki. The next day, his carriage left the Half Mountain Academy. As the new year approached, the academy became quieter. Xiao Zhi, feeling bored, remembered that he had brought back 2 pieces of cloth from Guki and wanted to try using them. He started to gesture on his desk, but before he could pick up a brush to write, Director Xiao appeared. Even though the new year is coming, you can't neglect your studies. Besides, how can a boy mess around with these girl things? Grandpa, these aren't girl things. I brought back 2 calligraphy practice cloths from Guki, Xiaozhi explained. Calligraphy practice? These 2 pieces of cloth can be used to practice writing characters. Are they made by that girl from the Go family? Director Xiao habitually started by questioning Xiaozhi, then remembered to first confirm if it was indeed made by Go Qi. Yes, I only know this one girl, Chi, Xiaozhi said as he snatched the cloth from Director Zhao's hand, spread it out again, and picked up a brush dipped in clean water, ready to start writing. Not using ink? Director Xiao saw his stance and knew he was about to show him how to write with actions. Yes, no ink, Xiaozhi replied. He then wrote the character Yong on the white cloth. Practicing calligraphy by writing Yong is a basic exercise. Yesterday, Go Qi and the others were practicing this character. The water on the brush tip made the white cloth moist, revealing the black fabric underneath, as if a real ink character was written on the cloth. Although this method saves ink, once the cloth gets wet, it can't be used again, right? That's right, but there's not much water on the brush tip, and it dries quickly after a little heating. Go Qi and the others take turns writing on several pieces of cloth. The wet ones are hung near the charcoal stove to dry. This way, they can reuse the cloth, which is quite convenient. My cousin said that many poor students in the academy practice calligraphy with tree branches on sand trays to save paper and ink. That's much better than using sand and branches. While speaking, Xiaozhi took the slightly damp cloth he just wrote on and placed it near his small charcoal stove in his room to dry. The water on the brush tip was indeed minimal, so a quick heating dried the cloth, allowing him to write again. Director Xiao saw Xiaozhi's attempt to hide and naturally understood the purpose of these 2 pieces of cloth. He examined the cloths and noticed that the white and black and white fabrics were made of different materials. Although he wasn't very familiar with fabrics, the difference in texture was obvious. The black cloth was noticeably coarser and even felt less absorbent of water. It seemed that the water used for writing only slightly made the black fabric appear a bit moist. Interesting. After the new year, you can tell those students that this method can save a lot of paper, Director Xiao said, confirming Xiaozhi wasn't joking, then let him continue practicing calligraphy. But after leaving Xiaozhi's study, he asked Steward and to find out if Go Qi's cloth for practicing calligraphy was expensive. Several talented students in his academy came from very poor families. If they could save a lot on paper and ink, they wouldn't have to struggle so much. Go Qi saw the housekeeper in and immediately knew he was here to ask about the fabric for practicing calligraphy. She didn't mention whether it was expensive or not, but simply said she would send 2 bolts to the academy later as a thank you to Director Xiao and the students for taking care of her family this year. housekeeper and naturally delayed, but the next afternoon Go Chi brought the fabric herself. This left Director Xiao at a loss for words. Grandpa, this isn't anything valuable. Do you think I brought it because I thought it wasn't good enough for you? Go Chi said straightforwardly. If Director Xiao refused it now, it would seem like he looked down on these things. You little girl, you're always so clever and lively. Yesterday, you told the housekeeper you wanted to use this fabric as a New Year gift. Who gives a black and white gift for the New Year? Director Xiao said this after accepting the fabric. It wasn't because he disliked it, just in a caring, elder-to-younger tone. It's not even the New Year yet. Why give a New Year gift? I just thought maybe the students at the academy might need it. Since it's not worth much, I brought it to the academy for anyone who needs it. It's not really a New Year gift. When Go Chi saw the fabric was black and white, she looked at it and realized it was indeed black and white. Only then did she understand that giving such a thing as a New Year gift was a bit too much. Luckily, her decision was made on the spot, so it was still possible to change her words. Haha, I knew it. It must be that the housekeeper is older and misheard. Director Xiao laughed heartily. Whether he truly believed Go Chi's sudden change of words or not, the matter of sending the fabric was considered settled. Go Chi returned home feeling very awkward, and even Yuju, who was with her, felt embarrassed to death. Mississippi Yuju thought she hadn't been thoughtful enough, but she didn't think it was really her fault. Go Chi herself hadn't expected this. She only thought about whether it was useful, but forgot about the color issue. It's okay. Director Xiao doesn't mind. We've prepared a New Year gift for the Banshan Academy. This time, we'll check everything carefully so there are no more mistakes. It's a lesson for all of us, me too. Just accept it and move on. Go Chi comforted Yuju, also reminding herself. Since then, she always carefully checked anything she gave as a gift before giving it to others. As the year drew near, their business was booming with end-of-year sales promotions. Even families who usually didn't buy their cakes bought a few during the new year. Lai Yomi also offered a special discount, but even with the discount, his products were still not cheap. However, this did not affect his sales. At the end of the year, he earned his last bit of money and was now waiting for Go Chi to announce the holiday break. Lai Yomi's business seemed unrelated to Go Chi on the surface, but the year-end benefits were still given according to Go Chi's standards. No one could get less than a certain amount. As the shopkeeper, Lai Yomi naturally received the most. He was a poor scholar who never expected that after following Go Chi for less than half a year, he would now be able to enjoy a very prosperous new year. The staff in Lai Yomi's shop also received year-end bonuses based on their positions. The smallest bonus was at least 100 copper coins, enough to buy several pounds of meat. The people at the filter tank factory were the same. Even those in the lowest positions received 100 copper coins. Go Chi directly paid silver to managers like Go Chong. This made Go Chong very excited. He kept telling his parents that it was a good thing he didn't leave Go Chi's family earlier, or he wouldn't have so much money now. Go Chong's parents also thought similarly. Although their bonus wasn't as big as Go Chong's, they still received a good amount, enough to buy beautiful clothes for their 2 daughters and even have some left over. Work hard, really work hard. Now that you're learning to read with Chi, you'll be responsible for more important things in the future, and you'll be able to earn more money. You can prepare the best betrothal gifts to marry a good wife. Go Chong's parents now believed that their son had a bright future ahead. Following Go Chi's family was truly a path to wealth, and even great wealth. They would never consider leaving Go Chi's factory again. The people at the filter tank factory also thought the same. Such a good employer. Who would leave? That would be foolish. This year-end bonus once again won the hearts of the employees. Of course, aside from the factory workers, Go Chi's servants also received bonuses. Even the family that was clearing the sandy land received a year-end bonus from Go Chi. The little beggars near Tianyo also received bonuses, though fewer than the factory workers, but Go Chi still considered them her employees and didn't forget about them. The biggest bonuses went to Fu and Fu, the 2 brothers who had been with Go Chi from the very beginning. Go Chi gave each of them a piece of gold leaf. Of course, Go Chi's mother didn't know about this, or she would have been worried. After all, the bonuses this year amounted to several dozen taels of silver. Chi-Chi, is this too much? Dafu and Erfu clearly knew that their year-end bonuses would be bigger than others, but seeing the shiny gold leaves, they felt a bit embarrassed to take them. Moreover, these gold leaves were exchanged by Erfu for Go Chi and Wei Qing. What's so special about more? Just keep it, don't let my mother see. They had promised that if they followed Go Chi, they would live a good life. This was only the first year, so their earnings weren't much, and they only had one leaf. As the business grows bigger in the future, there will be more. Don't think these gold leaves are so easy to get. Next year, it might be even busier. Maybe both of you will have to go out more. The success of our family's business depends on you too. Or, are you two uncles planning not to help me next year? Go Chi smiled, implying she was trusting them with an important task. The brothers knew what she meant, so they carefully put the gold leaves into their pockets and promised to help Go Chi well, unless she no longer needed them. After giving out the year-end bonuses, Go Chi finally finished her busy work. The house was filled with a festive spirit, and the new year was just around the corner. There were no 5 blessings cards or spring festival gala, so it felt a little different, but the sound of firecrackers outside made Go Chi feel the special atmosphere of the new year. On the first day of the new year, Go Chi woke up early to greet her parents. Her father and mother each gave her a small red envelope with a few copper coins as New Year's money. Go Chi didn't mind the small amount of coins at all. After all, she was now the richest person in the family. If she weren't so young, she might even give her parents New Year's money. After receiving the money, Go Chi took her 2 little maids and a few dogs to play in the village. Because of the new year, people who usually work outside had returned home, making the village lively and bustling. This was Go Chi's first time celebrating the new year in such a rural area, and it was her first time, whether in the past or now. Following Ernie around the village, she spread sweet blessings and often received small gifts from elders, some copper coins, some candies. Running around with Ernie, Go Chi's pockets were filled with goodies. Even her maids, Yugua and Yuju, received the same treats, which surprised them both. After this round of running, Go Chi's face was flushed red. Now she was happily talking with her mother about what she had gained. Her expression was like she was showing off or sharing her happiness. Seeing her like this, Go Chi's mother finally felt she was acting like a little child should. Since the family split, she felt that this child had grown up overnight, even to the point that she almost didn't recognize her. But now, looking at Go Chi, she felt that Go Chi was still the same girl. Cute and adorable. Go Chi didn't know that her mother was feeling such mixed emotions. She was happily sharing the candies she had just received. Although the candies weren't as delicious as those she ate in her previous life, they felt incredibly sweet to Go Chi. Yugua, Yuju, please help me open the door. While Go Chi and her mother were playfully chatting, Go Kongan's voice came from outside. It sounded strained, as if he was struggling to open the door with both hands busy. Yugua and Yuju quickly ran to open the door when they heard their father's voice. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Go Kongan pushing a huge branch inside. Behind him, several children were picking up smaller branches that had fallen from the big branch. Dad, why did you bring back such a big treasure? Yuju exclaimed with a smile, helping to carry the branch. Yes, there is a tradition that on the first day of the new year, people should bring home firewood because firewood and wealth sound the same. Early in the morning, Go Kongan and Go's father had gone out, not even bothering to drive the ox cart, just to find a big treasure from the mountain. Now that they had brought back this treasure, it was so large that it was hard to get inside the house. Huanyang helped everyone pull apart the branches that were stuck in the doorframe. Big wealth, small wealth, all enter the main house. Wealth flows in endlessly. Wealth flows in endlessly. Huanyang said each time she pulled, as if many treasures were waiting at the door to enter Go Chi's home. On the first day of the new year, no knives are allowed to be used, so they could only tear the branches apart by hand. But everyone seemed happy doing it. Because there were many people, and Go Kongan kept pulling the big branches into the yard, they quickly managed to bring the large branches inside. At this moment, Go Chi finally saw how big the branches really were. She thought to herself that if these really represented wealth, her family would surely become very prosperous this year. This wish was not only from Go's father and Go Kongan, but also the family's collective hope. Busy people spend the new year visiting relatives and friends. Go Chi's family can only visit her eldest uncle's house now, but he has been going out every day recently, so only his wife is at home. On the second day of the new year, she returned directly to Gojia village to join Go Chi and the others. Mother Go and the others originally wanted to advise their eldest uncle to stay home for the new year and not go out driving. But then they thought about their uncle's situation, which was very different from theirs, so they decided not to say anything. During the new year, it's better not to cause trouble for others. Celebrating happily is more important. However, they didn't expect that. Even though they thought there were no relatives nearby, on the 5th day of the new year, a proper relative arrived at their home. It was a young boy about 7 or 8 years old. Although he was dressed neatly, it was clear that his clothes were not new. Yu Zhu, who opened the door, did not recognize the boy and thought he might have knocked on the wrong door, thinking he was a relative from someone else's house. "Who are you looking for?" Yu Zhu asked softly. But she noticed the boy seemed a bit scared of her, looking timidly at her and trying to see inside the yard through her. "Why are you looking inside without saying anything? If you don't speak, I will close the door," Yu Zhu said, feeling that the boy was probably at the wrong house, so she was about to ignore him. "Excuse me, is Sister Chi here?" The boy hurriedly said when he heard the door might close, eager to explain that he was looking for Go Chi. "Sister Chi? Are you here to see our young lady?" "Please wait a moment." Yu Zhu understood that the boy was not at the wrong house but was here to see them. Still, she didn't recognize him at all. She went inside to tell Go Chi that there was a little boy outside. Go Chi was curious and came out to see who it was. Since it was just a young boy who knew her name, she thought they must know each other, so she asked Yu Zhu to bring him in. When the boy entered the house, Go Chi looked at him. She felt she didn't recognize him, but also felt a strange familiarity. Meanwhile, Mother Go and Auntie both saw the boy and stopped talking and laughing, looking at him with surprise. "Why are you here? Didn't you say you went to your maternal grandmother's house?" Mother Go asked coldly, but it was clear from her tone that she knew the boy. "Great aunt, second aunt," the boy, feeling more shy after her words, still respectfully bowed to Mother Go and Auntie. Hearing how he addressed them, Go Chi realized who he was. He was the child of Uncle San, probably named Golan. Go Chi hadn't seen him since she traveled here. This person was the key to their family division, so Go Chi remembered his name and could recognize him now.
Yes.
"What are you here for?" Go Mother replied calmly, and then asked what he wanted. "Happy New Year. I came to visit Auntie and second aunt." Golan was still shy, but respectfully bowed to Go Mother and the two aunts. Go Mother and the second aunt exchanged a look, but they couldn't be harsh to such a young child. They each took out a few copper coins from their pockets, giving him some New Year money. "Since you're here today, stay and have dinner before you go back," Go Mother said, inviting Golan to eat at home. She then told Yu Zhu to inform Huanyang that a little guest had arrived. Golan obediently agreed and sat quietly to the side, not speaking, but occasionally glancing at Go Chi, as if wanting to talk but feeling a bit afraid. Go Chi kept watching him. Whenever he looked over, Go Chi knew. She wondered whether this boy was naturally shy or if the family troubles had made him timid. This shy boy made Go Chi feel complicated. Her crossing into this world was because of this boy wanting to go to school. But this boy would become an orphan, though the reason was partly due to their parents, and she had a hand in it. Because of this, Go Chi felt a little guilty towards Golan. Go ask if he wants to eat this. Go Chi told Yugua to bring a plate of potato chips to Golan. Golan knew about chips. They were very popular snacks in Weiqing now. His maternal grandfather had bought some for his cousins, but he had never eaten any himself because he was only staying at his grandfather's house. He didn't dare ask for these useless snacks from his grandfather. "This is for you, young Master Lan. Try some," Yugua said, calling him young Master Lan, which made Go Lan feel like she wasn't talking to himself. Still, he obediently took the chips and quietly said thank you to Go Chi. Because he spoke so softly, Only Yugwa and Go Chi, who had excellent hearing, heard him. Thank you? Just eat more if you like, Go Chi said, inviting Go Lan to come over and sit with her. Go Lan thought for a moment and really moved over, placing the chips down to eat with Go Chi. Go Chi didn't say anything and just watched him silently. Although there are many snacks here, Go Lan is very shy. He only eats the potato chip in his hand and doesn't dare to take a new one after finishing. Go Chi has to tell him to take another before he does. Such a timid boy makes Go Chi frown. It's better for men to be braver. But she won't remind him, because how he walks his future path depends on himself. Go Lan notices that Go Chi doesn't reject him like Go Mu does, so he wants to talk to Go Chi. He gathers courage several times, but then gives up. He knows his father once wanted to send Go Chi to live with a teacher, and although he doesn't think little Go Chi understands what that means, he still feels very guilty inside. So even though he wants to talk to Go Chi, he feels unworthy. Brother Lan, do you want to say something to Chi Chi? Go Chi asks him after he gives up for the third time. Miss Chi Chi. Go Lan feels happy that Go Chi is talking to him, but after calling her, he doesn't know what to say. He came today not only to wish New Year, but also for other reasons. He's too shy to speak up. He doesn't even know who to tell his problems to. After talking with his aunt and Go Mu, they stop speaking. Go Chi is willing to listen, but is it useful to tell her his problems? In the end, he just calls out to Go Chi again, and then buries his head in eating his chips. Go Lan wants to say something, and Go Chi can tell, but when she asks, he doesn't speak. Since he doesn't speak, Go Chi is too lazy to ask again because she already asked once. Go Lan silently eats his chips. As mealtime approaches, he still hasn't said what he wanted. Huan Yang has prepared the food. Although Go Lan is here today, they didn't make more dishes just because of him. Their family has been eating well during the New Year period. When Huan Yang found out that Go Lan is Uncle Go San's son, she didn't want to cook extra for him. At noon, Uncle Go arrived by carriage to Go Village and naturally came to Go Chi's house for a meal. Seeing Go Lan, he was surprised but said nothing and didn't ask why Go Lan came. He just greeted everyone and ate with them. Go Chi and Go Lan sat close together. Even though there were many unfamiliar dishes on the table, Go Lan was shy and only dared to pick the food in front of him, and only a little at a time. Lan, eat some meat, Go Chi said, placing a chicken leg into Go Lan's bowl. Go Lan was surprised and wanted to refuse, but he was afraid Go Chi would be angry, so he gratefully ate the chicken leg. This action made the adults at the table exchange glances, clearly showing their pity for the child. Just a chicken leg, and he was so surprised and grateful. This child was clearly neglected by his parents. Eat more if you like, Go Chi said, seeing Go Lan eating so seriously. She scooped more food onto his plate to help him eat more. Seeing Go Chi so caring, Go Lan's feelings of sadness seemed hard to hold back. He bowed his head and kept stuffing food into his mouth silently, tears already welling up in his eyes. Even so, he stubbornly refused to let his tears fall and tried to keep a smile on his face. He knew that during the New Year, no one wanted to see anyone cry, so he couldn't shed tears, he could only smile. But his expression made Go Chi feel a little distressed. She was not a saint, though, and even if she was worried, she wouldn't let Go Lan stay at their house, especially considering how badly his parents had treated him. Plus, Go Lan's mother was pregnant now and had no extra energy to take care of him. After the meal, Go Lan was about to leave, but he felt more confused than ever. Go Chi knew he had something to say, but the meal was over, and it was getting late. The uncle's ox cart had already left. If he wanted to go back to Weicheng, he would have to walk or try to find another ride. He still didn't dare to speak what was on his mind. His hesitation was noticeable, even to Go Fu, Go Chi's father, who hadn't paid much attention to him before. Thinking he might be in trouble, Go Fu decided to quietly ask Go Lan if he was facing any difficulties. Although their families didn't get along, Go Lan had already been punished for his mistakes, so Go Fu, as his second uncle, didn't see the need to hold a grudge against a child. Lan, is there something bothering you? There's no one else here. You can tell your second uncle quietly. Is there something difficult? Are your relatives from your mother's side treating you badly, or something? Second uncle, I want to see my parents, Go Lan whispered very softly, but Go Fu heard him clearly. Even Go Chi, who had been paying close attention, heard clearly. However, she was a bit far away, so she had to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Go Lan's simple wish was just to see his parents. But this wish was very hard for Go's father to fulfill. Go San's uncles were sentenced to exile, but Song Yuza, understanding his subordinates, didn't send them away in the cold winter. Instead, he approved delaying until spring. So, Go San and his brothers were still in prison in Weicheng. Because they were still in Weicheng, the child had the idea of wanting to see his parents. I can't help with that either. Your parents made a mistake and are in prison. Second uncle can't do anything about it, Go's father said, confused about why the child came to their house. Today, seeing him come to wish a new year, he felt strange. Now that he was about to leave, he finally spoke up. But it was useless. He couldn't help. I heard my dad and mom say that second uncle's family has business dealings with Lord Song, so. Go Lan hesitated, knowing he was asking too much of his father. Still, he really wanted to see his parents. So, you thought of coming to ask me for help?
But
Go's father was about to say he had no way when Go Chi suddenly came over, innocent and curious, asking what they were talking about. This left Go Lan and Go's father unsure how to explain to Go Chi. Just now, I heard Daddy say something about help. Did Brother Lan encounter some trouble? Chi has many friends. If you have trouble, tell Chi. Maybe Chi can help. Go Chi originally didn't want to interfere, but seeing Go Lan's shy and cautious look made her feel a little sorry for him. Plus, after Uncle Go San and the others left, they might never come back. The child probably only has this chance to see his parents before everything is gone. Really? Can Sister Chi help me? Go Lan seemed to see hope again, though deep inside, he felt this hope was unlikely. And since Go's father couldn't help, could Go Chi really do it? He looked at Go Chi with hope and then at Go's father with questioning eyes. Go's father thought for a moment and decided it might be worth letting Go Chi try, especially since the agreement with the filtration factory was brought back by her. If anyone at home could talk to Lord Song, maybe it was only Go Chi. He quietly nodded at Go Lan, signaling him to speak with Go Chi himself. Go Lan saw her father nodding and felt a little hope grow in her heart. Then she shared her request with Go Chi. I can't promise anything, but I can try. Since it's still the new year, I can bring some gifts. The guards probably won't make things too difficult. Go Chi said this without guaranteeing success, but she thought they might still get a chance to see each other. At worst, just giving some gifts would be enough. However, what was a small challenge for her might be very difficult for Go Lan now. When Go Lan heard about giving gifts, her eyes lost their sparkle. All their family's money had already been used for compensation by Song Yuza.
she didn't even know who received the money.
The notice from the government only said that compensation was paid to the victims, but there were too many victims to list individually. The only thing she knew was that their house now belonged to her eldest uncle, thanks to his efforts. Because of this, she had no money to give gifts. Her maternal family probably wouldn't lend her money either, or she wouldn't have gone to them. Go Chi saw her distress and thought that she hadn't visited Song Yuza for the New Year yet. Although she had sent New Year gifts, she could still go pay her respects. So she discussed with her father about taking the family to Weicheng the next day, hoping to help Go Lan. Her father had no objections and even agreed to let Go Lan stay overnight. The next day, Go Kongin prepared the ox cart. After dinner, the whole family, including their eldest aunt who had stayed with Go Chi for several days, went to Weicheng. Go Lan was very nervous. Go Chi said she was going to help ask about meeting Song Yuza, but she wasn't sure if it would happen. In Weicheng, Go's mother and others didn't want to go to the government office during the New Year, so they waited at the eldest aunt's house. Go Chi took Go Kongin and Yugui Yuju with her to accompany Go Lan to the government office. Passing by Lai Yongyi's shop, she bought some snacks and let Go Lan carry them. At the government office, the gatekeeper was still the same slightly stern guard, but this time he was smarter. When he saw Go Chi, He didn't show off but politely asked if she was there to pay New Year's respects to Lord Song. Go Chi nodded, and the gatekeeper happily ran inside. During the new year, Song Yuza wouldn't be working, but since he lived in the government office, the gatekeeper ran to the back courtyard to report. Soon, a servant came out with the gatekeeper, then led Go Chi and her group to the backyard. Go Chi had been to this courtyard before. Last time, she had a simple meal with Song Yuza in a pavilion here. But now, because it was very cold, they couldn't meet in the pavilion again. The servant took them to Song Yuza's study. At that moment, Song Yuza was playing chess with someone. When he saw Go Chi and her group arrive, he left the game to join them. "Miss Go, why did you decide to come here today?" Song Yuza looked at the people with Go Chi. He recognized the twins and Go Kongan as Go Chi's servants. There was also a small boy, shy and holding a small paper bag, which looked like something from the water pavilion. The boy's face was somewhat similar to Go Chi's, so he was probably a relative. Thinking about this, Song Yuza guessed the boy's identity. But since Go Chi and her group didn't say anything, he pretended not to recognize him. "Today, my father brought us to Weiqing to play. I thought I should come to visit Lord Song and wish him a happy new year and maybe ask for a red envelope," Go Chi joked casually, not revealing her true purpose for coming. "Haha, when I received your family's New Year gift, I was already thinking about whether I should prepare a red envelope for you." Turns out I was right, Song Yuza replied playfully, though he had indeed prepared a red envelope for Go Chi. Not in advance, but he had the servants prepare it just when the gatekeeper reported earlier. Talking about good wishes was easy. Recently, Go Chi had been saying a lot of auspicious words. As an official, Song Yuza naturally wished her step by step higher, or similar blessings. He listened to Go Chi's jokes and laughed happily, then handed her a small pouch. Inside were silver melon seeds, weighing about a tael or so of silver. Go Chi happily accepted it, then said more good wishes. After Song Yuza had enough fun, he introduced Go Lan to her. "Oh, is this your third uncle's son?" Song Yuza's question immediately made Go Lan nervous. "Since you're here, go see your parents," Song Yuza said without waiting for Go Chi to speak, directly telling Go Lan to visit his parents, but he didn't ask Go Chi to go along. Go Lan was very excited when Song Yuza said he could go see his parents. However, he felt a bit awkward because Go Chi was not with him. "Go ahead. I need to leave first. After you see your parents, go back to your maternal grandparents' house," Go Chi said directly, noticing his nervousness. She also signaled him with her eyes to remember to give the snacks in his hand to the guards. Although Go Lan was shy, he was not stupid. He understood what Go Chi meant through her words and gaze. He was still a little timid but wanted to see his parents, so he had to say goodbye to Go Chi first. Go Lan followed the guards called by Song Yuza and left. Go Chi naturally had to say goodbye to Song Yuza since Go Mu and the others were still waiting for her at the eldest uncle's house. "Are you worried he might find out you are the plaintiff?" Song Yuza frowned slightly as he watched Go Chi look at Go Lan's back. "There's nothing to worry about. He will find out sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. His parents made mistakes, that's a fact. If he is a reasonable person, he will understand that it's his parents' fault. If he is not reasonable, then he doesn't pose a threat to us now." And what Go Chi did not say. She had forgotten about this person before, but now that she knew, she would definitely send someone to follow him. Even if he eventually wanted to do something to her family, she could stop him early. Seeing her stop mid-sentence, Song Yuza understood that she already had a plan and didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask further. When Go Chi left the yamen, Go Lan had just arrived at the cell to see his third uncle. "Father," Go Lan called out softly when he saw the despondent third uncle in the cell. Go San Shu saw Go Lan, who was excited and crawling over from the corner, and looked up at him. Go Lan immediately squatted down so that Go San Shu could see him clearly. "Father," he called again, this time with more choking. "Lena Lana, are you here to take father back?" Go San Shu's voice was hoarse. It's unclear if it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time, but his voice sounded very uncomfortable. "Father, I came to see you." Go Lan dared not respond to Go San Shu's words. He could only ask Go-chi for permission to come in and see him, not to mention taking him away. See me? You're not here to take me back, just to see me? Huh. You wicked person. Are you here to show off? I am now living a life worse than death, and you still want to come here to laugh at me. I am your father. You need to understand that. Go away, useless thing. Uncle Go-sin looks very weak, but he still scolds people fiercely. In his mind, anyone who can't be saved doesn't need to be seen by him, not even his own son. He knows his fate, exile. Where could he be exiled to? It's all cold and harsh places. Although a city isn't as lively as the capital, it's still better than those cold lands. His family isn't wealthy, but he was loved by his grandmother since childhood and lived a comfortable life. Going through hardships now is like inviting death. He doesn't want to die, but he can only rely on his son. Yet his son is so foolish that he doesn't even try to find a way to get him out of prison. Why did he raise such a useless son? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had already scolded Go-lan so much that he didn't speak anymore, but he wasn't satisfied. He kept scolding until the guards couldn't stand it anymore and called Go-lan away to see his mother in the women's prison. At the women's prison, the old woman seemed ill, while the third aunt looked somewhat dull, but still okay. When Go-lan appeared, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Lanner, why are you here? Is something wrong?" The third aunt saw her son and was worried about why Go-lan was here. "I came to see mother and grandma." Go-lan glanced at the old woman lying in the corner of the cell, but she didn't move. "Your grandmother is sick," the third aunt said emotionlessly, as if she didn't care at all, like a person who was indifferent. No wonder she was imprisoned because of this old woman. Although her sentence was lighter, she was clearly dragged down by her. So, she didn't care about her current condition at all. If she had to feel something, it would only be dissatisfaction and disgust.
Is
Mother all right? Go-lan originally wanted to ask if her grandmother had seen a doctor, but then she remembered she was in prison, not at home where she could easily see a doctor. "Mother is fine, but you've suffered, Lanner. Are you doing well at your maternal family?" The third aunt was no longer very concerned about herself, only worried about her child, whether he could live well after leaving his parents. "Go-lan's grandmother treats me very well. I just miss my mother." When Go-lan said this, tears almost fell from his eyes. "Just take good care of yourself. Mother isn't the mastermind, so the punishment isn't too harsh. When her exile time is over, she will come back to find you. Then, the two of us will leave Wei City and go somewhere unfamiliar to start fresh." Go-lan's grandmother's sentence was not too harsh. The exile duration and distance were not very far, so she believed she could return. "Mother, I want to go with you. Let's leave together. Then we won't have to come back." Go-lan wanted to follow his grandmother. Although it was exile, he still felt that having a mother was different from not having one. "Foolish child. Where did you learn to study from? Don't waste the plans your parents made for you to learn from your teacher," his grandmother said. She also hoped Go-lan would stay with her, but she was going to suffer hardships herself. How could she let Go-lan go? Moreover, she hoped Go-lan could learn well from his teacher. Even if they left and the teacher wouldn't teach him properly anymore, at least he would learn something rather than nothing. But, mother. Go-lan wanted to say that the teacher had already started to teach him less, and that after the new year, if he still wanted to learn, he would need to pay tuition. But he didn't dare say this to his grandmother. He was worried she would be upset. So he suddenly stopped speaking. His grandmother didn't seem to expect Go-lan to mention the teacher not teaching anymore. Seeing Go-lan say but, she didn't say anything but prepared to continue persuading him not to worry about her and to focus on learning from his teacher. Feeling helpless, Go-lan could only nod, promising he would study hard and hoping his mother would take good care of himself. Seeing Go-lan listen to her, his grandmother felt relieved. She wanted to ask about other things, but at that moment, the officer standing not far away announced that it was time, and Go-lan had to leave. "Mother, I have to go now. If I get the chance, I will come back to see you." "You must take good care of yourself," Go-lan said. After saying this, he reluctantly followed the officer. Of course, he kept looking back at his mother every few steps, his eyes full of reluctance. When Go Lan left the government office, someone quickly delivered the news to Go Chi. She pretended not to know, believing that she probably wouldn't see Go Lan again in the future. Their family rarely came to a city together, so they naturally wanted to enjoy their time there. We're still in the New Year period, and the festive atmosphere is still very strong. People coming and going are all smiling, and those who know each other naturally exchange New Year greetings. Although Go Chi has no friends in Weicheng, her parents do. So, when they go out shopping, they often meet acquaintances and greet them. People praise Go Chi for being cute, well-behaved, and other kind words. Of course, some rude people talk about the old lady's situation in prison. At these times, Go Chi's parents look a bit uncomfortable, but Go Chi, who is innocent and outspoken, will step in to praise the other person, saying they are even better than Song Yuza and that Song Yuza's judgment was wrong. Go Chi's words are loud and clear, making passers-by turn to look. This naturally makes the other person feel awkward. But Go Chi's parents don't mind if she makes others uncomfortable. After all, it was that person who caused the discomfort first. And such people are just passing acquaintances. After this, Go Chi's parents probably won't get too close to them. Of course, these people are few and won't affect their Happy New Year mood. I heard that in the evening. Weicheng has lantern displays to see, but Go Chi is still too young, and her parents are afraid she might get lost in the crowd, so she didn't experience the festive night this year. Gradually, the year passed, and after the new year, Go Chi's family returned to their usual busy life. The weather seemed to be getting warmer, and the off-season planting Go Chi had been looking forward to was almost ready for harvest. Rong Song had already returned, and he brought many calligraphy books and novels for Go Chi. However, Fong Chung, who was supposed to come back soon, hadn't returned. Go Chi asked Xiaoji, but he didn't know why. Since the school term hadn't started yet, it wasn't strange that Fong Chung hadn't come back right after the new year. Fong Chung not returning didn't affect Go Chi's harvest plans. When Go Chi was harvesting, she attracted many people, including villagers and even Song Yuza, who doesn't usually work in the fields. After a whole winter of covering it, I wonder if it really worked. It probably didn't. If just building a shed could make planting successful, our ancestors wouldn't have wasted half a year on this land. If they didn't succeed, would their family really prepare so many people to harvest today? Who knows? This winter has been quite snowy and windy, so I don't think the chances of success are high. Look at the tenant farmers working the land with such excitement. Why do I feel they've already succeeded? Whether they succeeded or not, the cover is about to be lifted soon. We'll see what's inside in a moment. The onlookers are all eager to see. Even Mother Go is looking forward to it. Although she has seen the rice inside the shed growing well and knows that the planting was successful, she doesn't know if the off-season planting will yield as much as normal planting. So today, she's here especially to see the off-season rice that Go Chi has been working on all winter. The large shed built over the winter is finally uncovered in front of many people's eyes. Everyone pushes forward to get a better look, wanting to see if the rice under the shed has truly been a good harvest. Bright yellow rice ears appear before the hotel, and naturally, everyone gasps in surprise. They really managed to do it. Looks like we can try it next year too. Try what? Let's wait and see the harvest first. Growing rice in winter isn't easy, and that shed probably cost a lot of money. Trying is fine, especially if we can get guidance from them. The harvest is always uncertain, but if they can plant twice a year, even a smaller winter harvest is better than nothing. Exactly, if the harvest is about the same, that would be even better. Let's wait and see. Although the onlookers say they want to wait and see, experienced farmers can already estimate the harvest based on the now mature rice. Everyone's thoughts are turning. They're considering planting with Go Chi's family next year. 1 acre of land is not too big or too small, but Go Chi's tenant farmers are quite capable. With Go Kongan's help, harvesting 1 acre doesn't take much time. They weigh the harvested rice. Although it's not as much as the autumn harvest from this land, it's still a good amount, an acceptable quantity. The happiest person is, naturally, the tenant farmer. He can get the amount Go Chi promised earlier and also give Go Chi a good share. This is a great chance for Go Chi to show everyone he's a skilled farmer. What a pity, what a pity. We should have planted more back then, Mother Go sighs as she sees the harvest. Although the tenant farmers got a decent amount, her own family's share is the biggest. Naturally, she regrets that they didn't plant more at the time. Mother, you didn't want me to plant at that time, not even on this 1-acre land, did you? Gong Chi joked happily.
Well,
Next winter, you can plant however you want. She quickly changed the subject, admitting her past short-sightedness. Can this technique be shared with others? Song Yuza was very happy about the harvest. He even thought about promoting this method so that the entire Wei City could grow crops twice a year. Soon, Wei City might become a big agricultural city. People rely on food, and as long as there is enough grain, their happiness will increase. If he could make Wei City a major farming city during his time in office, it would be a great achievement he could be proud of for a long time. The technique is not fully developed yet. They only tried it this year, and next year they will plan again to see if the good harvest can be repeated before sharing it with others. Also, land needs rest. Whether this piece of land will be affected this autumn depends on how it performs after a break. Of course, in the next few days, he will find ways to let the land breathe, or the autumn harvest might suffer, which would be a big loss. Gong Chi's reasoning was solid. Although Song Yuza felt waiting a year was a long time, he understood it was necessary. He also had to consider the issues Gong Chi raised. Whether the off-season planting technology is truly immature, Gong Chi's suggestion to let the land rest made sense to him. So he could only endure for a year. Rong Song had been watching silently. He didn't speak. In fact, he didn't want to promote the off-season planting this year either, as he wanted to fully learn the technique and make it his own skill. Rong Song didn't know what Gong Chi was thinking. He didn't even take the initiative to talk to her, so she had no time to find him. After harvesting the rice, they also had to gather the other crops from the field, especially the special oil paper. Many people had come to see Gong Chi's greenhouse when it was built, knowing it used a type of oil paper, but Gong Chi still carefully had it collected. The grain harvesting was finished quickly, and Gong Chi's family went home. However, the villagers continued to discuss Gong Chi's off-season planting for several days. Within a few days, Gong Chi was seen returning to the field, instructing the tenants to burn the rice stalks that were no longer useful. This confused the tenants, as dried rice stalks made good firewood. In the past, they always harvested and brought the crops home. I don't understand why Go Chi didn't let them, only telling her to burn the leftovers. Go Chi didn't explain to the tenants. She believed that even without explanation, these secrets would eventually be known over time. After the rice was fully dried and burned, Go Chi asked the tenants to fertilize the empty fields the next day. Honestly, facing empty fields, without clear guidance, Go Chi could only think of what to do next. Since this era didn't have compound fertilizer, they could only use organic options. The tenants were used to this, though the timing was different from their usual schedule. Still, regardless of whether the timing was right or not, they listened to Go Chi. Thanks to her advice, they even managed to grow off-season rice. Other tenants saw that someone was fertilizing the empty land so early and started to imitate. This made Go Chi a bit overwhelmed. Not because they didn't know how to fertilize the land, but because last year, when she looked for tenants willing to plant off-season crops, she felt some of them were unpredictable. So this year, she actually wanted to change tenants. However, before she could bring up replacing them, these tenants had already started taking care of the fields on their own. This made it difficult for Go Chi to talk to them about not letting them plant there anymore. She went home and told her mother about the situation. Her mother didn't know what to do either. As for her father, there was no need to ask. He wasn't interested in these matters at all. In the end, Xue Nyang suggested an idea after learning about Go Chi's worries. It was natural that the tenants were cautious about risking planting off-season crops back then. Since they are now actively maintaining the fields, let them plant for one more year and see how things go. After all, this is their first year officially planting, so there's no need to change tenants now. Go Chi thought Xue Nyang's idea made sense, so she stopped worrying about the tenants. Now, her main concern was her sandy land. The person who was hired to clear the land had already worked on quite a bit. Not long ago, Song Yuza sent someone to measure the area, which was over 5 acres of sandy land. She didn't know how much land that person could clear each day, but they managed to clear so much. Go-chi didn't show up during the paperwork process because Song Yuza's side knew this land belonged to Go-chi's family. Even if only the worker was present, the procedures were completed smoothly. This led the villagers to believe that the land belonged to that family. Many people felt sorry for them, as the harvest from sandy land had never been very good. However, when it was time to sow seeds, the villagers discovered that the family's crops in the sandy land were not rice, but some strange and unusual plants. Besides this family planting strange things in the sandy land, Go-chi's family also had several acres of land that they didn't rent out this year. Instead, they used it to grow many unfamiliar plants. Many people found it hard to understand Go-chi's family's actions. Only when these plants started to ripen did everyone realize that Go-chi's family was growing valuable items. However, Go-chi's seeds were not available for sale, so even if others wanted to follow their example, they couldn't. Of course, Go-chi's family had become rich, and they were used to it. But no one expected that the family fleeing from hardship could also get rich from just a few acres of sandy land. After asking around, they learned that the potato seeds were provided by Go-chi's family on credit. Once the potatoes were sold, the money would be used to pay back Go-chi's family for the seeds. Potatoes could be harvested multiple times, and Go-chi's family had already tried planting potatoes in winter. Although the harvest was not great, it was still possible to grow them. Everyone was truly envious. At this point, they realized that Go-chi's earlier mention of wanting to buy sandy land was not just empty talk. But the village chief's clever tricks made them hesitant to buy, giving the family fleeing from hardship an opportunity. After understanding this, families who owned sandy land now hated the village chief very much. Not because the chief interfered with their land sales, since selling the land meant Go-chi's family could grow potatoes on their own. They hated the chief because his clever moves made Go-chi's family skip over them when borrowing seeds, causing them to lose their chance to get rich. Of course, these people's thoughts had nothing to do with Go-chi's family. She was now concerned about Go-mother, who was about to give birth. She already knew it would be a girl this time, but she hadn't told Go-father or Go-mother, since they might not believe her anyway. When Go-chi was 3 years old, Go-mother was over 7, almost 8. In these 3 years, their family had fully established itself in Go Family Village. The village chief of Go Family Village had also changed. Everyone wanted to become rich like Go-chi's family, so when choosing a new village chief, they didn't care if Go-father had a leg injury. They all pushed for Go-father to be the chief. Song Yuza didn't mind that the village chief was now Go-father. It was all beneficial to him. And with Go-chi present, Go Family Village will become richer and richer. This is what the local officials hope to see. Therefore, when Go-chi said she wanted to build a big house in Go Family Village, she was even granted a large plot of land for her family. Go-chi had wanted to build a house for a long time, but her mother was pregnant and giving birth, so the building plans were delayed. This delay lasted 3 years, but this year, no matter what, Go-chi was determined to finish building her house. Her family was growing larger, and Go-chi specially bought 2 maids for her younger sister Go-jing. The young girl was clever, and now she was learning to read. Although she wasn't as extraordinary as Go-chi, everyone wasn't surprised by her intelligence because Go-chi was so outstanding. Now that the family was about to build a new house, Go-chi's mother, who had been idle for a long time, finally got busy again. Of course, when we say she was busy, it mainly meant she was just checking on the house repairs. Whether it was the supervisor or the person in charge of food, Go-chi didn't need to worry. There were others responsible, and they would do a better job than Go-chi's mother ever did. "Miss, are you planning for my sister and me to each have our own rooms?" Yugwa accompanied Go-chi to see the house repairs. At that moment, she realized how many houses Go-chi had. Go-chi even said that 2 of the houses belonged to her and Yuju, which clearly meant the 2 sisters would have their own rooms. This arrangement wouldn't be typical for a big family's maids. Usually, they would share a room with another maid. You're both grown up now, and living with others can be inconvenient. Having your own room can also hide your little secrets, Go-chi said. She never treated them as mere servants, so she always shared her own things with them. Building a house wasn't a big deal, since many rooms were already being built. Giving each of them a room was simple. Not only them, but everyone who followed her early on, except Go Kongin and Hua Huan, who were married and lived together, had their own rooms. When Go Chi was building the houses, she also considered the homes of the wealthy families De Fu and Air Fu. But not inside her yard. These houses were built right next to their homes, with a small gate added for easier access. As for the family pretending to be refugees, Go Chi still allowed them to keep their current status. Potato farming is a good way to hide things and also to better conceal Li Yongyi's activities. Once everything was ready, Go Chi and her family moved in, and they also bought many servants to maintain such a large courtyard. After planting various chili seeds brought back by De Fu, Go Chi started to plan opening her own shop. First, she focused on training her chefs, all of whom she bought and raised herself. Over the years, although she still felt uneasy about buying people, she has become more comfortable with it. It's a kind of indirect contractual restraint, which she finds much safer than formal contracts. Training these chefs is to prepare for opening her shops everywhere. Although she hasn't expanded her business this year, she is still preparing for future openings. She plans to open a big restaurant first. Her goal is not just to be the best in the world, but to run a chain of hotels, so she has been training people for years. Of course, De Fu and Air Fu have also been busy outside, preparing for the grand opening of the world's top hotel. But being the best doesn't mean she will automatically succeed, so she personally trains her key chefs. Her first hotel will still be in Weicheng, where the old lady and others are no longer around, so everything can develop normally. However, Go Chi didn't find suitable shops in Weicheng, so she turned her attention back to Songyuza. Partnerships are good, once or twice. Earning money while gaining protection is ideal. With mutual interests, Songyuza allowed Go Chi to choose the location in Weicheng. Go Chi liked an empty piece of land by the river, and after finishing her new house, she planned to build a restaurant there. The craftsmen working for Go Chi earned a lot from her, and most importantly, they gained many new ideas they hadn't had before, giving them advantages in future projects and even becoming unique competitive tools. Go Chi's restaurant has 7 floors. The first floor is the main hall for casual guests. The second floor has private rooms. The third and fourth floors are for guest rooms. The 7th floor is the most luxurious, offering a high view of the surroundings. The 5th and 6th floors are also called guest rooms to outsiders, but Go Chi uses these floors to store items that Tian Yo and his team have researched. After years of learning and expanding, Tian Yo and his team are now very experienced. The organization has grown beyond just small beggars. Naturally, they are collecting more and more items. Since Tian Yo and the others learned to write, Go Chi no longer needs to record everything for them. They now have their own process, and Go Chi only needs to provide a place to store these items. Go Chi named her restaurant 100 Flavors Tower, a simple and straightforward name. It clearly indicates that her place offers many different tastes, definitely more than an ordinary restaurant or tavern. On the opening day, to attract customers, Go Chi had someone set up a large pot at the entrance, boiling a hot pot broth. The enticing aroma of the hot pot drew people in, and each table received a serving of mao kai, a mixed vegetable dish. Although mostly made of vegetables, it had a very unique flavor. The spiciness was not like common spicy foods. It was a fresh, exciting heat that left a deep impression on everyone who tasted it. Even people like Yu Zhu, who are afraid of spicy food, found it irresistible, not to mention those who already enjoyed spicy flavors. Wow, it smells so good. What is that smell? I've never smelled anything like it. I don't know. It smells a little spicy. Maybe they put a lot of juyu, a type of spice, in it. Juyu? No. That's the broth they've been boiling at the entrance since the restaurant opened today. Such a powerful aroma from the broth.
Let's go see.
As the hot pot simmered longer, the smell spread farther and farther, as if it was about to fill the entire city of Wei. People passing by were attracted by this unfamiliar scent and often followed it to 100 Flavors Tower. At the entrance, A row of young boys greeted passers-by. "Welcome to 100 Flavors Tower." When someone entered, they heard a neat chorus of greetings, giving an immediate sense of something special. When ordering, besides the usual dishes found in other restaurants, there were many dishes with names that made it hard to guess their flavors. But no matter what they ordered, it was a taste they had never experienced before, delicious and unique. With such amazing flavors, there was no need to worry about business. Within just a few days of opening, the whole city of Wei knew that 100 Flavors Tower had exceptional, unmatched flavors. Even if other restaurants tried to imitate goat cheese dishes, they could only copy the appearance but not the true taste. Even veteran chefs who secretly visited the restaurant couldn't figure out how goat cheese created such flavors. Especially the spicy taste that was completely different from Juyu, no one knew what it was made of. Besides this spicy flavor, there are many other tastes that are hard to identify. In the end, the taverns and restaurants could only watch as the business at 100 Flavors Tower improved day by day, with no way to stop it. The main reason is that even if someone wanted to cause trouble, they would be deterred because of songyuza. This is exactly what goat cheese wants to see. Songyuza is really very useful, especially in Weiqing. "Miss, I just received news from 100 Flavors Tower. It seems that many outsiders have come to Weiqing recently. They don't look like regular tourists," Yu Zhu told Go Chi, who was picking flowers in the garden. "Outsiders? Drawn here by 100 Flavors Tower," Go Chi said, handing the scissors to Yu Zhu and jokingly asking about these people's background. "I checked. They are some martial arts people. Although their first stop was 100 Flavors Tower, it's clear they didn't come just for the tower." "Martial world? It sounds nice, but actually, it's just a group of people who don't follow the rules of the court and call themselves righteous. In Weiqing, with Lord Song here, there's no place for their heroic deeds." "Do we know why they appeared in Weiqing?" Go Chi asked while cleaning the flowers she just picked. "We haven't found out yet, but they probably just want to act heroically. We're not sure what kind of heroism or righteousness they are after," Yu Zhu replied, helping Go Chi wash the petals but feeling unhappy about the lack of concrete news. "It's strange," Go Chi thought. "Tian Yo and the others haven't sent back any news without details for a long time. Why did they send this early? How skilled are these people?" Go Chi pondered, guessing Tian Yo wanted to warn her that these people might be dangerous. Besides, they probably are better than us who are unarmed. "I really don't understand what these people are thinking," Yu Zhu said, disliking martial arts people, perhaps because it's too far from her own life. "No matter what, we should be careful ourselves and also warn Tian Yo and the others. Don't risk yourselves over some useless or uncertain news." Although Go Chi didn't know what these people came to Wei City for, now that she knew, she decided to avoid contact with them as much as possible. She was usually very low-key, so she thought they weren't here to find her. Unfortunately, she was wrong this time. These people actually came to find her, but they had been searching for a long time without success. They didn't even know that the person they were looking for was Go Chi, so they were still wandering around Wei City aimlessly. Their main goal was to find Go Chi, but there was another purpose they hadn't revealed yet. Because of this, Tian Yo and the others couldn't figure out why they were here. After spending some time in Wei City, these people gradually left, but they didn't disappear completely. Instead, they wandered around the nearby villages, including Go Family Village. Not many people came to Go Family Village, only 2 in fact. When they arrived, they didn't go directly to the village, but went straight up Mount Wei. When Go Chi received the news, those 2 people had already reached the mountain. Since Mount Wei is so large, it was impossible to guess what they were doing up there. "Miss, what do you think their real purpose is?" Yu Zhu asked, more curious after confirming they had reached the mountain. "Who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Miss is so busy every day, she doesn't have time to worry about these people from the martial world," Yu Gui said, giving Yu Zhu a sharp look. She thought her younger sister was asking useless questions every day. "I'm just curious. Besides, we're just chatting at home. Why would we need to worry about them?" Yu Zhu muttered to herself, though she didn't dare to argue with Yu Gui. Go Chi thought Yu Zhu was just curious. She was curious too, but She wasn't interested in these people, she would just be curious for a moment when talking about them. However, she didn't expect that that very night, a student went missing at Banshan Academy. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, did my cousin come to see you? Early in the morning, Xiaoji hurriedly knocked on Go Chi's door. The first thing he asked was this. Brother Qingtian? No, he didn't come. What's wrong? Did something happen? Go Chi saw Xiaoji's anxious look and guessed that Fangcheng was probably missing. Sure enough, after confirming Fangcheng hadn't come to Go Chi's place, Xiaoji briefly told her what had happened last night. It turned out that after Fangcheng and Xiaoji each went back to their rooms, they went to sleep. In the middle of the night, a wood storage shed suddenly caught fire on its own because of a blaze, and since it was a wood shed, the fire spread rapidly. Fortunately, the discovery was made in time. Even though the fire was large, it didn't spread too far, and the damage was not significant. After the fire was put out, everyone in the academy went back to rest. It seemed like nothing serious had happened, but this morning, Xiaoji found that Fangcheng was missing when he went to see Fangcheng. He then remembered that during the fire rescue last night, he saw Fangcheng everywhere. Usually, even if Fangcheng couldn't join the rescue, he would still appear. But last night, everyone was tired and sleepy, and there were many people, so no one noticed Fangcheng was missing. Maybe he's in the firewood shed, Yuzhu suddenly said when she heard Xiaoji's words. Everyone looked at her, and Go Chi even gave her a stern look. No, I thought so too at first. I hurried to check the shed, but no one was there, Xiaoji said, unsure how to feel. That's good. If he's not in the shed, he might be fine. Maybe he left early this morning and will come back soon. Don't worry, I've also sent people to help look for him, Go Chi comforted Xiaoji. Then she asked Yu Gui and Yu Zhu to notify their families to help search. Seeing that Go Chi already had people helping, Xiaoji became anxious and decided to leave first. After Go Chi finished notifying others, she and Yu Gui and Yu Zhu took their dogs and went out to look. Go Chi first went to the Banshan Academy, which was in chaos. She saw Dean Xiao standing at the gate, looking out anxiously, clearly waiting for news. Grandpa Dean, I came to help find little Cheng. Do you have anything that belongs to him? Let my dog smell it and follow the scent, Go Chi said. Good girl, come with me, Dean Xiao replied. He could have let the butler lead her, but seeing a glimmer of hope, he personally took Go Chi to Fangcheng's room. Go Chi let the dogs smell Fangcheng's belongings. The dogs were very smart. Once they identified Fangcheng's scent, they started searching based on it. Chi-Chi, is this okay? Dean Xiao looked nervous as he watched the dogs sniff continuously. But Fangcheng was always walking around Banshan Academy, so his scent was everywhere. Seeing the dogs circling around the academy, Go Chi hugged them and left the academy, planning to start searching from the entrance. Go Chi took the dog away from the half-mountain academy and circled around it. Besides the main gate, where Fangcheng's presence was felt, they also detected his scent near a wall in the courtyard. Yu Zhu, you take one dog and start from the gate. Although it's likely that we are heading in the right direction, since we can smell something there, we shouldn't ignore this possibility. Be careful, and if you see anything unusual, don't go alone. Come back and tell us. Go Chi instructed Yu Zhu, then led Yu Gui and two other dogs along the wall, following the scent. Before long, they entered Weishan Mountain, going deeper and deeper inside. Miss, do we still need to go further? We've never been this deep before. The village elders said there are wild animals deep in Weishan Mountain. Seeing them go further inside, Yu Gui started to worry. It's okay, we're not too deep yet. Plus, we brought big dogs. If there's danger, they won't go further in. Go Chi knew they had reached a place she'd never been before, but since the big dog sensed Fangcheng heading inside, she had to go in. Since Go Chi said that, Yu Gui stopped trying to persuade her. Of course, she was also prepared. If danger appeared, she would protect Go Chi. Why are there cut marks here? It doesn't look like someone is chopping wood up on the mountain.
Who would go so deep inside?
Go Chi followed the big dog and found the path was getting harder to walk, but she also noticed clear-cut marks made with a knife. Miss, could those be from the two martial artists? Didn't they say they went up Weishan Mountain before? Yu also saw the knife marks, and her nervousness grew. Be careful. Speak softly. Whether or not those marks were made by the two martial artists, the knife marks match Fong Cheng's scent. We have to consider that Fong Cheng might have been taken by those two. Since that's possible, let's go back first and find others to come with us. Yu started to persuade Go Chi, but she knew it was probably useless. Go Chi still hoped to go further ahead. No rush. Let's confirm first. What if we're wrong? What if Fong Cheng is in danger right now? We'd waste too much time coming back and forth. Why don't you go back and call others, and I'll keep going forward? Go Chi suddenly thought this idea was good. It could both call someone and not delay her from checking Fong Cheng's situation. No, it's too dangerous here. There's no way I can let Miss go alone. Either Miss and I go back to call someone, or I stay with Miss and keep looking for young Master Fong. Yu couldn't leave Go Chi, even though Go Chi's plan could save a lot of time. Go Chi looked at Yu but didn't insist. The girl was very stubborn, and right now, she was the only one with her, so she definitely wouldn't leave. So, the two continued following the big dog forward. After walking for a while, the big dog suddenly lowered its body and started crawling forward. Miss? Yu didn't know what the big dog and others had smelled or sensed, but the way they moved made her nervous. Don't speak. Follow me, Go Chi whispered softly. Honestly, she could already hear voices, but she didn't dare speak because she wasn't sure if these martial artists could hear well. This was because TV shows often said that highly skilled fighters could hear sounds from far away, so she had to be careful. To be safe, Go Chi called the two dogs to stop and decided to listen carefully to what these people were saying. Brother Jiao, your medicine is too good. This kid fell asleep right away. Of course. He'll probably wake up at night. Let's go eat something first and see if anyone is looking for this kid. Someone is definitely looking for him. After all, he disappeared from the academy. But I wonder if the Rong family is searching for him. I don't think so. They seem to be strangers on the surface. If we didn't know they secretly sent a letter to that young master from the Rong family, we wouldn't even know they have contact. But last night, we asked all night, and this kid didn't admit to giving poison to that young master from the Rong family. Could the information be wrong? Can the poison really be cured? Who cares if it's true or not? We do our job with money. When night falls, we'll ask this kid again. If he still denies it, we'll deal with him, and then look for other clues. Since the Rong family said someone provided the antidote, it must be true. The message from the Rong family was very vague. The young master of the Rong family has been to many places besides your location. If not Wei City, then it must be somewhere else. Take your time searching. Maybe tonight we'll get some news from this young man's mouth. After they left, Go Chi waited until he could no longer hear their voices before instructing the big dog and others to continue forward. Soon they saw a cave. At the entrance, there were several campfires that had been burned out. Go Chi looked around and then led Yu into the cave. The cave was not deep. Once inside, they saw Fong Cheng and lying on the ground. He was emitting black energy all over his body. With a quick look, they saw he was not only drugged to make him faint but also injured. He had wounds on his legs and arms. His eyes showed cuts, but the wounds were deep. The only good thing was that all his wounds had been bandaged and stopped bleeding. It seemed those two did not want Fong Cheng to die too soon, or they wouldn't have been able to get the answers they wanted. Miss, what should we do? We don't know when those two will return. If we go back and call someone and then they come back and ask Fong Cheng but he doesn't give them the answers they want, they might just kill him, Yu said. It's too late to call for help. We should carry him back and leave from here. Let's go down the mountain now and head home. That might be closer than returning to the academy, Go Chi decided. She wanted to take Fong Cheng home like this. Their house is medicine, and she can treat his wounds. But young Master Fong is taller than us. Can we carry him that far? Yu doubted whether they could carry Fong Cheng back, but she still helped Go Chi untie the ropes binding him and then supported one of Fong Cheng's arms on her shoulder. Forget whether we can carry him or not.
First, we need to leave this place, Go Chi said.
She didn't care if they could carry him home. Leaving the cave was the priority, especially since they didn't know when those two might come back. The big dog led the way. Go Chi and Yugui struggled to support Feng Cheng as they slowly descended the mountain. Another dog followed behind them, messing up their tracks. Because it was the dog's paws making the marks, the footprints disappeared, leaving only animal traces. However, the cave was deep inside Wei Mountain. So, after walking for a while, the two girls were already panting heavily.
No, we still need to call someone.
Jade, go back and call your father quietly. Remember to do it secretly. Also, open the back door. I'll hide behind this rock with him and wait for you. Bring the dog and don't get lost. Go Chi stopped near a large stone, making sure they were out of the cave's range. That won't do. Jade instinctively wanted to say she would stay with Go Chi, but she quickly realized the situation didn't allow it, so she changed the subject. Miss, you must hide well. I'll be back soon. Please be careful. All right, stop hesitating. If you delay too long, someone might find us. Go Chi and Feng Cheng hid behind the shadow of the big rock, then signaled Jade to leave quickly. Jade, feeling anxious, grabbed the dog and ran fast. When Jade returned, Go Kongin appeared with some ropes. He tied Feng Cheng to himself carefully and slowly started to descend. Jade continued leading the dog, while Go Chi and the other dog worked together to erase their traces. They reached the back door of the house. Jade had already taken down the latch earlier, so now they could enter without anyone noticing. Where did you put young Master Feng? Go Kongin asked quietly, avoiding the others in the house. In my yard. Go Chi didn't think much. Only her yard felt safe, and it was convenient for treating his injuries. Although Go Kongin felt it was not good for a man to stay in Go Chi's yard, he didn't fully understand the situation now, so he decided to follow Go Chi's lead. Go Chi's yard had an empty room. After entering one, Go Kongin gently laid Feng Cheng down. Jade, go get some hot water. Uncle Kongin, you might need to change his clothes and burn the old ones. By the way, didn't I buy new clothes for everyone a few days ago? Uncle Kongin, use one of yours for him. I'll replace it later. Be sure to watch his wounds when changing clothes. I need to clean and treat his injuries later. I'm going to get some alcohol now. Uncle Kongin, please take care of him. Also, don't tell anyone about this for now, not even my parents. After giving instructions, Go Chi left the room and went to the medicine cabinet to find herbs suitable for Feng Cheng's injuries. Once the water was ready, Go Kongin also finished changing his clothes. Only his injured arm and leg were left uncovered for easier treatment and bandaging by Go Chi. Go Chi has prepared everything here. Cleaning the wound is complicated because it is full of dirt. If not cleaned properly, it could get infected, making treatment more difficult later. Moreover, that medicine from Brother Jiao is very effective. Go Chi felt pain when cleaning the wound, but the pain was bearable, and Feng Cheng did not wake up from it. After Go Chi applied medicine and bandaged all the wounds, Feng Cheng still did not wake up. However, Go Chi noticed that the black energy around Feng Cheng was decreasing, which means his injuries are being treated successfully. Don't tell anyone about Feng Cheng being here. Also, let's keep going out to find him, so it looks like we haven't found him yet, Go Chi thought. She called Go Kongin and Yugua to go out with her. Of course, she was worried Feng Cheng might wake up early, so she left a letter for him explaining the situation. If Feng Cheng saw the letter, he would wait for her to return. Then she saw herself searching everywhere, meeting Yu Zhua, who had just parted ways with her. They continued searching together. Director Xiao saw Go Chi wandering around with the dog and thought she hadn't found Feng Cheng yet. Go Chi, with the dog, seemed most likely to find him, but now she was just wandering around, which made Director Xiao more worried. Seeing Director Xiao's anxious look, Go Chi was actually considering whether to tell him that Feng Cheng was at her house. But since she didn't know if the two who kidnapped Feng Cheng had realized he was missing, she decided it was better not to tell Director Xiao for now. As it got later, many people had been helping to search since morning, but by nightfall, there was still no news. Go Chi and her group searched all day. She returned home a few times to check on Feng Cheng. That medicine from Brother Jiao was very effective. Each time Go Chi returned, Feng Cheng showed no signs of waking. By nightfall, It was very dark, and Feng Chi's mother and others wouldn't let her go out again. So she stayed at home, taking care of Feng Cheng peacefully. As time passed, Feng Cheng still hadn't woken up, but his brow was beginning to furrow slightly. It is clear that the medicine Brother Diao gave him has worn off, and now he can feel the pain. As his eyebrows furrow more and more, reaching a point where he can no longer bear it, he finally opens his eyes. The first thing he sees is the ceiling, which he does not recognize. Memories of what happened before he fainted immediately come to mind, making him feel anxious. Brother Xiao Cheng? Go Qi sees him wake up and softly calls his name. Hearing the familiar voice, Feng Cheng quickly turns his head and sees Go Qi looking at him with concern. Chi, where am I? Feng Cheng is confused about why Go Qi is here too. This is my home. Go Qi then explains how she found Feng Cheng and how she brought him back. After hearing this, Feng Cheng realizes he was saved by Go Qi. Brother Xiao Cheng, why did those people catch you? Go Qi, having overheard the conversation of the two men, guesses it might be related to Rong Song. But she wonders if the fact that they found Feng Cheng means that the secret medicine formula he gave Rong Song was discovered, even after so long. Feng Cheng thinks for a moment. Although he has gone through such a situation, he feels he should tell Go Qi, so she can be prepared. Otherwise, if she gets caught someday, it would be troublesome. When Go Qi was only 3 years old, she probably wouldn't arouse suspicion, but for safety, it's better to be cautious. Feng Cheng struggles to sit up, takes a sip of water Go Qi prepared, and then begins to tell her about his experience yesterday. Feng Cheng was already asleep, but suddenly he heard some noise outside. He wanted to go out and see what was happening, but as soon as he opened the door, he was knocked out. Feng Cheng practices martial arts. Although he's not a top expert, he can hold his own in a fight. But this time he was caught off guard and was knocked out. He doesn't know how the other person took him out of the mountain study hall. He only remembers being splashed with water and waking up in a cave. The two people kept asking if he was the one who gave Rong Song the medicine formula. He wouldn't admit it, and even pretended not to understand what they meant by the formula. Seeing he wouldn't confess, they beat him. But he still refused to admit anything because he knew that since they were asking, they didn't have real evidence, just guesses. If they admit it, it will be considered proof, which could cause serious trouble for him and his grandmother's family. He cannot bear such consequences, so he has refused to admit it until these two people lost patience. After giving him some unknown medicine, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he was at Go Chi's house, so he isn't really sure how the secret was leaked. So, it seems they also don't know the full situation, but they know that young Master Rong's poison has been cured? Hasn't he been hiding that well? Go Chi thought about Rong Song. Even after the poison was cured, he still bought ice from her family, clearly to hide his true situation. In Wei City, for so many years, no suspicion was raised. But shortly after returning, someone came to investigate, which made Go Chi feel that Rong Song's secret had been discovered. I'm not sure about that, but we can ask Master Song. They are relatives, and Master Song should be someone Rongga trusts. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to Wei City after taking office. But I don't know if Master Song will tell us about Rong Song's situation in the capital. Feng Cheng also didn't know Rong Song's situation in the capital, but he mentioned Song Yuza. The two are relatives and probably know something. I'll ask tomorrow. You should rest at my house for now. Those people probably already found out you came out of the cave, so I haven't told the elders or the others that you're here. After I talk to Master Song tomorrow and understand the current situation, I'll decide whether to tell the elders. When Go Chi mentioned Song Yuza, Feng Cheng also thought of him. He also felt it might be good to share his current situation with Song Yuza, so he could help manage the current situation in Wei City. Those martial artists are ruthless killers. They even said that if they couldn't get information from Feng Cheng, they would kill him. Grandpa must be worried about me. Maybe you should ask someone to tell him what's happening at your place. Feng Cheng was worried that Director Xiao might become anxious and fall ill because of concern for him. So, he hoped Go Chi would tell Director Xiao about his situation. Let's wait until tomorrow. After I talk to Master Song, I'll go and tell Grandpa. Although it might worry him, who knows if those two people who are after you will keep watching the Mountain Halfway Academy. To be safe, and to prevent you from being taken again, it's better not to tell Grandpa for now. Go Chi said this, and although Fong Ching still wanted to tell Director Xiao, he thought it was better not to let the two people know that Go Chi was fine. So today, he decided not to tell Director Xiao that he was okay. The next day, Fong Ching urgently needed to recover at Go Chi's house. Not to mention, Go Chi's house is quite big, and they are hiding someone inside. Neither Go father nor Go mother knows about it. That's why Go Chi brought Fong Ching to her home to recover. I'm going to Wei Ching soon. If you need anything, just find Yuju. Don't rush to go out yet. Wait until I ask Lord Song first, Go Chi said before leaving. She carefully looked at Fong Cheng's injury and reminded him again not to rush out. Fong Cheng understood that now was not the time to go out, so he had no objection to Go Chi's advice. He also reminded Go Chi to be careful on the way. When Go Chi arrived in Weicheng, Song Yuza was not at the government office. It was clear he had heard about Fong Cheng's situation and was helping to look for him nearby. Fortunately, he didn't have to go far himself. He was just checking around Weicheng. After Go Chi asked where he was, she went to find Song Yuza herself. Why did you come here? Did you find Fong Cheng? Song Yuza asked immediately when he saw Go Chi, as he was mainly worried about Fong Cheng. Lord Song, can we talk somewhere private? Go Chi looked at the people around Song Yuza. Although she knew most of them, she didn't fully trust them. Song Yuza didn't know why Go Chi wanted to speak alone, but seeing so many people around, he suggested they go to a nearby tea house. They went inside. The tea house had private rooms. Song Yuza left his men outside and signaled to Go Chi that she could speak now. Lord Song, do you know if young Master Rong has had any trouble in the capital? Go Chi asked directly about Rong Song. After all, Fong Ching being captured was related to Rong Song. Didn't he go back to take the imperial exams? Why are you asking this? Song Yuza was surprised that Go Chi asked about Rong Song. Although they were friends, Rong Song's family matters were private, and it was better not to tell Go Chi. Seeing that Song Yuza didn't answer her directly, Go Chi suspected that something serious might be going on. The person who took Brother Xiao Chung might have some connection to Rong's family. Go Chi used the word maybe, but the clever Song Yuza immediately understood that this maybe was just a cover. She was actually saying that Fong Cheng's disappearance was related to the Rong family. Did you find Fong Cheng? Song Yuza could tell from Go Chi's words that she had already found Fong Cheng, but he still asked to confirm. Go Chi didn't speak, just nodded. With that, there was no sound, and even if someone was eavesdropping outside, they wouldn't see her movements. Naturally, they wouldn't know that Fong Cheng was now at her house. Or, did the person who took Fong Cheng leave any message for you, or the academy? Seeing Go Chi only nod, Song Yuza understood what she was wary of. Although he trusted his own people, Go Chi didn't trust them. If she didn't trust, he would cooperate. He didn't want an answer to this question either, because if there was really a message, Xiaoji would have mentioned it when he came to see him yesterday. Since Go Chi had found Fong Cheng but Director Xiao hadn't told him anything, it meant Go Chi hadn't told Director Xiao about Fong Cheng's situation. She didn't tell him but came to find him, initially asking about Rong Song. After thinking for a moment, Song Yuza understood the current situation. If you think it's related to the Rong family, it might be connected to Rong Song's return for the exam, Song Yuza suddenly told Go Chi after considering the relationship.
Could it be that?
Go Chi wanted to ask if Rong Song's recovery from the poison was known by others, but then she thought that if Song Yuza didn't know, asking would reveal her question. She quickly stopped herself from asking further, but those few words still sparked a suspicion in Song Yuza. Counting the days until the exam, it should be in a few days, so Rong Song probably didn't achieve a top score and was envied. Although their family would envy his situation regardless. As for how this relates to Fong Cheng, Song Yuza stopped there, not continuing. He knew Rong Song had received a prescription to improve his health. He didn't know who gave him the prescription, but since Rong Song trusted the person, it must have been someone he trusted. Now, Fong Cheng might have gone missing because of Rong Song. Song Yuza suddenly thought that the prescription might have been given by Fong Cheng. This also explained why Rong Song only realized he had health issues after coming to the Half Mountain Academy. Once he understood this, he suddenly felt that it was very likely that the Rong family was involved. Do you know who took Fong Chung? Song Yuza figured out the relationship here and decided to cut off the enemy's allies first. A couple of outsiders came to our village recently, and they seem to be martial arts practitioners. Today, they came to Weiqing, and it turns out there are quite a few such martial artists there. The Rong family has connections with these martial artists. Could there be some link? Go Chi didn't directly say it was the martial artists who did it, but her words clearly implied that these martial artists were involved. Song Yuza naturally knew that many martial artists had come into his territory. At first, he thought it was related to Baiwei Tower, since its flavors are very attractive. It was normal for idle martial artists to come here to try something new after hearing about it. Their first stop in Weiqing was indeed Baiwei Tower, and some even went there every day. So, initially, he didn't think there was a problem with these martial artists coming. Now he realizes he was wrong. No matter how good the flavors at Baiwei Tower are, they wouldn't cause so many martial artists to appear suddenly. However, the large number of martial artists coming suggests they might not know who provided Rong Song with the medicinal recipe.
They're still investigating.
As for kidnapping Fong Chung, someone probably knows about Fong Cheng's family situation and is making guesses. Song Yuza shared his thoughts. Go Chi didn't expect that Song Yuza could figure things out so clearly based on just a little information she gave. From his analysis, she also realized he knew Rong Song had obtained the medicinal recipe. But he probably didn't know who gave Rong Song the recipe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought Fong Chung was involved when talking about the recipe. It probably wasn't little Chingij who gave it. If he knew, the other person wouldn't have beaten him up. Go Chi now feels that asking Fong Chung to hand over the recipe was a real mistake. But since it already happened, she can only protect herself and try her best to help Fong Chung get out of this mess. Of course it wasn't him. Although his family has some connections in this area, they want to train him for a government career. Even if he knows some medical skills, he couldn't cure Rong Song's illness. Song Yuza had just guessed it might be Fong Chung, but when Go Chi denied it, he agreed and even gave a reasonable explanation. Go Chi didn't know exactly what Song Yuza was thinking, but now that he had told him that Fong Cheng's disappearance was related to these martial arts figures, he felt he should do something. However, since he now knew these people were connected to the Rong family, he wondered whether the Rong family would send someone after the martial arts group was cleared out. That was a big question. The main thing was to find out what Rong Song had done in the capital, as it seemed he had obtained the antidote formula. So, after Song Yuza learned that they needed to clear out the martial arts figures in Weiqing, Go Chi asked him again about Rong Song's situation in the capital. Song Yuza still thought it was better not to tell Go Chi everything. That's fine. Lord Song doesn't need to tell me. Just tell Xiao Chung. I don't know why those people are bothering him, but if you tell him, he can be more careful. Go Chi saw that Song Yuza was hesitant, and she also thought that if he showed too much concern, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Instead of risking that, it was safer to eavesdrop secretly. Song Yuza thought for a moment and agreed that Go Chi's idea was good. It was indeed better for Fong Chung to be more cautious. Not only should Fong Chung be warned, but Rong Song should also be reminded. The best way to handle this was to resolve it from Rong Song's side. Alright, I'll write a letter to Fong Chung. Please help me deliver it, Song Yuza said, about to call someone to prepare ink and paper. No, that's too risky. What if someone steals the letter? Go Chi knew that writing a letter wasn't a problem, but how could she eavesdrop on it? Would she peek at someone else's letter? If the letter wasn't sealed, she could look at it. But if it was sealed, when could she secretly read it? It was too complicated. Eavesdropping was much easier. I can just go to your house directly, but that's not quite right. Song Yuza actually thought writing a letter was better. Going directly to find Fong Chung might raise suspicion. Even if he cleared out all the martial arts figures this time, it would still cause trouble for Fong Chung. Go Chi listened to Song Yuza and realized that if she kept persuading him, it might seem too obvious. In the end, she could only let Song Yuza write the letter to Fong Chung. When Song Yuza called someone in, he didn't say he was writing a letter. Instead, he said he was helping Go Chi practice calligraphy. He wanted Go Chi to practice writing more. Although her handwriting was no longer as ugly as before, Song Yuza's guards still remembered that Go Chi's handwriting was poor. Song Yuza first wrote a few practice sheets for Go Chi, then sent a letter. To keep it secret, he didn't ask anyone for an envelope, which surprised Go Chi a little. Lord Song, aren't you afraid I might peek? Go Chi asked jokingly as she held the letter he wrote. At the same time, she secretly put the letter into her own pocket. Since I asked you to help carry it, I'm not worried you'll look at it. Song Yuza thought that even if he didn't say anything, once Fong Chung found out, he would probably tell Go Chi. Whether Go Chi peeked on her own or Fong Chung told her, as long as he didn't say it himself, it could be seen as Go Chi not knowing. In that case, she wouldn't be suspected. Haha, Lord Song is so generous. I'll go now, Go Chi said, then took the practice sheets from Song Yuza and left the private room. Standing at the door, she didn't forget to thank Song Yuza for taking the time to write the sheets for her. Clearly, she said this to make the people in the tea house think she came only to ask for a practice sheet from Song Yuza. After leaving the tea house, Go Chi walked back with Yugua. Meanwhile, Song Yuza was still searching for Fong Chung, giving Go Chi an alibi. On the way, Go Chi didn't look at the letter from Song Yuza because she was busy talking with the others in the carriage about the practice sheets. The carriage was no longer driven by Go Chi's father and uncle, but since they earned some money from it, it was similar to a taxi. They just collected a fixed amount each day. Lord Song's calligraphy is really beautiful. I wish my child could learn to write like him, someone said. You're dreaming. Your kid probably can't even write the 100 family surnames, let alone learn Lord Song's calligraphy, another replied. Take it slow. When they learn more, they'll naturally practice writing. That doesn't affect my admiration for Lord Song's calligraphy, Go Chi said generously. But the others didn't dare to accept her offer. They admired her courage, but they wouldn't trouble Lord Song or ask him directly. Even through Go Chi, they wouldn't dare to ask for a practice sheet. Still, they enjoyed talking about Song Yuza's calligraphy. When Go Chi returned home, everyone in the carriage knew she had received a practice sheet from Song Yuza today. When she reached her yard, she asked Yugua to put the calligraphy book in her study. She went to see Fong Chung and also planned to give him the letter. Of course, she first read the letter herself before carefully folding it and holding it close to her chest. How is it? What did Lord Song say? Fong Chung saw Go Chi return and wanted to get out of bed to talk to her. Don't move so much. You're clearly hurt and you're moving around. Lord Song wrote you a letter, Go Chi said as she helped Fong Chung onto the bed. After he sat properly, she handed him the letter. A letter? Fong Chung looked at the letter without an envelope, and his expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, many bad thoughts started to cross his mind, mainly about Rong Song's situation being exposed. Their Fong family and grandmother's family were also affected because of this. Look at how scared you are. You should read the letter first before frightening yourself, Go Chi warned, noticing Fong Chung was too afraid to open it. Not knowing anything and getting scared isn't good. Fong Chung looked at Go Chi, then took a deep breath and slowly opened the letter. Song Yuza's letter didn't say much, only about Rong Song's situation in the capital. It turned out Rong Song had returned to the capital and was studying hard for exams. Although there shouldn't be any problems here, it was obvious he had done something that was discovered, which caused suspicion. That's why people from the martial world came to Weiqing. But according to Song Yuza's analysis, combined with Fong Cheng's encounter with those two people, Rong's family probably still doesn't know Rong Song's poison has been cured.
They are only suspicious for now.
To dispel doubts, Rong Song needs to do something to prove himself. As for Fong Chung, he needs to be more careful. Until Rong Song can fully deceive others, he shouldn't wander around recklessly. The two people who caught him this time, Song Yuza asked Fong Chung to draw their portraits first. He would arrest them first. Fong Chung looked at the letter again, then handed it to Go Chi with a furrowed brow. Go Chi didn't expect Fong Chung to be so loyal to her, especially since he had just secretly looked at the letter. But now that he could openly look at it, she decided to examine it carefully once more. Studying hard for exams and still being suspected? There must be something else going on. Something that looks very normal but is actually suspicious to those who pay close attention, Go Chi said after reading the letter again, sharing her thoughts. I have never known what his poison was, so I can't think of anything that might have revealed his condition unknowingly. Over the past few years, Fong Chung has been studying Rong Song's poison. Although he knows the symptoms and the antidote, his understanding of the poison is still limited. If someone observes carefully, they will inevitably find clues. For example, what Rong Song eats. In the past, he couldn't eat any spicy or hot foods, but now he can eat them without any problem. Some seasonings, like pepper, are hot, and if someone adds powder to dishes, it's hard to see. But if he eats it and doesn't get sick, it would reveal a clue. Temperature is also a factor. I don't know how the weather is in Beijing, but based on Rong Song's situation, someone who can wear only light clothes in winter, if he dresses too warmly, it might reveal something. Also, the items he uses. If he wears light clothes but uses warming tools because it's a bit cold, that could be a sign. All these clues don't require someone to watch him constantly. They can be discovered by chance. Of course, the chance of finding out what he wears or uses is small. I think testing with food is the easiest way. Go Chi mentioned this, and Fong Cheng also thinks it's very possible. It could be true. If so, it explains why the two people who arrested me asked about the prescription I gave Rong Song. They can't be sure who gave it, so as long as I keep pretending I don't know, there shouldn't be a problem. Fong Cheng speaks casually, but Go Chi can tell he's just trying to reassure her. In reality, it's not that easy. He was wrong to pass the prescription through him in the first place. We must stay alert. Lord Song said he told Rong Song, but I think we need a plan, not just to inform Rong Song. Otherwise, if the other side keeps sending people to investigate, it will be troublesome. Go Chi is already thinking of a plan. Rong Song is in Beijing, and although Tianyou's people have a wide network, they haven't penetrated deeply into the city. So, passing messages through Byway Tower isn't feasible. I will also inform my family to be prepared. Fong Cheng can see Go Chi is trying to find a solution, but he feels this is their family's matter, and it's not right to involve Go Chi too much. Yes, let them be cautious. The Rong family has connections in the martial world, and those people never follow the usual rules. But just being cautious isn't enough. We need to find a way to get your family out of this situation. I have an idea, but it requires Rong Song and your family's medical relatives to act together, and it would be better if other doctors could also cooperate. Although I think my idea isn't perfect, to make the other side believe Rong Song's poison can't be cured, we have to put on a show.
A show?
Tell me more, Fong Cheng said. He wasn't very optimistic about acting, but since he had no better ideas, he listened to what Go Chi suggested. Go Chi could tell that Fong Cheng wasn't very supportive of the idea of acting, but she decided to share her plan first. If Fong Cheng had a better solution, she wouldn't need to suggest this. Go Chi thought Rong Song was suspected because he hadn't shown symptoms recently, so they should find a reason to explain why he isn't sick. The best excuse would be for him to suddenly fall ill again, and the doctor would say that his poison hasn't been cured and, in fact, has worsened due to previous suppression. This would make the other side feel relieved and even happier. The doctor who suppressed the illness could be the same fake doctor involved in Go Chi's family case, who was also exiled. Now, he wasn't in Weicheng, and his current location was unknown. His exile period seemed to have ended, but he hadn't returned to Weicheng. It made sense. Everyone in Weicheng knew he was an unqualified doctor, so why come back? His absence could be used to their advantage, especially since he had once prescribed medicine for Rong Song. Fong Cheng didn't object to using this fake doctor, but it was more complicated when Go Chi suggested having a doctor examine Rong Song. In Beijing, the medical network was complicated, and it was easy to find a doctor who would follow their plan, but finding someone both trusted and willing to listen to Rong Song was difficult. No need to find a special doctor. Just let whoever the other side arranges come. Rong Song understands his own poisoning symptoms well enough. He just needs to act when the doctor arrives. His poison isn't easy to recognize, and the other side will use the same symptoms regardless of how many doctors they invite. It's best if the doctor who examines him can identify the symptoms when they come to your house. Then, your family can explain what's really going on, no matter how serious it sounds. I believe your family has studied his heat toxin, so what you say won't raise suspicion. Go Chi shared the part she needed to perform. She seemed very relaxed while speaking, but Fong Cheng still needed to think carefully. It's unlikely that only my family noticed the problem. If that happens, it will be easier for others to suspect that my family has studied this heat toxin. Your idea is good. I will write back and discuss it with my grandmother. By the way, have you been in contact with Rong Song? You should also tell him about this idea and ask him to contact my grandmother directly. That might be faster. Our distance is too far, so we can only tell them the situation here and let them find a way. We just need to cooperate. You mentioned that the quack doctor could be useful, but we still need to know his whereabouts. If the other side finds him, it could expose us. While speaking, Fong Chung started writing a letter. As he wrote, he also made some personal edits to Go Chi's plan to make it better. You've already written to your family, so I'll go to the Half Mountain Academy to talk to Dean Xiao about your situation. Although those two martial artists haven't been caught yet, I believe Lord Song will catch them quickly. Go Chi thought it would be better to wait until Lord Song caught the people before talking to Dean Xiao about Fong Cheng's situation. But since Fong Chung was writing to his family now, Dean Xiao would find out anyway, so it couldn't be kept secret. Yes, I'll write a letter to my grandfather first. Fong Chung thought it was better to speak directly to Dean Xiao himself. Go Chi didn't stop him. After all, Fong Chung writing the letter would make Dean Xiao feel more at ease. Go Chi went to Dean Xiao's study. She saw him sitting motionless at his desk. If she hadn't seen his eyes were open, she might have thought he was asleep. Chi, did you find Xiao Chung? Dean Xiao's voice was hoarse and looked very tired. He tried to stand up but felt dizzy for moving too quickly, so he sat back down. I found him. This is a letter Xiao Chung asked me to bring, Go Chi said as she stepped forward to help Dean Xiao and handed him the letter. From close up, Go Chi noticed that Dean Xiao looked much older after just one night. His hair seemed whiter, showing how much he cared for Xiao Chung. His trembling hand opened Xiao Cheng's letter. Although the handwriting was a bit crooked, it was clear it was Xiao Cheng's. His anxious heart finally relaxed. After reading Fong Cheng's letter, Director Xiao looked at Go Chi. Naturally, he was very grateful to Go Chi. Although Go Chi had already found someone yesterday, she didn't tell him. He understood it was to protect Fong Chung, so he didn't blame her. Thank you, Chi. However, Xiao Chung might need to stay at your place for a few more days. Once Xiao Song catches those people, I will go to bring Xiao Chung back. Director Xiao seemed to be feeling better now. Of course, he wanted to see Fong Chung, but given the current situation, he knew he couldn't go yet. So, he asked Go Chi for help. Don't worry, Grandpa Director. Xiao Chung is very safe with me. I didn't even tell my parents, so outsiders definitely won't know. Once the letter is delivered, I will go back. I also plan to send someone out again to pretend they are still looking for Xiao Chung. Go Chi said this on purpose to remind Director Xiao to act as if everything is normal and not to arouse suspicion among the people from the martial world. You are thoughtful. Director Xiao understood Go Chi's intention. When Go Chi left, he arranged for people to continue searching for Fong Chung. When Go Chi left the Mountain Halfway Academy, she unexpectedly saw those two martial world men. Although she didn't pay attention to their looks at first, she recognized their voices. Now, hearing them again, she knew it was definitely them. Strange. Why did they run away? Brother Diao, is your medicine no longer effective? No way, someone must have rescued him. After thinking it over, only the people from the Mountain Halfway Academy could have done it. Last night we found the person was missing, so we checked the academy. Things are still chaotic here. It's unlikely they took him. Last night was chaotic, but if someone rescued him, they probably haven't told anyone yet. If we come back today, we can confirm. If the other side rescued him, they would have returned him by now. They didn't come yesterday, but they should be able to today. Also, that kid saw our faces. No matter the outcome, we must find him. The speaker was Brother Diao. When he said this, he made a small gesture of cutting his throat. Although the gesture was subtle, Go Chi saw it. She and Yugor pretended not to notice. Go Chi also picked a wildflower from the roadside and handed it to Yugor to take home and put in her hair. Brother Diao and the others had already seen Go Chi and her friends earlier, but since Go Chi was just a young girl, they didn't see her as a threat and didn't pay much attention to her. Of course, the main point is that they didn't expect Go Chi to hear everything they said when they were a certain distance away. After Go Chi returned home, She immediately sent someone to inform Song Yuza that the two people who had kidnapped Fong Chung were still in Gojia village. If they used someone to run away now, it would take a long time for the message to reach them and come back. Just then, Go Chi received a message via pigeon from Baiwei Tower. She didn't care what news Baiwei Tower had sent earlier. This pigeon was just right for passing messages. Sending someone from Baiwei Tower to inform Song Yuza would be much faster than her own people running from Gojia village. After the pigeon flew away, Go Chi opened the message from Baiwei Tower, which reported how many martial artists had appeared in the city today. It's no longer a secret that martial artists have been seen in Weicheng lately, but Baiwei Tower reports it every day. Today, when Go Chi needed to send a message by pigeon, one arrived just in time. Luck was on her side. Go Chi informed Song Yuza and then waited for someone to come and catch the people. Fong Cheng's letter to the capital was already written, and the rest of the work was for Go Chi to handle. While waiting for Song Yuza to capture the people, Go Chi also sent someone to deliver the letter to the capital. Now she was just waiting for news and, of course, taking care of Fong Chung. Although Fong Chung seemed to be in good spirits now, he still needed proper rest and care because he was injured. There were also nightmares to deal with. Several nights, Go Chi checked on Fong Chung. Though he was already asleep, she could see his brows furrowed and his face showing fear, even sweating from it. Go Chi knew this was a psychological issue. Many people develop such reactions after experiencing traumatic events. Medicine in this era hadn't made much progress in this area, and she wasn't trained in psychology. Luckily, her sharp eyes helped her. Over the next few days, Go Chi kept giving Fong Chung psychological support. When they received a reply from the capital, Fong Cheng's grandmother naturally felt relieved, knowing that the family would handle the situation there. Meanwhile, Rong Song also sent news, saying he had already contacted Fong Cheng's grandmother, and the two families had discussed a plan. He also expressed guilt for the danger Fong Chung faced due to his oversight and even brought a piece of blood jade, claiming it would help with his recovery. Of course, by this time, Fong Cheng's injuries had almost healed. However, the two martial artists had escaped, so he couldn't show himself yet and was still staying at Go Chi's house. This blood jade is a good thing. Carrying it around can help strengthen your body. You were injured and lost a lot of blood at the time, so it can't be fully replenished quickly. Having this blood jade is beneficial. Go Chi's eyes showed that she thought the blood jade was very valuable. But she also felt that Fong Chung had almost lost his life. If Rong Song only gave him the blood jade and then ignored him, that would be very disappointing. Of course, that was just her opinion. She believed Rong Song wouldn't just give such a piece of blood jade. Some kindness needs to be repaid slowly. Giving this blood jade was probably a sign of his good intentions. Fong Chung even wanted to return the blood jade, saying it was too precious. But he also said he would only exchange it after meeting Rong Song again, to avoid unnecessary risks. Rong Song's blood jade stayed with Fong Chung, and it seemed that things in the capital city had nothing to do with them anymore. Meanwhile, Wencheng was also lively now. The officers under Song Yuza were busy catching people every day. But those martial artists weren't easy to catch, making Wencheng very lively and chaotic. The current chaos in Wencheng seemed to cause panic, but it was mainly due to Song Yuza's attitude. It was a warning to Rong Song's family that their influence was too strong. Even if they hired martial artists, they had to follow the law. So, many martial artists started leaving Wencheng one after another after Song Yuza's men began arresting people. Song Yuza sent a message to Go Chi, saying Fong Chung no longer needed to hide. After that, Xiao Ji took people to Go Chi's house to pick up Fong Chung. By the time they left, Go father and Go mother didn't even realize there was an extra person in the house. This was because Go Chi had hidden Fong Chung very well. Recently, Go father and Go mother had been worried about something else. Go Chi had been caring for Fong Chung, so she hadn't paid much attention to her parents' situation. But now that she was free, she noticed that her parents had been acting strangely lately. Yugua, go call water mama. Go Chi decided to find out what was going on since she sensed something unusual. She wasn't worried that her parents' strange behavior was because she was hiding Fong Chung, because she trusted that the people who knew Fong Chung was in her yard wouldn't reveal her secret. She decided to wait until Water Mama arrived to ask and find out what had happened. After Shuai Nyang arrived and asked about Go Fu and Go Mu, she felt a bit confused. Sir and Madam? They should be fine, in good health, and eating well. But recently, Madam seems to like spicy food more, which may have upset her stomach a little. Today, I already told the kitchen to adjust her meals slightly. Shuai Nyang thought for a moment and didn't see any problem with Go Fu and Go Mu. But if Go Chi asked about it, she probably noticed something, though she wasn't sure what. Go Chi listened to her answer, frowned slightly, and then asked if anything unusual had happened at home recently. At this, Shuai Nyang seemed to have found a reason. Actually, yes, but it's not about Sir and Madam. It's about the second Mississippi. My sister? What's wrong with her? Go Chi immediately thought that her sister might be the reason Go Fu and Go Mu were acting strangely, so she hurriedly asked what was going on with Go Jing. A while ago, the second miss went to the pharmacy to get some medicine, mostly for bruises and injuries. At first, I thought she was hurt, so I asked her maid from her courtyard. But they all said she wasn't hurt. However, during the questioning, it was obvious they were hiding something from us, though I don't know what. I also checked her courtyard myself. I could smell the medicine, but Go Jing had no injuries on her. After hearing about Go Jing, Go Chi felt there must be a problem in her courtyard. Since Shuai Nyang was sure that Go Jing wasn't hurt, it meant someone else in her courtyard was injured but was hiding it. It was strange. Both her sister's courtyard and Go Jing's courtyard had someone injured, but they were hiding it. They had some help covering it up, so it wasn't obvious, but Go Jing's side had slipped up. Maybe that's why Go Fu and Go Mu also noticed Go Jing's situation and started acting strangely. Perhaps they were trying to find out if Go Jing was really hurt in their own way. Let's go and see, Go Chi said, feeling very sensitive about the injured person. She was worried that the people from the martial world might find out about her family and accidentally hurt Go Jing's person. Most importantly, if someone was really injured, Go Jing alone might not be able to save them. Although Water Girl said Go Jing went to collect some medicinal herbs, and those herbs are mainly for treating minor injuries, is it really enough for someone who is hurt? Anyway, Go Chi feels she should check on her. It's better not to let anyone die in Go Jing's yard. When she arrived at the gate of Go Jing's yard, she pushed the door but couldn't open it. Normally, this girl never closes the yard door, so suddenly shutting it must mean something is wrong. She asked Yigua to knock, and when the little girl opened the door, Go Chi felt relieved. Then she looked into the yard and slowly opened the door wider to let them in. Why did you close the door so tightly today? Go Chi asked casually, pretending she didn't know anything, as she questioned the girl who opened the door. If she remembered correctly, this girl's name is Rose, one of the maids Go Jing bought. Second Miss didn't leave the yard today, so we forgot to open the gate, Rose said, lowering her head very respectfully, but Go Chi knew she was afraid she might be caught lying. Of course, even if Go Chi noticed the lie, she wouldn't ask about it now. She still hadn't figured out who was injured in Go Jing's yard. When she entered the yard, she saw Go Jing and another maid named Rose running out from behind a side room. Seeing Go Chi, Rose called out to stop Go Jing, who then slowed down, fixing her skirt that had become messy from running and catching her breath. Big sister, why are you here? Go Jing asked sweetly when she saw Go Chi, showing she was curious about her visit. But her eyes kept secretly checking if Go Chi noticed anything unusual about her.
Why?
Can I come see you? How long has it been since you last played with your sister? Go Chi pretended not to notice Go Jing's little secrets, pinching her small face as if she just wanted to see her after many days. No, that's not true. Go Jing instantly felt guilty after Go Chi's question. She thought she hadn't seen Go Chi for several days, so it made sense for Go Chi to come. Thinking of this, she felt annoyed. If she had paid more attention, Go Chi probably wouldn't have come to her yard today, and she wouldn't have to act so nervous. Don't say that. I think you just forgot. Did you forget to go pay respects to Mother today? Go Chi took Go Jing's hand and headed into the house. Go Chi said this intentionally because just now, Sister Rose mentioned that Go Jing didn't leave the house today. Based on that, Go Jing should have gone to pay respects to her mother today. I went, Go Jing replied. I go to see my mother every day. Today, I even had breakfast with her. When it came to paying respects, Go Jing quickly argued. She was very smart and afraid her mother might notice something, so she made sure to go every day. She didn't expect that by saying this, the excuse Sister Rose just gave would no longer hold. Go Chi expected Go Jing's reply. She looked at Sister Rose meaningfully, then at Go Jing. In that glance, Go Jing realized there was a disagreement between what she and Sister Rose had said. Go Jing didn't know what Sister Rose and Go Chi had discussed, but from Go Chi's expression, she could tell that what Go Chi said didn't match what Sister Rose said. But since they had already spoken, Go Chi only looked at both of them, without pointing out where their stories conflicted. Now, Go Jing didn't know how to fix her mistake. That's good.
Mother cares about you a lot.
Don't make her worry, Go Chi said, seeing Go Jing's nervousness. She didn't expose their conversation but continued chatting casually. Go Jing's heart was uneasy. She was afraid that if she kept talking to Go Chi, she might reveal more problems. But she couldn't send Go Chi away, so she had to keep chatting. Go Chi also brought some toys from Li Ji, clearly wanting to play with her. She used to love these toys, so even if she was upset inside, she tried to act excited when she saw them. Go Chi saw her pretending to be excited but distracted and didn't expose her. Instead, she moved closer and, like usual, the two sisters happily played with the toys. Why does it smell like medicine on you? Have you been taking medicine recently? Just as Go Jing thought she was pretending well, Go Chi suddenly asked this, making her nervous again. No, I haven't. Maybe it's the scent of my sachet, Go Jing stammered, taking out her scented pouch and handing it to Go Chi. This was a special medicinal pouch that Sister Rose had made for her after their mother asked about it once. But that's not the smell. It's not from this pouch, Go Chi said. Go Chi sniffed the sachet, then smelled the scent on Go Jing, and confidently said that the smell she detected was not from the sachet. By the way, I also smelled a medicinal scent when we entered the second young lady's courtyard, Yu Gui said. Although she didn't actually smell anything, she and Go Chi worked well together. Hearing Go Chi speak, she quickly agreed, saying she also detected the medicinal smell, not just now but when they first entered the courtyard. No, Sister Yu Gui, you must be mistaken, Go Jing said, feeling even more nervous after hearing Yu Gui's words. Still, she instinctively denied it. But the more she denied, the more it seemed there was indeed a problem. Really? I wasn't paying attention earlier, Go Chi said. She didn't care about Go Jing's claim of mistaken smell. Since the medicinal scent was mentioned, she decided to carefully investigate its source. She stopped playing with her toys and followed the scent of medicine out of the room. First, she went to the courtyard to sniff carefully with Yu Gui, then confirmed that the source of the smell was in the side hall. Big sister, there's no one over there. Where could that medicinal smell come from? Recently, no visitors have come, and there shouldn't be anyone in the side hall of this courtyard. Go Jing hurriedly ran to stop Go Chi when she saw them heading toward the side hall. But her attempt to stop her was too obvious, making Go Chi more certain that the injured person was indeed in the side hall. Earlier, she had Yu Gui confirm the situation inside Go Jing's courtyard, and since no one was missing, the injured person in the side hall was definitely a big problem. As Go Chi got closer to the side hall, Go Jing became more nervous. At such a young age, she suddenly didn't know what to do. She started crying in distress. Big sister, there really is no one here. There's really no one. Don't go in, Go Jing cried sadly. Although Go Chi felt sorry for her, she still needed to check on the person's situation for Go Jing's safety. Child, if there's no one, then there's no one. Why are you crying? I just want to take a quick look. If no one's there, I'll come right out, Go Chi said, trying to comfort Go Jing. But she had already pushed open the door to the side hall. As soon as the door opened, the medicinal smell that Yu Gui had noticed before suddenly rushed out. Besides the medicinal scent, there was also a strong smell of blood. If there was truly nothing inside, that would be a lie. Go Chi frowned when she smelled this strong blood stench. Such a heavy smell of blood. What kind of injuries did the wounded person have? It was this smell that made Go Jing unable to speak either. Even Rose and Jasmine, who were with her, could only lower their heads silently. Go-chi didn't look at them, but went straight into the side hall to see what was really happening inside. Inside, she saw a woman lying on the bed, surrounded by dark black aura. With such thick black energy, Go-chi could tell at a glance that her health was already very bad.
Who is she?
Go-chi asked Go-jing, since this person was brought back by Go-jing. She should know her situation.
Sister.
Go-jing realized she had never asked who this woman was. When she saw her badly injured, she didn't think much and just brought her home. You don't know who she is? Go-chi looked at Go-jing and guessed that Go-jing probably didn't recognize her. Go-jing still didn't know how to explain this woman's condition. Tell us, Go-chi said, seeing Go-jing unable to explain clearly, so she asked Rose and Jasmine to tell her about the woman. Rose and Jasmine exchanged glances, then looked at Go-jing, and finally explained the woman's situation to Go-chi. It turned out she was someone Go-jing and Go-chi had met earlier when they went to A City. At that time, Go-jing said she wanted to eat at the 100 Flavors Tower, and Go-chi also needed to go there, so they went together. Later, on the way back, Go-chi had some urgent matters, so she asked the carriage to take Go-jing home first. Go-jing then took a bullock cart back alone. So Go-jing, Rose, and Jasmine left first. Halfway there, the coachman suddenly had stomach trouble, so they stopped so he could go to the bathroom. At that moment, the badly injured woman ran into the carriage. She softly begged Go-jing for help. Go-jing was actually frightened by her injuries and nodded blankly. By the time she realized what was happening, the woman was already lying on the carriage, starting to bandage herself. When the coachman returned, he didn't notice anyone inside and just greeted Go-jing before driving the carriage home. After parking the carriage, the coachman also had stomach trouble again, giving Go-jing a chance. She quickly told Rose and Jasmine to cover for her and arranged for the injured woman to stay in a side hall in her courtyard. At this time, the woman was not yet unconscious and even gave herself some medicine. Go-jing was troubled and asked Go-jing to help find more. After Go-jing brought the person back, she prepared medicine for her. Once the woman took the medicine and fell asleep, Go-jing realized she had brought back a stranger. Despite being young, she learned to read early and seemed smarter than most children, but that didn't mean she could handle such a big event. Second miss, we should tell Madam about this. Rose thought it was best to inform Go-jing's mother, since they didn't know what kind of person she was dealing with. No, she's badly hurt. If Mother doesn't agree, she might just kick her out, and she could die, Go-jing said. My sister said we shouldn't just stand by and watch someone die. If we hadn't helped her from the start, it would be different. But we already saved her, and now if we send her away, it's like we're causing her harm. If my sister finds out, she'll definitely say it's my fault. Go-jing wasn't sure whether to tell her mother, but she worried it might happen. Her mother was stingy and cautious, and if she found out about the injured stranger, she would surely send her away. So, we should tell Miss Go and ask her to help think of a solution, Rose suggested. No, my sister is busy lately. We can't distract her over this, Go-jing decided. She's just injured. We'll let her rest here, and once she heals, we'll quietly let her leave. Although Go-jing knew her decision was risky, since she had already brought the stranger home unexpectedly, she decided to let her recover first. Despite their worries, Rose and Rosebud thought that if they could keep this secret successfully, they wouldn't face danger. Most importantly, they wouldn't be punished for this matter. However, as the woman was given medicine, she was supposed to improve, but now it seemed her condition was worsening. Today, she even couldn't be awakened at all. Because she fell into a coma today, Go-jing kept calling her in the side hall. This is also why Go-chi came out from the back of the side hall. She wanted to avoid being seen by Go-chi, so Yueji helped her climb through the window. Did you really bring a person into the second Mrs. Courtyard like this? Go-chi listened to their explanation and was actually very angry. She could tell from the injuries that the person had been hurt by a weapon, even without using her eyes. Now, the most common people in Weiqing are those from the martial world. Although this person had no weapon nearby, Go-chi thought they probably also belonged to the martial world. Her hands were calloused from holding swords for many years, and she knew some simple medicine. She understood what medicine her injuries needed. However, her injuries were too serious, and the medicine they mixed without proper proportions was not very effective. The main problem was that this person had other issues, which prevented her from healing properly and made her condition worse over time. Of course, this problem also made Go Chi worried that this person might cause big trouble for their family. That's why she was so angry after examining her. Rose and Yueji naturally sensed Go Chi's anger and immediately knelt down. Big sister, I asked them to help bring her back. Please don't be angry with Rose and Yueji. It was my idea, Go Jing said, seeing her two maids being scolded because of her. She took responsibility for this matter bravely. Of course it's your fault, but it's good that you have a kind heart to save people. Let's leave it at that for now. When she wakes up, I'll ask her about her situation and decide whether she should stay here. Go Chi originally wanted to lecture Go Jing more, but seeing her small body, she thought it was very precious for such a little person to have a kind heart. So, in the end, she simply admitted it was her mistake and didn't say more. Instead, she started to untie the messy bandages on the injured person. The bandages didn't look professionally applied. Some parts had loosened, revealing the wounds. Go Chi had already confirmed the cause of the injuries from the exposed wounds. Yuguo returned to Go Chi's courtyard with her medical box. Go Chi's medical box was her own, filled with common medicines. As for tools, they were all available in Go Jing's courtyard. Items like scissors had been sterilized with boiling water. Rose and Yueji had been kneeling, but Go Chi found it difficult to do everything alone, so she called them over to help. Soon, the person's wound was cleaned, medicated, and bandaged. Go Chi's skillful bandaging made the wound look very neat, which made Go Jing's eyes widen in amazement, thinking her sister was truly capable of everything. Then Go Chi went to the pharmacy to get medicine. Since she often went there, her family members were not surprised at her visits. She handed the medicine to Rose to brew and feed the woman, while constantly watching her condition. If she woke up, no matter when, they had to inform her immediately. Rose obediently nodded. Go Chi hadn't yet decided how to punish them, so they could only focus on doing their tasks well now, hoping that when Go Chi had free time to punish them, she wouldn't be too harsh. After everything was done, Go Chi finally had time to sit down and talk seriously with Go Jing about the current situation. Little sister, do you know why I was angry? Jinger shouldn't have brought that sister home. But at that time, Jing saw she was badly hurt and thought that since I said not to ignore a dying person, she had to help. Go Jing was really clever. She admitted her mistake, but also made it clear that she only did so because she remembered Go Chi's words. Not ignoring a dying person is right, but you shouldn't have brought her home. First, you're just a child. Your abilities are limited, and anyone asking for your help might have their own reasons. It could also be that you were helpless at the time. You were sitting in a carriage, and she probably didn't expect there to be only a small child like you. But whether you're a child or an adult, in such situations, you shouldn't bring someone directly home. If she's badly hurt, the first thought should be a clinic or an official office where she can be properly treated. Ordinary families can't handle this. And why is she hurt like that? Did she encounter bad people, enemies, or is she actually a bad person? Could her injuries have been caused by officials chasing her? All these are possible. Bringing her home without thinking might not save her and could even bring disaster to our family. Go Chi told Go Jing many guesses. Although she wasn't sure if Go Jing could understand so much, she still wanted to explain everything. Children, after all, learn little by little. But the sister also doesn't know if she's a good person or a bad person. What if she's actually good? Go Jing thought that Go Chi's assumptions might be possible, but she also considered the possibility that she was a good person. Yes, that's why I say, whether she's good or bad, we should send her to the official office. Even Lord Song and those chasing her wouldn't dare attack her openly. This way, we can better help her. If she's a bad person, handing her over to Lord Song not only ensures our safety, but also helps eliminate troublemakers. Go Chi continued to instill the idea that if there's a problem, find the police, which is always a useful principle. I understand. From now on, if there's an issue, I'll go to the officials. But right now, this sister. Although Go Jing accepted Go Chi's advice, the woman seemed unable to move. In such a situation, it wouldn't be good to send her away. Go Chi had just said that in such cases, people should be taken to the official office. If she forcibly kept her, Go Chi might get upset. She can't move now, so once she wakes up, I'll ask her about her condition and decide what to do next. But you must remember, in the future, when such things happen, first, hand the person over to the officials. Second, don't hide things like this again. If she's injured so badly and dies in our house, what should we do? Although Go Chi agreed to leave her at home, she kept reminding Go Jing that she must not hide such incidents in the future. Go Jing obediently nodded and, together with Rose and Jasmine, accepted Go Chi's punishment. Of course, Go Chi's punishment wasn't severe, just copying books. She learned this from director Xiao, who always made Xiao Ji copy books when punishing him. Not only does it improve handwriting, but it also helps memorize the content, making it a good, balanced solution. In the past, Go Jing was reluctant to copy books as punishment, but this time she seemed to truly understand she had done wrong, so she had no complaints about copying. Go Chi watched her and the two maids seriously copying books, then she left with Grape. She couldn't stay here forever. If she stayed too long, Go father and Go mother might notice, which would be trouble. They might even realize that Fong Chung had been at her place not long ago because of this person. Miss, leaving that person in second Mrs. Yard might cause some trouble. If the master or madam suddenly come to second Mrs. Yard like today, that person wouldn't be able to hide it. Cinnamon quietly told Go Chi that she had thought of a solution, just like Go Chi had. However, moving a person who was unconscious from Go Jing's yard to her own during the daytime was not an easy task. It's better to bring the person into our yard so we can watch over her closely. Jinger is too young, Go Chi said, seemingly unaware that she was only a little over 8 years old. In this era, children of that age could already be engaged, and Go Chi always acted mature and steady. She often forgot her own age, and those around her also tended to overlook how young she was. Let me ask my dad to try, Cinnamon suggested, thinking Go Kong and might be able to help. Usually, Go Chi was willing to ask Go Kong and for help with anything. Go Chi returned to her yard and called Go Kong and over to explain the situation. Although Go Kong and wouldn't refuse Go Chi's orders, he still expressed his opinion. That person is a woman. Wouldn't it be better if I went instead? No matter who she is between men and women. Go Kong and's words made sense. Since she was a woman, it was better not to let men touch her unless necessary. Prepare a cart, then call Huama and Shuima to help. They should be able to carry her together. Also clear the path so no one sees. Most importantly, don't let my parents find out, Go Chi instructed. After giving her orders, Go Kong and naturally handled everything well. At night, when it was quiet and everyone was asleep, Go Jing was unaware that Go Chi had already taken the person away. The next morning, Go Jing went to see the person and found the room empty, realizing Go Chi had moved her. Fearing Go Chi might have sent her away, she hurriedly ran to Go Chi's yard. Go Chi was busy arranging things for the day when she saw Go Jing rushing over and understood why she was there. She asked Cinnamon to take Go Jing to the room where the woman was now. After finishing her own tasks, she also went to check on the woman's condition. The woman's black aura was still very strong, which Go Chi knew was the reason, but it couldn't be fixed quickly. As for her injuries, they were showing signs of improvement, so her condition was gradually getting better. She just wants to wake up, which might take another 2 days, since her body is not healing that quickly. Go Jing felt relieved once she was sure that Go Chi had not taken the person away. Originally, she wanted to stay and watch over the woman, but Go Chi didn't allow it, thinking that her staying wouldn't help much and might even cause suspicion from Go Mu and others. Hearing that her presence might cause suspicion, Go Jing obediently returned to her own courtyard. She is now studying characters, but recently she has fallen behind because of the woman's situation. 3 days later, when Go Chi was changing the woman's dressing, she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Go Chi, who was bandaging her. She had never seen Go Chi before and didn't understand why this young girl was taking care of her. Although curious, she didn't say anything and just looked quietly at Go Chi. This girl's appearance is somewhat similar to the young girl who saved her, so she probably is a relative. She wondered if being treated by this young girl meant someone found her while she was unconscious. Was the girl who saved her in danger? Could she be punished because of her? Or maybe, since she was unconscious, the young girl was scared and left her behind, but then was rescued by the current young girl. Does this girl know about what happened to the other girl before? Thinking about all this, she couldn't figure it out now, but for safety, it's best to stay silent for the moment. Moreover, the girl who was bandaging her was very focused on changing the dressing, so she decided not to disturb her. She didn't know that Go Chi had noticed she was awake. She just continued with the dressing because she was busy. After finishing, Go Chi asked Yugui to bring the prepared medicine. "Since you're awake, just take the medicine yourself," she said. Yugui handed the medicine to the woman. She looked at the medicine, then at Go Chi, who was busy tidying up the dressing tools, not paying attention to her. Without hesitation, she picked up the medicine and drank it all in one go. After she finished, Yugui took the empty bowl and left, leaving only Go Chi and the woman in the room. "The person who saved you is my sister. She's just a child and doesn't understand much. If I hadn't found you in time, you might have died at my house. That could have caused us to be involved in a wrongful death case without reason. Although I don't know why you suddenly came to my carriage, your actions have put my family in danger. So I hope you will tell me everything about your situation, or I might have to hand you over to the authorities. Of course, I know you are skilled in martial arts, so I am cautious around you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been alone with you while you were awake." Go Chi's voice was calm and even a little indifferent, which strangely put pressure on the woman. It felt as if this young girl could control her life and death. Although she thought this pressure might be her imagination, she decided not to play tricks on the girl. The woman slightly sat up, so she could look Go Chi in the eyes, and then she began to tell her story. This woman, named Lung Fanru, was indeed from the martial world. Although she practiced martial arts, her health was poor, so she spent a lot of money on treatment. Her husband also took on some tasks from the martial world to earn money to help her heal. This time, her husband went to Weicheng because he accepted a task from the wrong family, but after some investigation, they found no one who needed to be harmed. When he was preparing to leave, the government suddenly started arresting people. He thought he hadn't done anything wrong and wouldn't be caught, so he didn't run like others. But because of this, he was caught by Song Yuza and taken to the government office. When Lung Fanru heard that her husband was taken away, she became anxious and wanted to rescue him. Unfortunately, she failed to save him and was instead seriously injured herself. At that time, she was being chased by city guards. When leaving the city gate, she saw that the city guards didn't check Go Jing's carriage, so she believed that the person inside must have some skills. She decided to take a chance and see if the people in the carriage could help her rescue her husband. But just when she finally had a chance to get on the carriage, she found out that it was actually filled with children. And from their clothing, it was clear that the youngest child was the owner. She was injured at the time, so even if she wanted to get off and find another chance, it was too late. So she begged the carriage to help her. Go Chi also roughly understood what happened later. "So you mean the guards injured you?" Go Chi didn't ask other questions, but first confirmed how she was hurt. Of course, she emphasized the words guards very strongly when she said this. "Yes, but I did it to save my husband. My husband did nothing wrong and shouldn't have been arrested." Lung Fanru understood Go Chi's main point and was afraid Go Chi might wrongly think she was the bad person, so she hurried to explain. Breaking into the government office could be considered jailbreaking. Even if unsuccessful, it is still illegal. I don't know how people in the martial world view the law, but wrong is wrong. If the officials saw you suddenly entering my carriage, they might think we are accomplices, and we could be targeted without reason. Go Chi spoke coldly, making it hard for Lung Fanru to guess her true thoughts. "Sorry, I was forced to do it at the time, so..." Lung Fanru wanted to defend herself, but before she finished, she felt that no matter what she said, it would sound weak. She really did get into an ordinary person's carriage, only thinking about her own situation at the moment, which completely went against her original goal of wandering the martial world. But the incident had already happened, and saying sorry now was useless. She was just glad she hid in the carriage without anyone noticing, or else, as the girl said, her actions might have put the family in danger. Sorry, I will leave now. After thinking carefully, Lung Fanra decided it was best to leave while no one knew she was there, as that would keep the family safe. Your injury is not fully healed, and you should know your condition well. If you leave now, you'll be risking death, and you might not even see your husband again. Even if you leave, if someone is determined to find out, they will know you were here. So whether you stay or go, it doesn't make much difference to us. Instead of risking that, you might as well stay and recover well, and show that you are a good person. That way, my sister will think the person she saved isn't a bad person, and she won't have a bad impression on her young mind. Although Go Chi's words suggested Lung Fanra should stay, she seemed to have no good feelings toward her. Lung Fanra still wanted to say more, but seeing Go Chi's expression, she felt that if she insisted on leaving now, the girl might actually send her to the authorities. So, she decided to stay quietly and recover, and when she was better, she would go to save her husband. Of course, she still remembered that the carriage belonging to this family was not inspected by the city gate officials of Weicheng. Perhaps if she followed the girl's advice, she might even be able to ask her family elders for help later. Thank you, Miss, Lung Fanru said politely. Although she still didn't quite understand what Go Chi meant, she obediently stayed behind to rest and recover. Go Chi only nodded slightly in response to her thanks before leaving. Now, only Lung Fanru was left in the room. Maybe it was the medicine, or perhaps her body was just too weak. She started feeling sleepy again, so she lay down and fell asleep. Outside the door, Yugua saw Go Chi come out and decided to follow her. Miss, should we check if what she said is true? Yugua asked. Yes, check. Also, look into her husband. If he really hasn't done anything wrong, I will go to the Yamen to talk with Lord Song and see if we can keep these two here with us. Most of the news from the 100 Flavors Tower comes from Tian Nyo and the others. If we could have some martial artists from the martial world join us, our sources of information would be even broader. Plus, they could teach us some skills so we can defend ourselves better. As our family earns more money, the risk of being targeted by bad people also increases. Go Chi briefly shared her thoughts. Although it was just an idea, and whether they would keep these two people was still uncertain, she believed the investigation was necessary first. Soon after, the 100 Flavors Tower received Go Chi's message, and the investigation results came quickly. Her husband is indeed at the Yamen, but Lord Song has recently arrested too many people at once. Most of them are from the martial world, and they value what they call martial honor. Interrogating them is quite troublesome, so they haven't yet questioned Lung Fanru's husband. However, if the miss wants to rescue him, it's not a difficult task. As long as he's not guilty of any crimes, a little money can get him out. The 100 Flavors Tower specially sent someone to update Go Chi on her husband's situation, even reporting exactly when they arrived in Weicheng and what they had done since arriving. Is that so? Then, you should also find out how they are viewed in the martial world, whether they have done anything bad. Go Chi was not in a hurry to talk about saving people, but wanted to learn more about their past. The people from Baiwei Tower had already considered this, which is why they sent someone specifically. Their reputation isn't very big, but they are known in the martial world. They act bravely and justly, even though they have killed before. They only killed villains like bullies and bandits. The husband and wife are quite skilled, but I heard the woman is in poor health. They have been searching for a good doctor, but her condition seems very serious, and they haven't found a cure. They spent a lot of money, but her illness remains. That's why the man took on the Rong family's task at this time. Even so, they didn't actually attack anyone, not even considering just hiring someone to stand in for them, like others might do. As for why they didn't act, that's probably something only the man can explain. After hearing this, Go Chi felt somewhat satisfied with the two people. However, she didn't share her thoughts with the person from Baiwei Tower. Instead, she told him to go back and learn more about these two, then dismissed him. After he left, Yugui asked Go Chi if she was planning to save the person. Not in a hurry. It's better to understand for ourselves rather than just listen to others. Since she is with us now, we should spend more time with her and see what kind of person she really is. Although their reputation is good, I don't trust her to suddenly get on Jinger's carriage without any hesitation. Let's watch for now. Go Chi then asked Yugui to go deliver medicine to Lung Fanru again. Today, she didn't need to change her medicine, so Go Chi didn't visit her. She was busy with many things and wouldn't let one person hold her back. Right now, she was reading Rong Song's letter. As usual, Rong Song's letter included a novel, but today, besides the usual book recommendations, it also contained some updates about him. In previous letters, he mentioned that he had contacted the Fong family to prepare for a performance. This letter revealed the outcome of that performance. He was very familiar with the symptoms of heat toxin and knew how his family felt about him, so his acting was very convincing. He almost couldn't participate in the imperial exam because he fell ill. But he only almost didn't make it. If he persisted, his family wouldn't show too much opposition, even if they disagreed. Moreover, he fell ill and no one believed he could perform well on the exam while sick, so they didn't stop him. Instead, they told him to rest at home and prepare for the exam. Counting the days, when Go Chi received the letter, Rong Song was probably already taking his exam. So, Go Chi didn't rush to reply. She decided to wait until the exam results came out before writing back, so she could choose her words carefully when talking to Rong Song. When Go Chi received Rong Song's letter, Fong Chung also received a letter from his family. Fong's mother naturally hoped Fong Chung would return home. With everything happening, there was no point staying in Weicheng. In her view, home was the safest place. However, Fong's father suggested he continue studying at the Mountain Halfway Academy, so people wouldn't think their family had any connection to Rong Song's family. Of course, they still had to be careful. They even sent 2 people to serve as Fong Cheng's personal attendants. Although these 2 looked thin and weak, Fong Cheng knew they were skilled in martial arts. They weren't just attendants. They were his bodyguards. Besides him, Director Xiao also arranged a bodyguard for Xiaoji. This incident really frightened Director Xiao. He even forbade Fong Chung from reading medical books at the academy, saying it would make others think Fong Chung couldn't practice medicine, which might make Rong's family give up on him. Go Chi felt a bit embarrassed about all this, as it was her oversight at the start. But Fong Chung didn't blame her at all. In fact, he was glad she was willing to send the medicine formula to Rong Song through him. If it hadn't been for his intervention, Go Chi might have been the one in trouble this time. Thinking about Go Chi being and beaten made him feel heartbroken. He was glad it was himself who was captured. He was even more grateful that Go Chi saved him. Being able to recover at Go Chi's home strengthened their relationship. Although they already got along well before, now their bond felt even stronger. Xiaoji was very envious of this. Especially when he heard that Go Chi personally cooked medicinal meals for her family every day, he became even more jealous. He even muttered to himself several times, wondering why he wasn't the one injured. Of course, he spoke a little loudly, and Fong Cheng heard him clearly. He pretended not to notice and didn't respond to Xiaoji's words. When Fong Cheng ignored him, Xiaoji would take the chance to complain to Go Chi whenever she came to Mountain Halfway Academy. Since Go Chi's family was recovering from their injuries, she sometimes made extra medicinal meals to send to the academy. As for who finally ate the medicinal meal, she didn't care anymore. Anyway, she always said that the meal was for Director Xiao. Because Director Xiao looked very exhausted that night, she knew he needed good nourishment. Regarding Go Chi's medicinal meal, besides a few people from Mount Halfway who praised it, Lung Fanru also felt her health improving after eating it. She was very happy about this because, once she felt better, she could go back to the government office to try again. She just hoped she could successfully rescue her husband this time. When she was able to get out of bed, Go Chi saw her eager to go outside. Of course, after this time of understanding, she also formed an impression of Lung Fanru and thought she could have a good talk with her about working for Baiwei Tower. Of course, this would involve some benefits and rewards, and rescuing her husband was one of them. Big Sister Lung, where are you going? Just as Go Chi was planning to find a good time to talk to Lung Fanru, She saw her about to leave. Sorry to bother you for so long. My injury is almost healed, and I really shouldn't disturb you anymore. I need to go rescue my husband. Actually, Lung Fanru had also thought about talking to Go Chi seriously, hoping she could introduce her to her parents. But after some time understanding, she realized this family was just an ordinary wealthy family. As for the guards she saw earlier, she now thought they probably only saw children in the carriage. She had only glanced briefly and mistakenly thought they hadn't checked. After thinking it over, Lung Fanru believed she might have been wrong. This family probably couldn't help her rescue her husband. Her injuries were almost healed now, and she didn't want to delay any longer. Going there so impulsively might not help you rescue your husband and could even cause you more harm. You fought the guards in Weiqing before, and even when you weren't injured, they could seriously hurt you. Now, with your current condition, going would be like sending yourself to death. If your husband isn't rescued, you might end up losing more than just that. Of course, if you just want to go and stay with your husband, forget I said anything. But remember, the male and female guards are separated, so even if you get in, it won't do much. Go Chi explained very simply. Cold Fanru naturally understood what she said, but she was worried about her husband. Earlier, she couldn't save her husband because he was injured. That was understandable. But now that he was almost fully recovered, she couldn't just stay still and do nothing. She truly couldn't bear to do nothing. I understand, but... Cold Fanru wanted to express her anxious feelings. However, seeing that the girl in front of her was only about 8 or 9 years old, she wondered if she truly understood the bond between husband and wife. Actually, I can help you. Go Chi initially wanted to negotiate, but Cold Fanru seemed to underestimate her, so she didn't speak up. She got tired of bargaining and directly offered her help. You? Cold Fanru looked at Go Chi curiously. It was clear she had underestimated Go Chi. Yes. I don't know how long you've been in Weiqing, but have you heard of our city's filter jar factory? Of course. The filter jars are now used everywhere, and everyone knows they come from Weiqing. What does that have to do with your help? Wait, since you mention it, is the filter jar factory owned by your family? Cold Fanru wasn't stupid. She immediately guessed the situation, and she became excited. Everyone knew that the filter jar factory had some connections to the court, so asking for help at the government office shouldn't be too difficult. Yes, it is my family's, Go Chi said with a smile. That was her pride. Although her family made a living from baking cakes, the filter jar factory was their main source of income. It seems you can help me, but since you've already saved me once, if I ask you to save my husband again, won't I have to give something in return? Cold Fanru thought about how she had been talking about her husband for a while, but Go Chi only now brought up helping. There must be some hidden reason. She couldn't just sell herself to save her husband. Of course, to get something in return, you have to give something first. And what I want in return isn't small. She might even want you entirely, so think carefully about whether you want my help. Go Chi directly said she wanted Cold Fanru, but she didn't specify what she wanted her to do. This made Cold Fanru unsure how to respond. Me? I won't do anything that harms others. Not only that, I think my husband wouldn't allow me to do anything wrong to save him. So, Cold Fanru wanted to refuse, but it seemed difficult for her to say no. She truly wanted to save her husband, but now she couldn't abandon her principles just to do that. I think you might have misunderstood. When I say I want you, I mean I want you to help me with something from now until you die. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything harmful or wrong. You and your husband are known for your justice and good reputation in the martial world. What I value is your sense of justice and principles. Go Chi explained, but she didn't specify exactly what she wanted Cold Fanru to do. Are you sure it's not something harmful or wrong? Cold Fanru, although unsure of the details, felt reassured when Go Chi said it wasn't something bad. She was also glad she hadn't refused in a hurry. Of course, Go Chi nodded seriously. So, what exactly is it? Cold Fanru asked, wanting to know more. Not yet. You need to decide to help me first, then I can tell you. But I don't expect you to do it immediately after agreeing. First, I must keep my promise and bring your husband back. You don't need to rush to give me an answer. This will affect your life, And for those who walk the martial world, it's like a restriction. So, take your time to think about it. I promise, as soon as you nod, I will go to the government office right away. Go Chi's words made cold Fanru feel tempted, but since she didn't know exactly what she was supposed to do, she felt uncertain. She didn't rush to reply but stayed alone in her room, thinking carefully. At noon, Yuju came to bring her food. She seemed eager to ask questions, as if she had found someone to talk to. Do you mean Miss wants to keep you by her side? Yuju was surprised, though it was fake surprise. She and Yugwa had known for a long time that Go Chi wanted to keep cold Fanru, and even her husband Go Chi was interested in her. How do you know what Miss is thinking? Cold Fanru wondered. She thought, does Go Chi hide her plans even from her close mates? I don't know what Miss is thinking, Yuju replied. But if you stay, that's good. I heard Miss say you're not feeling well, and she's been trying to help you recover. It seems she cares about you a lot. Although I don't know exactly what illness you have, I believe that as long as Miss wants it, your illness will surely get better. Whenever Yuju spoke, her words were quick and lively. The content wasn't what Lung Fanru wanted to hear, but it was what Go Chi needed her to know. Young lady in your family can practice medicine? I see. If she couldn't, my wounds wouldn't be healing so quickly. But since your young lady knows I'm not in good health, why does she want me to stay? Although Lung Fanru thought Yuju might not really know, she still hoped Yuju could help analyze the situation. Maybe she could figure out Go Chi's true intentions from her words. When Yuju heard Lung Fanru ask again about Go Chi's purpose in keeping her, she pretended to think seriously. My young lady always has her own reasons for what she does. But with your weak body, what can you really do for her? If she just wanted someone to serve her, she could easily buy a little maid for that. So there must be something special about you that we maids don't have. Cooking skills? Impossible. The dishes she makes are the best in the world. If it's not cooking, then what could it be? I just can't figure it out, I really can't. Yuju shook her head and then left the room where Lung Fanru was, cutting off her desire to continue chatting. Of course, she had said what she needed to say, or she wouldn't have left. After Yuju left, Lung Fanru ate her food while thinking about her words. What could she have that Go Chi might want? Like Yuju said, serving someone is easy just by a maid. She didn't need her for that. And she was weak and needed care, so that was enough. As for cooking skills, Go Chi's abilities were impressive. The medicinal dishes she ate recently were enough to amaze her. She didn't need her for that either. But besides these, what else could Go Chi value in her? Could it be her martial arts skills? But she wasn't the best in the world. Could her skills really be what Go Chi wanted? Lung Fanru thought this idea was a bit unlikely, but after thinking carefully, she realized that her martial arts might be the only thing that set her apart. Especially since Go Chi had mentioned knowing their reputation in the martial world. That meant Go Chi had researched them. How could a young girl investigate a couple's background? The more she thought about it, the more complicated it became. So she decided not to dwell on it anymore. When Yuju came back to clear the dishes, she planned to ask Go Chi if she might be using them for something bad. No way. Our family, whether Miss or Lord and Lady, are all very good people. You can easily find out by asking around outside. Think about it. If she weren't a good person, why would a stranger like you suddenly appear, and why would the young lady save you? Yuju angrily left, even giving Lung Fanru a disapproving look as if she had said something very inappropriate. Just because she saved me doesn't mean she's a good person, muttered Lung Fanru softly, only daring to speak quietly. She was still afraid Yuju might hear her. She was currently negotiating with Go Chi, and if her own words made Go Chi refuse to talk, she would need to find another way to save her husband. However, Yuju's words reminded her that she could go out and investigate. As long as she didn't enter the government office, she believed Go Chi wouldn't stop her from leaving. Thinking this, she decided to go for a walk. After telling a young girl in the yard, she left. Go Chi knew she had left, and was a bit worried. She wasn't sure if she could keep her there, but she couldn't tell her exactly what she needed her to do right now. So, the decision still rested in Lung Fanru's hands.
Miss, what if she just leaves like that?
Yugui asked curiously, seeing Go Chi didn't stop Lung Fanru. Then just make sure she can't leave, Go Chi smiled. Although the power to decide was in Lung Fanru's hands, she could make her only have this one choice. After saying this, Go Chi wrote a letter to Baiwei Tower and also sent a letter to Songyuza. Songyuza already knew that Go Chi was interested in someone in prison. He had investigated that person and was assured they could be released before waiting for Go Chi to come to ask for them. But after waiting so long, just when he thought Go Chi might not want this person, she sent a letter. However, the letter didn't mention anything about asking for the person. Still, after reading it, he roughly guessed what Go Chi was planning. He didn't reply to her. This small matter was something he could help with. Besides, he didn't need to do much. Go Chi could handle everything herself. Meanwhile, Lung Fanru, who was investigating Go Chi's family near Go's village, didn't know she was about to receive urgent news that made her very anxious. She is now listening to Granny Zhao brag about Go Chi's family. Granny Zhao is now a big supporter of Go Chi's family, always praising them to others. Cold Fanru is surprised and even suspects that Granny Zhao might be a spy for Go Chi's family. Are you here to discuss a partnership with their family? You can rest assured, they are not only kind but also fair with their prices. If you're still worried, you should trust the court. Their family was chosen by the court, so there can't be anything wrong with them. Do you know why the filtering vat was built? It was a few years ago when our nearby village. Granny Zhao starts telling a story again. Cold Fanru really doesn't want to listen anymore. She wants to ask others for their opinions. Finally, she manages to shake off Granny Zhao, only to inquire about Go Chong's family. Currently, only second sister is at Go Chong's house. Her older sister is married. Their parents and Go Chong are at the filtering vat factory. She didn't go there because she was about to get married and was sewing her wedding dress at home. When second sister talks about Go Chi's family, her words are not as exaggerated as Granny Zhao's, but her gratitude is clear. Although she used to envy Go Chi's family for getting rich so quickly, now Go Chi's family is not only prospering themselves but also helping the entire Go family village get rich. If she still felt jealous, it would be hard to justify. Moreover, she and her sister managed to find such a good family because of Go Chi's family's help. So, naturally, she doesn't speak badly of them. Today, Cold Fanru wandered around the nearby area for a long time, hearing only good words, which deepened her understanding of Go Chi's family. She feels that she only strolled around Gojia village today. Perhaps everyone here is related to Go Chi's family in some way. So, she plans to ask around elsewhere tomorrow. When she returned to Go Chi's courtyard at night, she didn't mention where she had been. Go Chi didn't ask either, but she knew exactly where Cold Fanru had gone. The next day, Cold Fanru went out again, this time walking a bit farther. Since Go Chi's family's filtering vat factory is quite famous in Weicheng, even people who don't know Go Chi's family are aware of it. Plus, Go Fu and the eldest uncle used to drive ox carts, making it convenient for nearby people to travel to Weicheng. Even now, although Go father and the eldest uncle no longer drive the cart, the ox cart is still running. Everyone knows that this cart is still provided by Go Chi's family. Therefore, besides those who are jealous of Go Chi's family's wealth, the opinions about her are mostly positive. Who would have thought this family has such good character? Even if they wanted to do something to me, they probably wouldn't do anything bad. Lung Fanru now feels more at ease, thinking Go Chi probably wouldn't ask her to do anything wrong. She is now considering whether to agree to Go Chi's request or not. She feels that agreeing too quickly might put her in a difficult position, but she also wants to rescue her husband as soon as possible. She is very conflicted. After thinking carefully, she decides she should go to Weicheng first to learn about her husband's situation in prison. If he has already been released, she won't need to worry about whether to cooperate with Go Chi. After all, her husband has done nothing wrong. When she arrives in Weicheng, she hears people discussing the people the officials have arrested. Did you guys hear? Those people are going to be sent away.
Sent away?
Where to? Where else? Since Master Song has taken such big action, it must mean the court has some ideas about these martial artists. These martial artists always oppose the court. Most of those caught are probably in serious trouble. If they stay in Weicheng, Master Song might interrogate them slowly. Maybe some will survive. Such a pity, there are so many people, and I heard some are brave heroes. I wonder how these people suddenly ran to Weicheng. I heard they were tricked here. Who knows if it's true? Tricked? How big a lie would it take to fool these martial artists? Who knows? They haven't told us anything. They don't share with us either. Whatever it is, they were tricked here, caught by Master Song. This is a great achievement for him. Maybe he'll get promoted soon. Of course. Ever since Master Song came to Weicheng, our city, the people chatting gradually shifted from talking about the martial artists arrested and taken to the official's office. Lung Fanru naturally stopped eavesdropping. Of course, she didn't know that after she left, these people stopped discussing these topics. Instead, they looked in the direction she left until she was out of sight, then they dispersed. Of course, although they said these things intentionally to Cold Fanru, much of what they said was actually true. Because Song Yuza really plans to send some people away, but not everyone, only those who are already involved in various legal issues. But Cold Fanru doesn't know this. Plus, Go Chi deliberately spread this vague news to make her think her husband is about to be taken away. If her husband leaves Weicheng, Go Chi might not be able to help anymore. What should she do then? Continue to break into the government office?
She knows her own body well.
The last time she did that, it almost cost her her life. If she tries again, she will surely die. At that point, she might not only fail to save her husband, but also lose her own life. If she didn't know Go Chi, she might risk everything for her husband. But knowing Go Chi gives her hope that both she and her husband can live well. After thinking it through, Cold Fanru feels she should quickly ask Go Chi for help. It's just to have her use her in the future. Anyway, her health probably won't last many more years. So, she might as well spend her last few years for her husband's sake. When Cold Fanru returned to Go Chi's courtyard, Go Chi was busy with Yu Gue and Yu Zhu, doing something. Every day, they would do strange things, which Cold Fanru couldn't understand and never thought to investigate before. Today, she had something to tell Go Chi, so she pretended to have a reason to be there. To find a topic, she asked what they were doing. Yu Gue and Yu Zhu saw her come to find Go Chi and knew what it was about, so they didn't answer her question. Instead, they packed up what they were working on, leaving only Go Chi and Cold Fanru. Some little things just for fun and research. You came to see me? Have you decided? Go Chi simply answered her question and then straightforwardly asked if she had made up her mind about what she wanted. Yes, I've decided. I hope you can do as you promised and rescue my husband quickly, Cold Fanru said, her brows slightly furrowed, showing she was still a bit conflicted inside. All right, I'll go now. You wait at home first. I'll tell you what to do when I return. Don't worry, it won't be something harmful or unjust. After saying this, Go Chi asked Yu Gue to inform Go Kongan to prepare the carriage. Cinnamon actually knew the general outcome when Cold Fanru came to find Go Chi, and she had already informed Go Kongan long ago. Go Chi took a carriage and went straight to Weicheng. Since her family bought a carriage, her trip to Weicheng was much faster. Soon, she arrived at the county government office in Weicheng. The gatekeeper, seeing Go Chi, didn't ask her what she was there for, and simply let her in. However, someone still went to inform Song Yuza, so Go Chi just had to wait. Master Song is very busy today and might not see Miss Go. But he knows why Miss Go came and has prepared everything for her, said the steward who came to see Go Chi. Although Song Yuza was busy, he had already instructed the steward, so it didn't matter whether he saw her or not. That's very kind of him. Master Song has been so busy lately, I don't want to trouble him further. I'll invite Master Song and the steward to a banquet at Bite Eye Tower another day, Go Chi said. She could tell the steward was also busy, walking much faster than usual, so she didn't insist on having the banquet today, just suggesting it for another time. The steward knew Go Chi was being polite, but this young girl was determined. If she said she wanted to invite them, she would definitely do so. He smiled and nodded happily. Since they were familiar, there was no need to worry about etiquette causing trouble. When Go Chi saw Cold Fanru's husband, she greeted the steward and then left. After leaving the government office, Go Chi took Cold Fanru's husband to a tea house across from the office. Once at the tea house, the man finally asked his doubts. I'm not related to Miss Go, so I don't understand why she wants to save me. What's your name? Do you have other family members at home? Go Chi didn't answer his question directly, but asked for his name. She needed to know, in case this person had the same name and she had saved the wrong person. Miss Go doesn't even know my name and just saved me? The man didn't answer her question but was more curious about why Go Chi wanted to save him. Tell me your name first. I need to confirm if you are the person I want to save before I can answer your question, Go Chi said, taking a sip of tea. She still didn't want to answer him right away. The man frowned slightly. He thought Go Chi's words made sense, but shouldn't she have confirmed whether he was the right person before saving him? He has already left the government office, so he probably can't go back in.
Could it be?
The man cautiously looked around. Although he saw no one, he felt sure someone was watching him from all sides. This made him immediately dismiss the idea of turning around and leaving. Sun Haoqi. Since he had already decided not to leave, the man naturally said his name. The name is correct, but it's possible you met someone with the same name. So, tell me, do you have any family members? Go Chi motioned for him to sit down. Since she was already seated, he kept standing, which made her look up often and strain her neck. Family? Why do you ask that? Are you trying to find my family because you can't find any crimes on me? You can't blame Sun Haoqi for thinking that way. Recently, in the prison, he heard many people being linked to their families because of their mistakes. It's possible that the authorities are using this method. The officials in Weicheng are even more extreme. They sent a young child, about 9 or 10 years old, to question him.
You think a lot.
I just want to confirm if you are the person I need to save. Of course, if you don't want to say anything, that's fine. We can take you back for identification, Go Chi smiled. She thought his high level of caution was a bit excessive. But, since he was so cautious, maybe it meant that the people from Songyuza were stronger. While she was pondering his alertness, Sun Haoqi caught a different meaning in her words. Identification? What do you mean? Did someone ask you to save me? Sun Haoqi thought that only his wife was in Weicheng now. So, does that mean this young girl isn't from the government but someone his wife asked for help? You haven't answered my question. I can't be sure if you are the person I need to save, so I can't answer any of your questions, Go Chi replied with a smile, refusing to answer directly. Seeing how anxious he was, it was clear he cared deeply for Lung Fanru. It made sense. If he didn't care, he wouldn't risk his life to treat Lung Fanru's illness and take on the Rong family's task to earn money. Do you know my wife? Where is she now? Is she feeling all right? Sun Haoqi was worried. His wife's health had always been poor, and since he had been detained for so long, she must be very worried. If she got anxious and her condition worsened, it would be terrible. Hey, you've asked so many questions. I don't even know how to answer you, because I can't be sure if you're the person I need to save. Go Chi looked at him anxiously but didn't give a direct answer, which made him even more nervous. My wife's name is Lung Fanru. Now, can you be sure that I am the person you want to save? Sun Haoqi calmed his anxious feelings and stared intently at Go Chi, wanting to see if she was still planning to play tricks now that he had spoken. It would have been better if you had said this earlier. You're so anxious about it. But seeing how worried you are, it's only fair that Sister Lung risked breaking into this office to save you. Go Chi smiled and asked Yigua to pour a cup of tea for Sun Haoqi. Clearly, she was planning to have a good talk with him first. However, her previous words had already unsettled Sun Haoqi, and now he had no interest in drinking tea. Breaking into the office? What do you mean by that? Is something wrong with her? Did she get caught? Is she hurt? Can you help rescue her too? These questions showed just how anxious Sun Haoqi really was. She's at my house. Soon, if you come with me, you'll see her. But before we go back, I want to talk to you about something, so I came here first. After a brief conversation, Go Chi was sure that Sun Haoqi cared a lot about Lung Fanru. As long as he cares, that's enough. Then she can discuss her conditions with him. Talk to me? Are you trying to threaten me with my wife? You need to think carefully. Even if we are near the office, there are probably people around. But it would be very easy for me to kill someone like you, a young kid. Are you sure you want to threaten me with my wife? Sun Haoqi's expression instantly shifted from worry to indifference, but Go Chi could tell he was just pretending to be cold. He had already shown his true feelings earlier, and this sudden change in attitude wouldn't work.
You don't have to scare me like that.
I don't plan to threaten you. Since I promised Sister Lung to rescue you, I will take you to her. When I talk to you, it's only about Sister Lung. You should know her health situation very well. Go Chi continued drinking her tea calmly and spoke about her intentions to Sun Haoqi. You want to talk about that? I know her health situation very well, but what's there to discuss? Can you really say you can cure her? Sun Haoqi changed his mood again and spoke about Lung Fanru's health. He truly felt helpless. Although money could buy good medicine, that only temporarily saved Lung Fanru's life. Moreover, this order from the Rong family that he took on was not only unfinished, but also led to him being captured by the authorities. Forget about money. He almost risked everything himself. How could he possibly buy good medicine to save her? Treatment can be done naturally, and it will involve methods that no current doctor dares to try. It's very risky, even with a high chance of failure, but if it works, her illness will be completely cured. Go Chi spoke casually but also warned that there was a risk. Are you joking? How could a kid like you know methods that even famous doctors wouldn't dare try? Sun Haoqi wanted to believe Go Chi, but her young age made him skeptical. His rational mind told him not to trust her. Do I look like I'm joking? And I didn't save her for nothing. I want you to do something for me, and then I'll be willing to save her. Of course, if you don't believe me, that's okay. Anyway, I've already arranged for Lung Jiejie to do something for me, and she's agreed. So, even if you refuse, she'll still drag her sick body to help me with what I need. Go Chi said this so casually, as if whether Sun Haoqi agreed or not didn't matter. As long as Lung Fanru was around, Sun Haoqi couldn't escape. And since she said that, Sun Haoqi didn't dare to do anything to her. In the martial world, trust was everything. Even if the person who agreed wasn't him personally, since it was his wife, he couldn't have any bad thoughts about Go Chi. She agreed to do something for you? Sun Haoqi knew Go Chi probably wouldn't lie about this, but he still wanted to confirm. Otherwise, why would we, who aren't related by blood, come to save you? And it took me a lot of effort to rescue you. You don't think it's easy to get you out, do you? Go Chi's face still carried a smile. She believed that Sun Haoqi would also be willing to give up his martial arts dreams to save someone else. What do you want me to do for you? If it goes against my morals, I won't do it, Sun Haoqi finally agreed. Of course, he thought carefully before agreeing. He understood Lung Fanru and trusted her. Since Lung Fanru was willing to follow someone, he saw no reason to hesitate. And now that he had agreed, he could still save Lung Fanru. Although he still couldn't believe that such a young child could be so cold and indifferent.
You can rest assured about that.
Since you agreed, we'll wait until we see Cold Sister later, and then tell you everything, Go Chi said confidently before she was willing to leave with Sun Haoqi. On the carriage, Sun Haoqi and Go Kongan sat outside, both driving the horses. Go Chi naturally sat inside the carriage. Didn't Miss say that Cold Girl's illness is very serious? How can this person say he can cure her? Yugua asked curiously. It's true, he can cure her. I think only I can do it in this world. But it's a bit dangerous, so I need to prepare well in advance. There's no rush now. We can see how well they handle things first. Go Chi already knew how she would treat Cold Fanru. But when she found out Cold Fanru had a husband, she decided to use these two for her own plans, so she wasn't in a hurry to save her. Aren't you worried that after they are cured, they might just leave? Yugua asked nervously. That's why I want to save them first and get to know their characters. Cold Sister should be trustworthy, but we only heard about Sun Haoqi from Cold Sister. We need to see for ourselves, Go Chi whispered, lowering her voice, so only Yugua could hear. There was no other way. Inside the carriage, Sun Haoqi was outside, and she didn't want him to overhear. My family doesn't know that Cold Sister is in my yard. When you go into my house later, stick close to Uncle Kongan and try not to be seen by anyone. After we meet Cold Sister, I will arrange your places to stay. When they were close to the house, Go Chi suddenly called Sun Haoqi into the carriage and warned him.
She wanted to see how skilled he was.
If even ordinary people could avoid him, then his skills were too poor and wouldn't meet her needs. But Sun Haoqi's martial arts were much better than the makeshift skills of De Fu and the others. When the carriage entered Go Chi's house, he disappeared from everyone's sight immediately. Even Go Kongan, who was guiding him, didn't know if he had followed or not. After Go Chi returned home, she first reported to her mother that she was back, then went to her courtyard. When she reached the gate, Go Kongan quietly told her how Sun Haoqi had followed him all the way to Go Chi's yard. Go Chi nodded happily, confirming that Sun Haoqi's martial skills were indeed far beyond those of Dafu. Go Chi returned to her courtyard and went straight to the side hall where Lung Fanru was staying. Before she got close, she heard voices inside. Brother Chi, Miss Go's family is very kind, especially Miss Go. Without her, I think I would have died long ago. We wouldn't have had the chance to meet today. Lung Fanru was defending Go Chi. Although Go Chi didn't hear exactly what they said earlier, she could guess it was probably about her having some purpose or goal. By the way, why are you so foolish? Why did you rush into the government office? Sun Haoqi stopped talking about Go Chi. He probably thought that since they had already agreed on something, even if he felt uncomfortable inside, he should still keep his trust as a martial artist. Compared to Go Chi, he cared more about Lung Fanru. That's because I was thinking of saving you. It's a coincidence. If I had needed to save you, I wouldn't have been able to stand Miss Go Air, and I wouldn't have been able to bring you out, Lung Fanru explained. Miss Go Air? Sun Haoqi had never met Go Jing, so he didn't know Go Chi had a sister. Go Chi also never mentioned how she knew Lung Fanru. Hearing the phrase Miss Go Air made him curious. Who is this other person? Having both a Miss Go and a Miss Go Air would surely cause endless trouble for the couple. Yes, actually, the one who saved me at first was Miss Go Air. Lung Fanru then told Sun Haoqi how she was rescued. Only then did Sun Haoqi understand the full situation. So, when she first saved you, that Miss Go didn't ask for anything and just helped? Sun Haoqi asked. Yes, and from my recent interactions with her and my investigations nearby, I found that she is actually very kind. I don't know why she only uses this kind of transaction mode with us. Although her family is in business, she isn't the kind of merchant who is obsessed with money, Lung Fanru said. Since investigating Go Chi, Lung Fanru had always felt something strange. She sensed a difference between the Go Chi she was facing and the Go Chi she had researched, but she couldn't figure out why there was such a difference. If what you say is true, then maybe I can guess why. Sun Haoqi thought for a moment and had a better impression of Go Chi. He also seemed to understand why Go Chi had been using deals and negotiations all along.
Why?
She probably has something she needs help with, but she doesn't know many martial artists. That's when you appeared. Her and her sister just happened to save you. If she had simply asked for your help directly, you wouldn't have refused because she saved you. But what she needs to do might be more complicated than just one or two things. If she had asked for your help openly, over time, anyone would start to feel annoyed. So she decided to be straightforward and put everything out in the open, giving us the choice. I even think that if you hadn't agreed to help her back then, she might still have come to save me. If she really is as kind-hearted as you think, as your investigation suggests. Sun Haoqi's words made Lung Fanru understand better. This also made her more curious about what Go Chi really wanted from them. Could it really be something that takes a long time to accomplish? After hearing this, Go Chi smiled slightly at the door. She didn't listen to their conversation anymore, but continued walking straight toward Lung Fanru's house. Someone's here. Go Chi heard Sun Haoqi tell Lung Fanru just before reaching the door, so their conversation suddenly stopped. Go Chi looked at how close she was to the door. It seemed that only when she was this near could she hear clearly. The idea that martial artists in novels have super hearing might be a bit exaggerated. Her hearing wasn't better than her own. Of course, she had completely forgotten that her hearing was so sharp, which was thanks to her special abilities. Yugui knocked on the door. As soon as her hand lowered, Lung Fanru opened the door. Miss Go, Lung Fanru greeted her and invited Go Chi inside. Yugui didn't go in. She knew Go Chi wanted to talk to them alone. Although she already guessed what Go Chi was going to say, she stayed outside, fulfilling her duties as a servant. Go Chi asked first, should we talk now, or do you want Sun Go to wash up and rest first? Although she didn't mind, she thought it was better to ask for their opinion. Let's talk first. After we finish, we'll leave. As a man, I shouldn't disturb the young lady's house for too long. Sun Haoqi directly said that he would leave after hearing what Go Chi wanted to say, even having already thought of a reason. He believed Go Chi wouldn't force them, as a couple, to stay at the Go residence. That's good. Since you both agreed to work for me, I will naturally arrange a place for you to stay, so you don't need to worry about that. Go Chi had already decided where they would live and even arranged someone to take care of their daily needs. Sun Haoqi and Lung Fanru didn't expect Go Chi to arrange a place for them, so after exchanging glances, they stopped talking about leaving. Then Go Chi began to explain what she wanted them to do. Since you've agreed to work with me, you are essentially my employees. I will pay you for your work, and everyone who works for me will sign a work contract. Of course, you are different from others. You will work for me permanently, as we previously agreed. But you can still change your mind if you want. When she said this, Go Chi looked at Sun Haoqi as if checking whether he had any second thoughts. Both Sun Haoqi and Lung Fanru are people who keep their promises. Although they hesitated before, once they agreed, they wouldn't go back on it. Miss Go, just tell us what you need us to do. Since we've promised, we won't change our minds. And since you said you'd pay us, we agree to that too. Lung Fanru made it clear to Go Chi that they were reliable and wouldn't back out. Go Chi smiled after hearing Lung Fanru's words. Her thoughts matched hers, but hearing them say it themselves made her feel more at ease. She then took out 2 work contracts, filled with dense writing. If other workers from the Go family saw these contracts, they would be surprised at how different they were from theirs. Of course, Go Chi had prepared these for a long time. The contracts detailed the main tasks that Lung Fanru and her husband needed to do. Go Chi clearly outlined the main responsibilities for Lung Fanru and her husband in the contract, such as gathering information for Byway Tower and teaching their sister martial arts. These were just the main tasks, not the only things they would do. So Go Chi used the word wait, but she didn't intend to trick the couple with it. She was waiting until they finished reading the contract before explaining it to them in detail. Byway Tower is your family? Lung Fanru's first question after reading the contract was surprisingly unrelated to the contract itself. Yes, Go Chi nodded. Is Byway Tower an organization that gathers intelligence? I haven't heard of it in the martial world, Sun Haoqi asked, still unrelated to the contract. At first, it was just to help me learn about some business rivals. Over time, the information collected grew, and that's how Byway Tower was formed. It's not famous in the martial world because most of the information there isn't related to martial affairs. But now that I have you, the task of gathering news from the martial world will be handed over to you. You will be responsible for how to operate it, and you will decide what information to collect. It's best if the information is valuable. That makes it interesting. In the early days of establishing Byway Tower, if you think it's feasible, you can also borrow some of our initial methods. Later, I will introduce you to the person in charge so you can communicate well. While explaining the situation of Byway Tower, Go Chi also introduced what these two would be doing in the future. Understood. It's easy to say, but very hard to do. Sun Haoqi immediately understood what Go Chi wanted to do. The more he understood, the clearer he was about the difficulty of the task. I know it's difficult, which is why I want you to keep helping me, Go Chi said. She definitely knew how hard it was. Right now, her Byway Tower could only gather trivial news. The information she wanted about Song Yuza had been years in the making, but she still only knew a little. No wonder, Sun Haoqi said after these 2 words, then continued reading the contract. Here it says you want us to teach you and Miss Go air martial arts. Is this a non-apprentice style of teaching? Lung Fanru's martial arts are very suitable for girls, so she didn't need to discuss with Sun Haoqi before deciding that she would handle the teaching. But her body was too weak. She didn't know how long she could live. If she didn't officially become a disciple, she could teach some moves, but she wouldn't dare teach the core techniques, or it would be considered betraying her sect. Of course, at this point, she didn't know that Go Chi had already agreed with Sun Haoqi to help her cure her illness. Sun Haoqi also deliberately didn't mention it because he wasn't sure if Go Chi's words were true. If she couldn't be cured, telling Lung Fanru in advance would just give her false hope. Becoming a disciple? That's fine. It depends on your rules. Since you want to learn, even if I don't officially become your disciple, you are still our teachers. But the matter of becoming disciples and the 100 Flavors Tower shouldn't conflict, right? Go Chi understands that once she becomes a disciple, there will be issues of seniority. So she asks clearly whether, after becoming a disciple, they will stop helping her because of the increased rank. If that is true, she would rather not become a disciple and find another master to learn from later. It doesn't conflict. We will do what we should. The reason for becoming disciples is because of the sect, so. Lung Fanru naturally also thought about Go Chi's concerns, but she just wants to find a successor for the sect, so she will still do what needs to be done. As long as there's no conflict, we will follow your sect's rules. Is there anything else you want to ask? After Go Chi confirmed that becoming disciples and doing tasks wouldn't conflict, she felt relieved. Otherwise, she would have to find another master to teach her martial arts. Lung Fanru and Sun Haoqi continued reviewing the contract. Go Chi explained several questions in detail. After they finished reading the contract, they had no more questions and signed it directly. Your accommodation is ready. I will ask Yugua to take you there soon. Brother Sun, rest well. Tomorrow I will take you to meet my parents, which will make it easier for you to teach us martial arts. Then you won't have to sneak in and out every time. After speaking, Go Chi asked Yugua to take them away. The place Go Chi arranged for their stay is right next to her house. When she was building the new house, she casually built several additional houses on both sides of her home. At that time, Go Mu was curious why so many houses were being built, but Go Chi always had a reason, so Go Mu didn't mind. After the houses were finished, Go Chi gave 2 to Dafu and Erfu, 1 to Go Kongan and his wife Huanyang, and another to the family who was cultivating potatoes in the sandy land. When she gave them a house, the villagers were a bit envious, but no one knew that this family was actually Go Chi's servant. Although there was originally a place built for servants to live, Go Chi believed that these married servants should have their own separate houses. Of course, Dafu and Erfu are not servants, so they are employees who live in company-provided housing. Now, the house arranged for Lung Fanru and the others is also a staff residence, located next to Dafu and Erfu's home. Additionally, Go Chi specifically asked the family of the kind-hearted person to take care of Lung Fanru and the others. When Lung Fanru and the others were brought over by Yugua, someone was already helping them tidy up the house. Is someone living here? Sun Haoqi saw people inside and felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking they should tell Go Chi that they don't need her to arrange anything. They can find their own place. Mr. Sun, Madam Sun, we are sent by the young lady to take care of the meals and stay of the sir and madam. But we don't live here. If needed, the sir and madam can find us in the row of houses to the west. You can call me Judo, and my wife is called Junyang. After introducing herself, Judo waited for Sun Haoqi's instructions. Junyang had already tidied up the house and was standing beside Judo, waiting for orders. However, neither Sun Haoqi nor Lung Fanru had ever expected to be served, so they felt quite uncomfortable. Is everything ready? Once you're done, go ahead and boil some hot water to help Mr. Sun relax, Yugua said, noticing their discomfort, and took the initiative to dismiss them. After they left, Yugua spoke again. Although this couple are also my family's servants, few people know this, including the elders and madam. Because they have other duties, they are usually not here. If you feel uncomfortable, just ask them to appear less often. Yugua's words eased their nerves, but Sun Haoqi didn't rush to ask them to appear less. He guessed why Go Chi arranged for someone to serve them, so he was willing to accept and adapt to Go Chi's arrangements. Alright, I'll go first. If anything is inconvenient, just tell Judo and the others, they'll handle it. The young lady plans to take you both to see the master and madam tomorrow. She will probably introduce you as her own master and second young lady's teacher, so you might need to show your skills then. But both the master and madam listen to the young lady, so there's no need to worry. Everything is just for show. Rest well today. After speaking, Yugwa left. Once Judo and the others had boiled hot water, Lung Fanru also asked them to leave. Now, only the husband and wife are left in the house. At this moment, they have many things to talk about. Of course, this is not what Go-chi cares about. Go-chi is only waiting for them to finish their formal visit at Go's parents' house the next day before they start practicing martial arts seriously. The next day, the two of them wore the specially sent clothes, following instructions. Mother Go even dressed up Lung Fanru to make her look more energetic. This was mainly to show off her natural heroic spirit. When Go's father and mother saw them, their eyes showed a kind of unspoken admiration. I heard Chi-Chi say, "She invited you two to teach my daughters martial arts. Although our girl has some strange ideas, she wants to learn, and as parents, we can't stop her. So, we thank you both for your hard work," Go's father said, bowing to Sun Haochi and the others. This left them a bit speechless. They hurried to help Go's father, making sure his bow didn't fall. Go's father looked a bit unsure, but Go's mother saw this and quickly stepped in, warmly showing concern for Sun Haochi and the others. Chi-Chi always tells us her decisions after she makes them, which makes us seem very rude. We don't know where you live, so do you need us to arrange anything? Mother, I've already arranged everything. Sister Lung and the others are staying in an empty house next to Uncle Dafu's. It's convenient for them to be free and to come teach us martial arts, Go-chi said, holding Go's mother's hand and explaining her arrangements. Yes, the young lady has thought everything through very carefully, Lung Fanru agreed. Oh, you've done everything well. You just came to tell us. Go's mother affectionately patted Go-chi's head, then ordered someone to prepare the meal, as if planning to eat together with Lung Fanru and her husband. Go-chi naturally didn't stop her. This way, Go's father and mother could get used to having two more people in the house more quickly. After Go-jing heard about Go-chi's decision, although she didn't understand what practicing martial arts meant, she was happy thinking that Lung Fanru would often visit her home. She happily ran to Go's mother. Of course, she and Go-chi's group also ate a meal together with Lung Fanru and her husband. After the meal, Go-chi took Go-jing and the couple back from Go's mother's yard to her own house. I am not sure what kind of space is needed for practicing martial arts. I don't know if the empty lot in my yard is suitable. If it isn't, let you would take the two girls for a walk at home to see what place works. If they really can't find a suitable spot, then ask the two girls to draw a plan for me. I will immediately hire someone to build it. This shows that Go-chi is indicating if the current space is okay, they can start teaching right away. If there are problems, she will prepare immediately. Regarding the space, Lung Fanru said it doesn't need to be very large at first, just in the yard. Later, Go-chi's yard might be a bit small, but that's okay. As long as the initial space isn't big, she can start preparing now. Training in martial arts can begin now. Last night, Lung Fanru and Sun Haochi already discussed this. Lung Fanru's kung fu is suitable for girls, so she will be responsible for teaching. The matter of Baiwei Tower will be handled by Sun Haochi. Today, he took the letter Go-chi wrote directly to Baiwei Tower. Go-chi and Go-jing didn't rush to become apprentices today, and Lung Fanru didn't mention anything about apprenticeship. Instead, she told the sisters to start with the basic horse stance. Standing in horse stance is not easy. Although it's a simple move, standing like that for a long time is challenging. Go-chi persisted with her willpower, but Go-jing, being younger, found it much harder. After a while, she couldn't hold it and started crying, saying she wanted to stop. Lung Fanru watched Go-jing cry and didn't know what to do. She had never taken disciples before and hadn't taught such a young child like Go-jing. She's young, so it's natural she can't stand it. Just let her accompany you normally. If she can't hold it, she can rest, Go-chi said, even though she was already sweating heavily. It was clear she was close to her limit too, but she still cared about Go-jing. Yes, it's okay to wait until she's a bit older to learn. For now, just get her used to it. Lung Fanru agreed that it was better for Go-jing to rest first. So Go-jing was really helped by Rose and Rose to sit on a prepared chair to rest. Is your sister not resting? Go-jing, drinking tea and enjoying Rose and Rose massaging her legs, asked curiously as she watched Go Chi still standing in horse stance. Yes, Master Lung said she should stand until she can't anymore. The young lady can probably handle it, so she has to keep going, Rose explained seriously while massaging Go Jing's legs and explaining why Go Chi was still insisting. Sister is so amazing, Gong Jing originally wanted to say she wanted to stand longer like Go Chi, but thinking about how uncomfortable she felt during the horse stance earlier, she stopped herself. It's okay. Second Miss learned early. When you grow up to be the size of the eldest lady, you'll definitely stand longer than her, Yueji comforted Gong Jing. Although she wasn't sure if this was true, as long as it comforted the second miss, it was good. That's right. Second miss, don't worry. In the future, you'll be just as impressive as the eldest lady, Rose agreed, which really made Gong Jing feel comforted. Go Chi naturally heard their conversation and wasn't surprised that her sister would compare herself to her. Sometimes having a role model gives you a goal to work towards. It's also good that Gong Chi's purpose is to motivate Gong Jing. It can inspire both of them. Just like now, she kept telling herself to hold on and try to stand until Lung Fanro's required time. Grinding her teeth, she persisted. Sweat dripped down, and Yuguo was anxious on the side but couldn't help. Finally, the incense stick used for timing burned out, meaning Go Chi had stood long enough for Lung Fanru's requirement. When the time was up, her strong will relaxed, and she became soft. Don't rush to sit down. Move around a little before resting, Lung Fanru said. Although she was surprised that Go Chi could complete her first horse stance on time, she still reminded her to be careful. Later, she kept doing horse stances for a long time. From initially feeling weak as soon as the time was up, she later could walk and jump around after the time was over. Then, she no longer needed Lung Fanru to remind her to stand early in the morning. Every day, she would consciously stand with Gong Jing. When enough time had passed, she could go do other things. Sun Haoqi at Baiwei Tower said he couldn't get much news in such a short time, but he had already shared what he knew with Baiwei Tower. Tian Nyo summarized the information he received and secretly sent it to Go Chi, asking her to decide whether Baiwei Tower should accept the news about the martial world that Sun Haoqi mentioned. Go Chi looked at the message. Although it wasn't very useful to her, she still accepted it. She originally wanted to create a platform for buying and selling news, so she could accept any information. To do this, Go Chi even asked Tian Nyo to give Sun Haoqi a fee based on the number of messages. This left Sun Haoqi feeling a bit confused. He was told to be responsible for collecting news, simply sharing what he knew, so why was there a fee involved? Of course, Tian Nyo also noticed his doubt and explained the situation at Baiwei Tower. As long as the news was accurate, he could receive a fee for it. This was also a way to tell Sun Haoqi that he should follow this standard in the future when collecting news. Sun Haoqi was smart and naturally understood. There are many people in the martial world like him who are not very wealthy. Since there is now a place to collect news, it also means more chances to earn money. Earning this way is easier than fighting or killing, so he decided to contact some of his friends first. Gradually, he could gather more news. Once Sun Haoqi understood this, he went to talk to Go Chi. Go Chi said he could decide for himself and asked him not to reveal her identity in front of others. Sun Haoqi understood and became busier. He even raised a large number of pigeons to use as messengers. Of course, he kept records of the messages collected this way, and when someone came to Wei City, he would settle the payment. Recently, Wei City had not been very friendly to martial artists. Go Chi was pleased with his efficiency at work, and she felt lucky to have found these two people. However, as Sun Haoqi became more skilled, he also started to pay more attention to Go Chi. Not to watch her practice, but to remind her in this subtle way that she should fulfill her promises. You don't need to come every day. I will do what I promised. But my master's health can't handle my treatment methods right now, so I still need to take care of him first. Rushing into treatment could be dangerous. Go Chi saw through Sun Haoqi's intentions and finally approached him when he was about to lose patience. How long will the treatment take? Sun Haoqi knew his wife's condition well and understood her meaning. By the way, I heard Yu Zhu say that you told Zhu Do, and the others not to bring food anymore? That's not good. Zhu Do makes meals for you every day according to my medicinal recipes. If you don't want to eat, that's fine, but my master must eat. Otherwise, his health might not recover enough for treatment anytime soon. Go Chi did not answer directly, but said that the timing depended on Lung Fanru and the others. That's medicinal food. You should have told me earlier. I already knew. Let Zhu Do keep delivering it. I'll talk to her later, and I believe she'll be willing to accept it. When Sun Haoqi heard that Zhu Do brought food every day that was good for Lung Fanru, he naturally couldn't refuse anymore. Lung Fanru had eaten the medicinal food made by Go Chi and knew that Zhu Do was delivering medicinal dishes. Because she had tasted them, she understood how valuable these foods were. Initially, she refused Zhu Do to continue delivering the medicinal food, but after only 2 days, Zhu Do brought more. This time, Sun Haoqi didn't even refuse and simply accepted it. Brother Qi, what are you doing? We agreed not to take advantage of Chi-Chi's family anymore. They've already paid us for our work and even provided lodging. It's not right to keep taking their food. Lung Fanru was again talking about the food. This time, I didn't take advantage. I heard Go Girl say that Zhu Do's dishes are all medicinal and good for your health, so I asked him to keep delivering. I even gave money to Go Girl for it. Although she didn't ask for it at first, after I persuaded her, she finally accepted. My goal in earning money is to help improve your health. Since these medicinal dishes are beneficial, we should eat them. Sun Haoqi was truthful. He did say he would give Go Chi money for the medicinal dishes. But later, it wasn't him convincing Go Chi, but Go Chi convincing him. She told him to work harder, and she hoped Lung Fanru would live longer because she was training with her. This way, she could teach her and Go Jing more martial arts moves. Now Go Jing had learned the basic moves. Although Lung Fanru said her progress was a bit fast, she learned quickly, so her progress was naturally quick too. She also understood the importance of standing in horse stance, so even when learning new moves, standing in horse stance became her fixed daily practice. Go Jing, influenced by her, could now stand for half an incense stick, which was much better than at the beginning. Meanwhile, the maids Yu Zhu, Yu Gui, and the others, Roses and Monthly Roses, also started practicing horse stance. Although these maids weren't originally included in Go Chi's contract, Lung Fanru didn't stop teaching them just because there were more people now. Instead, she taught each maid very seriously. Go Chi also gave Lung Fanru extra wages, which is a normal thing for earning more through hard work. Just as she was enjoying her studies, Rong Song, who hadn't written in a long time, sent another letter. His last letter was when he was preparing for an expedition, and this time, like usual, he sent a novel along with his letter, explaining why he hadn't written sooner. It turns out he completed the expedition with good results. Although he wasn't the top scorer, he still made the list, which made his family very proud. He has been busy dealing with some troublesome family members, though he didn't go into detail about how he handled them. From his words, it's clear they are quite difficult to deal with. He's been working hard to keep those people in check, but he hasn't yet taken action against the people behind the scenes. Go Chi could only sigh again that her time travel didn't land her in a wealthy family, or she'd be overwhelmed by palace intrigues. In his letter, Rong Song also mentioned his engagement. The girl's family isn't very noble, not a perfect match, but they are unrelated to his troublesome relatives. He decided to marry her and said he would bring his fiancée to Weiqing to meet Go Chi and others when he had the chance. Go Chi was happy that Rong Song was engaged. She thought about his illness, which was to prevent him from having children. Now his illness is cured and he's engaged, so they will likely marry and have children in the future. As for the family background, she never thought it was very important. Getting married first depends on whether she wants to, but she wouldn't say that aloud, as it would be considered too rebellious in this world. She's still young and not in a hurry. Her main goal is to make money, especially to expand into the Beijing market. She has kept in touch with Rong Song, mainly to develop her business in Beijing. Although staying close to Song Yuza isn't bad, she's noticed that although Song Yuza is related to Rong Song, his ambitions don't seem to be in Beijing. Recently, He captured many martial artists, and with his past achievements, he was promoted to a provincial governor, moving his office to Yanqing, but Weiqing remains under his jurisdiction. Go Qi's cooperation with him continues. Since Song Yuza just moved to Yanqing, she's not in a rush to fully develop her business there. With Song Yuza around and their family's property in Yanqing, she can wait until the right time to expand there. Regarding the capital city, how could someone doing business not think about developing there? In the past, without connections, even beggars like Tian Yo couldn't enter the city. Now, Rong Song has definitely decided to stay in the capital to hold an official position. No matter what the rank, being an official there is very desirable. As long as he can open a small shop or something in the city, I believe he can earn quite a bit. However, food is not easy to do well in the capital. She hasn't been there herself, so she doesn't know what the dishes made by the city's chefs taste like. Even if her own cooking is popular in Weiqing, it might not be the same in the capital. Rong Song said he plans to get engaged. When he gets married, she will go to the capital to see things for herself and then discuss partnership plans with Rong Song. Anyway, all of this is part of her plan. She just needs to take it slowly. She is still young and not in a rush. Plus, she has many things to do now, and her life is very fulfilling. Today, she was about to go out, but Mother Go said that her eldest aunt was coming to visit and asked her not to go too far, hoping she could come home for lunch. Go Qi first returned the books she had borrowed from the Mountain Halfway Academy and borrowed a few new ones. She didn't even see Feng Cheng and the others before heading home. In the past, she would wait until Feng Cheng and the others finished class to chat a bit before leaving. She doesn't know what her eldest aunt's visit is about today. Although their families have always been close, it's been a long time since they visited each other's homes directly. Mainly because her eldest aunt is very busy now. Although her family works for Go Qi, her aunt always personally handles everything, so she rarely sees her. But today, she came especially to her house and even called her mother in advance. If there was nothing important, she wouldn't believe it. So now she's very curious about what her eldest aunt's purpose is. Not only she, but her mother Go is also curious and has been guessing many possibilities. Perhaps her family wants to start their own business, or they've discovered a new way to make money and want to ask about it. When her eldest aunt entered Go's yard, Go Qi immediately saw her purpose. As soon as her eldest aunt came in, Go Qi noticed. It looks to be over 3 months now. Her belly is quite obvious with a white glow. No need to guess anymore. Her aunt definitely came to share good news. You must have encountered something wonderful. Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Mother Go didn't know that Auntie Da was pregnant, but when she saw her happy face, she couldn't tell what good news it was, yet she still greeted her with a smile. What's so good? Just visiting, Auntie Da teased. Mother Go could tell she was joking, so she happily welcomed Auntie Da to visit. Mother, don't be fooled by Auntie Da. If she's smiling like that, it must be a big happy event. You should ask carefully. If there's good news, we should celebrate properly. Although Go Qi didn't reveal everything, she once again piqued Mother Go's curiosity. Really? Mother Go looked at Auntie Da suddenly. Auntie Da became shy. You're so clever, kid. Just a simple expression, and you can guess what others are thinking, Auntie Da said, not directly answering Mother Go, but implying that Go Qi was right. It seemed like it was true. Mother Go asked eagerly, tell me what the good news is. Seeing Auntie Da's shy reaction, she knew she would tell if asked again. Auntie Da shyly linked her arm with Mother Go's and whispered softly. Although her voice was quiet, Go Qi, with good hearing, could hear everything clearly. You're going to be an auntie, Auntie Da said, blushing again. Really?
How long?
Sit down quickly. Mother Go quickly helped Auntie Da to sit, understanding what she meant. Just 3 months, Auntie Da said, her smile almost impossible to hide. That's wonderful. Big brother must be overjoyed.
But
never mind, I won't talk about sad things. Even though the baby came a bit late, it's here now. It's just in time. Now that life is better. With the baby here, we can all have a good life. Mother Go sighed happily and truly felt glad for Auntie Da and her family. That's right. Now he's so nervous. He won't let me do anything. You know, normally when someone's pregnant, they don't stop working, but he refuses. He even spent money to buy 2 maids for me. Unfortunately, those 2 maids are clumsy, not as clever as your maids. I told him he's wasting money, but he said it's for my good. When Auntie just said this, she was complaining, but her expression was full of happiness. It's all for your good, of course. But those little maids haven't experienced much, so caring for you is indeed inconvenient. Maybe I should ask Hua to take care of you. She's had a child, and when I had my second, she took care of me too. She's very good at it. And she also knows many ways to prepare food. If you want to eat something, just ask her to make it. Mother Go was very generous and was about to send Huanyang away with just a few words.
How can that be?
Huanyang has been with you for so long, and you're used to her. If I borrow her, it might be inconvenient for you, Auntie said, hoping Huanyang could stay to help her. But today, she wasn't shameless enough to ask for someone, so although she wanted her to stay, she still refused. That's right. Mother always jumps to conclusions, and then she comes to cause trouble for me. Honestly, Auntie should just buy a servant. Then Huanyang can teach her for a few days, and she can also help teach those 2 girls. Taking care of Auntie isn't something that can be done in a day or 2. Go Chi saw that Go Mother wanted to argue with Auntie, so she quickly interrupted.
What are you saying about me?
Do you think I would get upset over a servant? But Chi has a point. Buying someone and letting Huanyang train her is a good idea. Since your health is better now and you have the first, there will be a second and third. It's better to train someone yourself, so it's more convenient. Go Mother first argued with Go Chi, then admitted that Go Chi's words made sense, and started persuading Auntie that buying a servant was better. That's true. But we can't choose just anyone. I see Chi always picks good people. Maybe she can help me choose a good maid when she has time. Auntie heard Go Mother mention the first, the second, and her heart filled with hope. Naturally, she thought buying a servant was more convenient than borrowing one. It's no problem. If I were to sell, I would buy several. If we're buying a maid, we should also find someone to manage things. Auntie is gradually giving up her current work, and she can't be exhausted. We can't let her get too tired. At this moment, Go Chi not only thought about helping Auntie, but also considered her current responsibilities.
Well,
Auntie was reluctant to let go of her work because if she did, it would be difficult to get it back later. She thought Go Chi meant to arrange a manager from her side. Although their family is still working for Go Chi's family, if she lets go of her work, does that mean she's pregnant and will lose her job? If that's the case, why buy a servant at all? She should save some money. Is this matter really necessary? Mother Go noticed that Auntie was reluctant, and she also thought Go Chi wanted to take back the authority from Auntie. Although it's originally their family's affair, and it doesn't matter whether they take it back or not, Auntie is still a relative, and a close one at that. It wouldn't be good if any disagreements arose because of Go Chi's decision. It's important to have someone handle these chores now, especially since Auntie shouldn't be overworked. This person can not only help Auntie with her tasks but also assist the housekeeper, like Uncle Kong. Their family will surely become better in the future, and once they have more members, they will definitely need someone to manage things. It's better to arrange this now while Auntie still has some energy to teach and supervise. Training someone to take over would be even better. Go Chi didn't understand why Mother Go and Auntie looked so strange, so she explained everything in detail. You mean you want Auntie's family to have a housekeeper, not that you're going to assign one? Mother Go clarified, wanting to be sure. Of course. I'm not going to just assign a housekeeper. Auntie and Uncle are doing well now. If I just assign someone, it would be too chaotic. What I mean is, since we're already planning to buy someone, we might as well look for a capable person to be the housekeeper. The family should have won. So many things won't have to be handled personally by Uncle and Auntie. Go Chi explained again, and this finally reassured Mother Go and Auntie. Especially Auntie. She was completely at ease now. Go Chi's words clearly showed she wouldn't take back what they entrusted to her. Yes, buying a housekeeper will make things much easier for you, Mother Go agreed. Go Chi then said she would go to Wei City in a few days to help Auntie select someone, and she would also ask Go Kong and Huanyang to go to Annie's house to teach those people. Auntie expressed her thanks repeatedly, feeling that coming here today was truly the right decision. Then she and Mother Go started chatting casually. Since Annie hadn't had a child in a long time, they reminisced about the past. Seeing Auntie's eyes turn red as she remembered her first daughter, she looked quite emotional. It's been several years since the exile. Has the sentence for the third daughter-in-law also expired? This time, you should buy someone reliable. Be careful of that third wife's family. Mother Go warned. Even though Aunt San was just a tool back then, who knows if her feelings have changed after these years of exile. Yes, we should be cautious. Not just us, you all should too. I'll remind the relatives later. Better to be safe. Sigh, why didn't they sentence him to more years back then? Although the oldest lady in Uncle's family is still the most angry, they don't have a good attitude when mentioning Uncle San and Aunt San. No need, they won't come back. Go-Chi saw that these two were quite afraid of Aunt San, so she said this to reassure them. Chi-Chi, do you know something? Mother Go asked curiously. She knew Go-Chi seemed to know a lot, though she didn't understand how Go-Chi knew so much. Since Go-Chi said it, she must have known something. I've heard some rumors. Go-Chi knew more than just rumors, but she couldn't tell Mother Go and the others that she had been paying attention to those people's news. Tell us quickly. Aunt's mother naturally wanted to know what happened to those people. It's been many years, and they haven't heard anything at all. They used to see the child from Uncle San's family on the street sometimes, but now it seems they haven't seen him for a long time. Go-Chi thought for a moment. Since she had started, she might as well let them know. Anyway, they would find out sooner or later. Aunt San was exiled, but she doesn't plan to come back. Lon Gij sent her to Aunt San last summer. Isn't Lon Gij still studying? What will he do about his studies now? Mother Go remembered that their family split because of Golan's schooling. Now that Golan has left Wei City, does that mean he won't study anymore? He won't study anymore. That teacher only gave him some guidance, but after a few years, he couldn't continue because he couldn't afford the tuition. Lon Gij's grandfather also thought he wasn't cut out for studying, so he sent him to Aunt San. Since Lon Gij has gone there, Aunt San naturally doesn't plan to come back either. Go-Chi's words were simple, but Mother Go and Aunt's mother couldn't help but sigh when they heard. It's that kid, but it's for the best. At least he can stay with his mother. Even if it's tough, he has someone who cares for him. Aunt's mother sighed. But Mother Go didn't know what to say. This child wanted to study, almost ruining Go-Chi's happiness in life. If they hadn't separated the family, their own children would have suffered. Even so, they still harmed a child, but in the end, Golan didn't learn anything useful. Maybe that's just fate. Go-Chi only told Mother Go and them about Aunt San, not about the old lady and Uncle San. Not because she didn't know, but because she felt it wasn't necessary to add trouble when everyone was so happy. If they didn't bring it up, she wouldn't say anything. Besides, these two people probably wouldn't appear before everyone again in their lives, so it didn't really matter whether she said anything or not. Now that Mother Go and them knew about Aunt San, they didn't plan to ask more. After some reflection, they changed the subject to other things. No matter how they talked, the topic eventually returned to Aunt Da's pregnancy. Mother Go was even more nervous than Aunt Da. She asked about morning sickness 5 or 6 times, not to mention whether her appetite had changed. Aunt Da was the same. No matter how many times Mother Go asked, she happily kept answering because she enjoyed talking. Go-Chi couldn't stand it anymore. They kept repeating the same things over and over. Finally, she found an excuse to go remind Huanyang to take care of Aunt Da while cooking, then slipped away. As she left, Go Jing naturally followed. She had been there the whole time and couldn't understand what they were talking about. After the two sisters left, Go Jing curiously asked Go Chi, "Who is Brother Lon?" Go Chi gave a brief explanation, but didn't say much. Since Go Jing was young and didn't remember much, knowing or not knowing about someone they might never see again didn't make much difference. Seeing how indifferent Go Chi was about Brother Lon, Go Jing quickly forgot what she had heard today, just as Go Chi said she would. The next day, Go Chi went to Weicheng. She promised Aunt Da to help her choose someone, so she wanted to do it early. Go Kongin and Hwanyang knew yesterday that they would be staying at Aunt Da's house for a while, so they brought their luggage when they left today. Miss, let's go to the old master's place first. We should get familiar with it. When the new people arrive, we'll look more confident, Go Kongin reminded Go Chi. He was worried she might go by someone directly. This is natural. After you put down your luggage, we will go by people. Go Chi naturally knew what to do, so everyone first went to Uncle's house in Weicheng. Since Uncle moved back to Weicheng, he has been living here, so Go Kongin and the others had visited many times. Annie had been waiting at home early in the morning. When she saw Go Chi bringing people, she asked someone to help Go Kongin and the others put down their luggage and then took a walk around the house to get familiar with the layout. Then Go Chi prepared to buy people, but Auntie still wanted to see them herself. Go Chi was afraid she would follow and something might go wrong. Luckily, Guan Kong said they could have someone take a look for her, but that meant fewer options. Annie thought for a moment and decided not to go herself. She trusted Go Chi and asked her to choose instead. She worried that if the options were limited and the best people weren't brought, she might not find what she wanted. In the end, she gave up on going to see the people herself. Go Chi suggested, let's pick some first, then bring them back for Annie to choose, and finally decide who to take. She wasn't sure if this method would work, but it would make Annie feel at ease. Annie said, all right, if it's troublesome, you can just finalize the choices. She understood Go Chi was doing this to make her feel better, so she also wanted to give Go Chi full authority. When they arrived at the pawn shop, the clever-looking person there saw Go Chi and greeted her with a smile. Go Chi had bought many people from him before. Although she was picky, because of her, everyone in Weicheng knew that the people he sent out were very good. For example, the servants following Go Chi now were all from his shop, and many people in Weicheng knew how capable they were. The pawnshop owner asked Miss Gua, what kind of people are you planning to buy this time? As he served tea and asked about her target. Go Chi briefly explained her auntie's needs. The owner thought for a moment and came up with several options. He told Go Chi to wait a moment, then he brought out several women. Knowing that Go Chi preferred healthy people, he brought out those who looked energetic. However, Go Chi could naturally see any issues with their health. From this group, she first eliminated one with a lung condition and another with liver problems. The remaining people are physically fine, so now it's time to judge their character through conversation. Go Chi casually asked a few questions, and everyone answered. Soon, Go Chi decided on two of them. Although she had previously told her aunt she would only buy one, Go Chi thought these two were very good. If her aunt only wanted one, she could take the other to care for her mother. So when choosing women, she decided on two. For the manager, Go Chi used the same method and selected a person who looked honest but not dull. This was the least number of people Go Chi had bought during her visit. Although the broker was a bit disappointed, he still happily took the money, completed the paperwork, and after giving a good final lesson to the three, allowed Go Chi to leave with the people. When they arrived at her aunt's house, they realized they weren't there to buy the girl from her aunt. Although the lady's clothes didn't look as nice as the girl they bought, at least she was purchased, so they wouldn't go hungry anymore. Go Chi introduced the women to her aunt. Her aunt looked at the two women and felt a bit worried. Go Chi explained their characteristics. Although her aunt thought buying two women was over the budget, she still decided to keep both. Since the people had been bought, Go Kongin and Hwanyang took them away. Go Chi's task in Weicheng was also considered complete today. On the way back, although Yugua and Yuju felt a little sad about leaving their parents, they thought it was only for a while. After comforting each other, they felt more at ease. Back home, Go Chi told her mother about her work. Her mother was naturally very relieved. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable, thinking that her aunt was pregnant, but she hadn't shown any signs since Go Jing was born. Especially since she had already given birth to two daughters, she felt it was time to have a son. But after several years, there was still no news, and she was starting to worry. Go Chi clearly saw her mother's anxiety, but didn't know how to comfort her. From what she observed, her mother's health had recovered well, so she believed it wouldn't be long before she could get pregnant again. She hoped her mother would conceive soon so she could relax, but she also worried that if she did have a son, she might not escape her role as a supportive sister. Thinking of this, she felt nervous and decided to earn more money, so much that she couldn't spend it all. Maybe then she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Go-chi was again working on a new money-making project. Recently, she had found a way to earn money through eating food. But if she wanted to be more at ease, she needed to earn more. I remember reading novels before, where getting rich followed a set routine. Once she had nearly mastered the food business, she knew it was time to try a different path. For example, clothing or jewelry. When she first came to Gojia village, second sister often boasted about her sister's embroidery sales. But at that time, she didn't know how to embroider, so she never pursued it. Now, with more free time and leisure, she still couldn't embroider, but Yugua's embroidery skills had improved a lot. Almost all her maids could do some embroidery, which was a good source of labor. Most importantly, over the past few years, her research on medicinal herbs had become quite skilled. While studying herbs, she also summarized her knowledge and drew pictures of the herbs' appearances. This process made her drawing skills improve rapidly. She was very good at designing patterns. What's more, she had a passion for drawing comics, which made her patterns very unique. She especially loved drawing cute cartoon characters and animals, making them look adorable and lively. Besides designing patterns, she also created her own clothing styles. She didn't draw modern clothes like t-shirts, but she thought carefully and made small adjustments so that the clothes looked good and were practical for work. Go Jing was her model. She wore almost everything Go Chi made, making her look very special from a young age. Recently, Go Jing and Go Chi had been practicing martial arts, so Go Chi started designing training clothes. Miss, why do your designs look so simple? They're different from your usual style, Yugua, Go Chi's personal tailor said. Every time Go Chi drew a clothing design, Yugua would make it. This time, she looked at Go Chi's design sketches and thought they were extremely simple. These are training clothes. Naturally, they should be simple. If they're too complicated, it won't be convenient, Go Chi explained. But aren't the sleeves and pant legs too short? They leave the arms and legs exposed, Yugua said, noticing the design. She knew the style well and felt that such short clothes would be a bit shy or embarrassing. Wearing practice clothes at home that are not suitable for going out, and besides the clothing, there are also protective gloves, elbow guards, and knee pads. Once these are properly fitted, they don't look so short anymore. Go Chi pointed to some small parts on the design drawing and explained their purpose to Yugue. Yugue still found it strange, but since she was wearing it at home and not planning to show it to others, it might actually be more convenient for practicing. She casually found a piece of cloth and made a sample of the clothing based on Go Chi's drawing. Because it was very simple and her sewing skills were quite good, she finished it quickly. However, Go Chi was not very satisfied with the finished product. Although it matched her design, it didn't feel right when worn. It's not right. It feels like something is missing. I need to think about it, Go Chi said, holding the sample in her hand and examining it carefully. Soon, she identified the problem. Don't leave the seams exposed. Hide them and make them softer. Also, this fabric isn't very good. I wonder if there's a fabric that's soft, stretchy, and sweat-absorbing. Go Chi didn't mean that Yugue did a bad job, but the materials were not quite right. Plus, she hadn't considered that this was clothing for practicing martial arts, so the fabric edges rubbed against the skin and caused discomfort. I understand. I'll try again. Tomorrow, I'll go to Weiqing to see if I can find such fabric, Yugue said after hearing Go Chi's words. She quickly understood Go Chi's point, knowing the clothes were meant for training. When she took out the finished clothes again, they fully met Go Chi's requirements. She also made elbow guards and knee pads. Go Chi wore them for 2 days of practice and thought they were good, so she asked Yugue to make a set for Go Jing as well. Soon after, Yugue and other young maids learning martial arts each had a set to practice in. You guys, these clothes are pretty interesting. They're great for training, but too bad you can't wear them outside, Lung Fanra said with a hint of envy. If these clothes could be worn out, they would be very convenient for traveling around the martial world. They just need a little modification. Go Chi thought it was worth trying to improve them. But she wasn't sure how much the Martial World's people would buy, so she only mentioned it casually. Whether to produce them or not depended on market demand. This idea already made her keep many of her own clothing designs at home and used. Previously, it was mentioned that Go Jing is her little model, so the clothes she makes are only worn at home and by Go Jing herself. Even when they go out, the farthest place they visit is Yanqing. Although their clothing catches people's attention, no one has ever asked where they bought their clothes. So, there has been no market feedback at all. That is why she has been holding back all this time. However, since she has already designed many sketches, she should try opening a store now. Now that she has money, she doesn't need to start from scratch. She just needs to buy a nearly bankrupt fabric shop. This way, she can also take on some experienced workers. Of course, she needs to carefully select the people she takes in, because if these people were reliable, the original shop wouldn't have gone out of business. Go Chi has decided to look for such a shop in Yanqing. Although Song Yuzo went to Yanqing, and she originally planned to slowly expand her business there, she doesn't intend to extend her well-established restaurant business from Weiqing. Instead, she plans to start a new industry. After learning about Go Chi's idea, Song Yuzo wasn't very optimistic about her clothing business, but he still decided to help out since they have worked together before. He even said he would help find a suitable shop, but actually he no longer needed to do that. Tian Yo and his team are rooted in Yanqing. If they can't find such a shop, all their efforts over the past few years would have been in vain. Just a day after Go Chi shared her idea, Tian Yo brought several confirmed shop locations to her. Although these shops aren't quite as close to closing as Go Chi described, they are not far from shutting down either. Right now, only the owners are holding on tightly. Are these shops all in this condition? Go Chi was satisfied with Tian Yo and their efficiency, but she couldn't believe there could be so many fabric shops in Yanqing that are struggling to stay open. That's true. The biggest fabric shop in Yanqing is owned by Mr. Zhang. They use a low-profit, high-turnover business model, so their business is doing well. People in Yanqing, whether common folk or officials, go to them to buy fabrics or ready-made clothes. Over time, they've taken away business from other shops. So, if we want to open a fabric shop in Yanqing, we need to think of a good strategy first. Tian Yo explained the situation in Yanqing to Go Chi, and Go Chi roughly understood why these shops were not doing well. You said the owner of the fabric shop is surnamed Zhang? Is he related to the owner of the Taste Food Hall? Go Chi remembered that Yanqing's main food industry was the Taste Food Hall, and Tian Yo once mentioned that its owner also had the surname Zhang. They are family, but they are brothers. The older brother runs the Taste Food Hall, and the younger one owns the fabric shop. Tian Yo didn't expect Go Chi to remember that the Taste Food Hall's owner was also surnamed Zhang. These two brothers are quite powerful. If they had more brothers, they could take care of all the people's clothing, food, and living needs. Yanqing might even start calling itself Zhang City. Go Chi's words were exaggerated, but they showed high praise for the Zhang brothers. Are we really going to open a fabric shop in Yanqing? Tian Yo didn't understand business well. He was just sharing what they knew. The final decision was up to Go Chi. You said they both run a fabric shop and also make clothes? Go Chi originally wasn't planning to go into the clothing business. Raw materials and finished products are quite different, and so are the ways to make money. Raw materials can earn more profit than finished clothes. Yes, but mainly they sell fabric. Usually, fabric shops also make clothes because if a family has women, they won't buy clothes outside. They prefer to make their own, which is much more comfortable. Tian Yo was worried Go Chi might want to start with clothing, so he quickly reminded her that embroidery skills were common in every household, and making money from clothes was not easy. Of course, Go Chi knew this too. Most of her clothes were made by Yu Gui, and even her mother could sew. But now that she had servants, her mother no longer needed to do it herself.
Got it.
Keep an eye on these shops. If any of them are about to sell because they can't hold on, notify us immediately. If there's no time, we can go find Master Song first. Although Go Chi was reminded, she decided to buy the shop anyway. She had an unused shop in Yanqing, but that didn't stop her from buying others. The main thing was that the shop Tian Yo and his people were using was the one she remembered. She recalled Tianyo mentioning it before, so she hadn't considered using that shop. When Tianyo left, Go Chi continued to think about starting a clothing business. Miss, I think Tianyo is right. Making ready-to-wear clothes is really hard. Even someone as clumsy as me can sew decent clothes, and the skilled embroiderers make even better ones. Even if our clothing styles are unique, they will only be fresh at first. Soon, others will copy them. Clothes can't be tested like filters before leaving the factory, can they? Yugue is quite worried, but Go Chi seems to not care much, so she reminds her again. Seeing that Yugue also cares about this issue, Tianyo mentioned it again. Go Chi has also brought it up, showing that the idea of buying fabric and making clothes at home is still very strong in this era. To change this deep-rooted idea, she needs to find a new way. That's why she decided to explore this after studying work clothes. Although every household has someone who can make clothes, some people still can't or don't have time. Some people in the martial world are like that. There are also families with no women, so all clothes must be bought. Like the work uniforms she designed for factory workers, durable, convenient, and sweat-absorbing. These are much more comfortable than regular clothes for working. Of course, these are mainly for men, but if she wants to make money, women are the key. Go Chi's current idea involves some special women. Although they are women, they don't have time to make their own clothes. So, they need to buy clothes outside. If she can tailor clothes to fit their figures and skin tones, they will pay good prices. She can't tell Go Mu and the others about this, because doing business with these women would definitely face opposition. That's why she chose to set up her shop in Yen City, to stay far from home. Go Chi briefly shared her ideas with Yugue. Having been with Go Chi for many years and being quite clever herself, Yugue naturally understood her thoughts. She even considered the potential for development based on Go Chi's ideas and found there was indeed profit to be made. So, she looked forward to Go Chi's plan. During this time, Go Chi drew many new designs. Yugue made clothes based on these designs, one by one. But she kept all these clothes hidden carefully, not even telling Zhu. About 10 days later, Tianyo received news, and Go Chi prepared to go to Yanqing. Before leaving, she naturally wanted to inform Go Mu and the others. However, this trip might take a day or two longer, so she needed a good excuse. After thinking, she decided that using Song Yu's name was the safest option. She told Go Mu she was going to settle accounts with Song Yuza, but since Song Yuza was usually busy, he could only find time to meet, which might delay her and cause her to stay in Weiqing for a long time. Go Mu even wanted Go Fu to go with her, but since Go Fu was now the village head, he couldn't disappear for so long, so he didn't go. In the end, Lung Fanru and Sun Haoqi went with her. Go Mu thought that since they both knew martial arts, they could protect Go Chi's safety, which eased her worries a little. When they arrived in Yanqing, Go Chi went straight to her house there. Over the years, the neighbors knew that the house had changed owners, but the new owner didn't come often. Go Chi only stayed a short while each time and then left, so the neighbors had never really seen what she looked like. However, this time, Go Chi planned to stay longer, so she might be seen. But she wasn't worried. She usually traveled by carriage and wore a veil. She was just here for business, and after finishing, she would leave. Is this the shop? After arriving in Yanqing, Tianyo took Go Chi past that shop. But the shop's business was really poor. They had been watching the shop's door for a while, seeing only 3 people come and go. One was a middle-aged man with a worried face. Tianyo said he was the owner. Then a young man, a worker from the shop, also looked worried when he left, probably fired. There was also a woman in patched clothes, carrying a bundle into the shop and coming out with it again, even wiping tears from her eyes. It seemed she was there to sell embroidery, but the shop was struggling and probably couldn't afford to buy embroidery now. Tianyo asked, "Are all the workers dismissed? What about the embroidery women? Are they still there?" Go Chi didn't care about the shopkeeper. She had many people who could work as assistants, and even someone to run the shop. But this embroidery girl was the most important to her. This was a skilled craft. If she wanted to produce in large quantities, she would need many embroidery girls. If all the embroidery girls in the shop were dismissed, her reason for buying the shop would disappear. The embroidery girls have all been dismissed, but these dismissed girls won't find new jobs easily, so I believe the owner would still be willing to hire them again, Tianyo said. However, Go Chi frowned. Rehiring them wouldn't make sense anymore, especially if she couldn't find the embroidery girls she wanted. If that happened, the price of the shop would be too high for her budget. It was clear that the owner was trying to recover some losses from her. But she wasn't a fool. She didn't want to spend her money to cover his losses. So, after losing the embroidery girls, she decided to give up on the shop. If there are no embroidery girls, this shop isn't worth that much. Let's look at the next one, Go Chi said directly, telling Tianyo to take her to see another shop. Tianyo didn't expect Go Chi to care more about the embroidery girls than the location of the shop, which made him a bit uncomfortable. He called Go Chi because several shops couldn't keep going and had already dismissed their workers. That was why he contacted her. Fortunately, the least promising family, who is stubborn, actually matched Go Chi's needs. All these shops had dismissed their workers and embroidery girls, except this one, which refused to close. They said the new owner should be able to continue using their workers and embroidery girls, or they wouldn't sell. Tianyo led Go Chi to the shop, which he thought was the least promising. Before they got close, they heard voices arguing inside. Go away, go away. I know what you're thinking, trying to lower the price. I won't sell anymore. As long as they still want to help me, I'll keep them. And stop with your little schemes. Just go, all of you. As the owner shouted, a few people retreated, and someone was seen sweeping the floor to chase them out. This is the owner of the shop. He's very stubborn. His workers and embroidery girls aren't top-skilled, but he's trying to find a good new owner for them. Why is he so stubborn and still wants to sell the shop? Since you already know that the current business model is not right, why are you trying to make changes? Go Chi thinks that since the owner cares about the workers, he probably wants to keep running the business and just needs to make some adjustments. It's not that I don't want to change, but he simply has no energy left. Apparently, he's seriously ill, and since no one in his family can take over the shop, he's thinking of selling it. But for the sake of the old workers, he wants to find a good new owner no matter what. Tianyo explains the family situation to Go Chi with a hint of regret, though he feels that a stubborn seller like this might be hard to negotiate with.
He's sick.
Go Chi had noticed a dark aura around the man earlier, but she didn't pay attention to what illness he had. Now that she knows he's a kind person, she wants to find out what serious illness he has that makes him want to sell the shop. If possible, she might help him. But once she finds out the severity of his illness, she realizes she has to give up. He has a terminal disease, something that would be considered hopeless in modern society, let alone in this less developed medical era.
Let's go talk to him about the price.
Since Go Chi can't help him, buying the shop might at least give this kind-hearted man peace of mind. She's not a bad person. Although she hopes to buy the shop with the embroidery girls, Tianyo also mentioned earlier that these girls are not top-tier embroiderers. So even if she needs skilled workers, she would still dismiss those who are not up to standard. She plans to clarify this with the owner when discussing the price. She believes the owner won't refuse to negotiate just because of this. After all, she might be one of the few willing to buy the shop along with the workers. Thinking this, Go Chi and Tianyo go into the shop together. Once inside, they smell a moldy odor. Go Chi slightly wrinkles her nose and looks around, soon discovering the source of the smell. The fabric in the shop has started to mold, showing how long it has been since the shop last had business. Leave. I'm not selling the shop anymore. The owner sees people come in, but without asking why, he immediately chases them out. It's as if he's already decided that Go Chi and her group are there to buy the shop, just like the others who only wanted the shop and not his workers. Not selling anymore? Has it already been sold? I thought I was the only one willing to continue using those workers and embroidery girls. Since you're not selling anymore, let's forget it and leave. Go Chi wasn't angry at the other person's attitude. After all, she saw that the owner had just used a broom to chase away a group of people. Right now, the owner was just talking and hadn't made any move, so there was no reason for her to be upset. She also knew that the owner was just speaking out of anger, so after expressing her own stance, she believed the owner would stop her. And sure enough, When the owner heard Go Chi say she was willing to continue using those workers and embroidery girls, he immediately became excited. "Miss, you mean you can continue to use my workers and embroidery girls?" he asked, worried he might have heard wrong, so he decided to confirm again. "As long as they are good, I don't see the need to find new people. After all, I didn't buy this shop to do other businesses, but to continue the cloth and garment business." Go Chi only said she needed people, but also expressed that she wanted good workers, which the owner understood as her wanting those embroidery girls and workers. "That's wonderful. That's so great. If you can continue to use them, I can finally fulfill a wish," the owner said happily, inviting Go Chi and her group to sit down. Of course, only Go Chi sat down in the end, which made the owner realize that the girl wearing a veil was the person he was talking to about business. Because Go Chi wore a veil, the owner didn't think she was a child, and now she was the only one willing to continue employing people. Naturally, he wanted to hold on to this rare buyer. "Although I do need people, not just anyone can stay. So I need to be clear with you. If you insist, then there might be no deal," Go Chi said, noticing that the owner didn't seem to fully understand her brief words earlier, so she decided to clarify first. "What do you mean, miss?" The owner thought Go Chi was starting to find excuses not to hire people, but he was also afraid he might be wrong, so he held back his impulse to chase her away and wanted to hear what Go Chi really meant. "I bought the shop to make money, not to keep idle people. So, my shop doesn't keep people who don't work. Honestly, my family has been in business for generations and has a very mature management system. We are very strict with our employees. The people you leave here can continue working for me at first, but whether they can stay long-term depends on their own abilities. Those who do poorly, cheat, slack off, or are lazy and unhelpful to the shop will be asked to leave. Hardworking and diligent workers will be considered for promotions and raises based on their performance and skills. Therefore, the current manager might not stay in that position, and the workers could become managers if they prove their abilities. I believe that if everyone is capable, there shouldn't be any problems." Go Chi explained everything in detail and watched the shop owner's expression, trying to learn about the workers and embroiderer's skills from his face. The shop owner listened to Go Chi and nodded, but his expression showed some worry. It was clear he knew some people were just there to eat and drink, and he had been turning a blind eye to it. "You're right, young lady, but..." The shop owner wanted to say more but stopped himself and changed his words. "It's up to them now. I can't take care of them much longer. If you want to keep using them, they should work hard. Now, let's talk about the price of the shop." Seeing that the shop owner brought up the shop's price himself, Go Chi stopped discussing the workers. They bargained for a while and finally reached an agreement. Then, the shop owner took Go Chi to the backyard to see the weaving and dyeing area, as well as the embroidery room. It was obvious that no one had worked there for a long time, though the workers were still around, chatting in small groups. When they saw the shop owner appear unexpectedly, they knew a change of management was coming. A person who looked like the manager called everyone to gather in front of Go Chi. While everyone gathered, the manager glanced at the original shop owner, who nodded, and the manager seemed reassured. After everyone was assembled, they all bowed to Go Chi. Go Chi looked at all these people. Although they were not young, she could sense some of their thoughts from their expressions. While she observed them, they were also watching her. But Go Chi wore a veil, so she wasn't worried about them seeing through her. Actually, she has already identified a few troublemakers among these people. Naturally, they will be the first to be dealt with after she takes over. Tianyo also noticed that there were some troublemakers, so after the original boss introduced their identities, Tianyo explained the system of eliminating people that Go Chi had just mentioned to them. "We don't keep idle people, so once work is arranged, those who slack off shouldn't expect us to be lenient." This was Tianyo's final words. Even so, it was clear that some people didn't see this as a real threat. Go Chi didn't care what they thought. In Go Chi's view, no matter what they think, as long as it's not good, they shouldn't stay here. "Alright, you've been with me for many years. Now, this new boss is very kind. As long as you work hard, you can continue to follow him. Just try to change any bad habits you have here because in the future, no one will tolerate you anymore." The original boss finally said goodbye to these people. From then on, he had nothing to do with the shop. After he left, Go-chi asked Yugwa and Yuju to register everyone here. She also said the shop would be renovated, but during the renovation, they wouldn't be idle. They would undergo pre-job training. No matter what kind of work they do, pre-job training is necessary. First, to let them understand Go-chi's system of eliminating the bottom performers. Second, to make sure they know that nothing in the shop can be leaked outside. If anything is discovered, they will have to pay for it directly. All of this was written into the employment contracts. Yes, Go-chi still signed employment contracts with these people. If they didn't want to sign, they didn't have to work here. The details in the employment contracts were very thorough. This surprised those who saw such detailed contracts for the first time. Boss, it's not that we don't want to sign, but... Finally, the person who seemed to be in charge stepped forward. But Go-chi didn't want to confront this person right away. She wanted to see his ability as a manager. If he still had some capability, he could continue to do this job. Just what? Go-chi signaled him to continue. It's just that most people can't read well, and even those who can read, few can understand all these words. So, although you've explained the contract to us, we don't know if what's written there is exactly the same as what you said. Of course, we do not doubt your intentions. Since this involves a contract issue, we should be cautious. The steward spoke carefully and explained with what he thought was the most reasonable reason. Many people agreed with him, but his explanation was not really convincing. Did you used to be a steward before? Go-chi ignored his comments about signing the contract and asked directly about his previous position. Yes, I was. Not very capable. Are you literate? Go-chi interrupted him. She knew it would be a self-promotion, but she didn't want to listen. Whether he's good or not isn't decided by him, but by her seeing for herself. I am literate, the steward replied without finishing his self-promotion. Since you can read, you should know that the contract says the same as what I told you. As for those who can't read, as the steward, helping them check should be fine, right? Or, do they actually not trust you? Go-chi tilted her head. Because she was wearing a veil, she could only see her head tilt. Her expression could only be guessed from her tone of voice.
This.
The steward didn't expect Go-chi to say that. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on the new master, and just now he didn't even want to speak. But since he was the steward, he was speaking because others indicated he should. Now, being asked like this, how could he answer? These people must trust him. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask him to help with the questions. But although they trust him, he could solve the problem himself. So unless people don't trust him, it shouldn't be an issue. There's nothing wrong with standing up for everyone, but you can't do it blindly. You're the steward. If you can solve problems yourself, don't bother the master. Miss Go likes people who think for themselves and those who have ideas and can suggest solutions. Yugwa said this as if to defend the steward, but also to tell him and others that if there's a problem, just speak up. Don't encourage others or be influenced by them. After hearing this, the steward wanted to say more, but didn't. Instead, he returned to the crowd. This new master sounds young, but I didn't expect her to be so decisive. Should we sign the contract or not? I think it doesn't matter whether we sign or not. Anyway, she promised the old boss that she would keep us. If she doesn't keep us, isn't that just cheating the old boss? Later, the old boss can come to her and complain. What are you thinking? When the old boss left, he made it clear that he wouldn't manage us anymore. You know how many buyers he refused for our sake. This new one isn't saying we don't have to work, just that we have to follow her rules. Every boss has their own rules. I think there's no problem with that. If you can't do it, just don't work. People say they don't keep idle people. You really believe her words? I think she's just trying to push us out in a sneaky way. After all, we are from the previous boss's team. Who would keep the previous team members for themselves? She promised the old boss she would use us, but that was just a temporary plan. Now she's tricked the old boss, and gradually, she's replacing all of us. If she's going to replace us, why bother signing a contract? Isn't that just a waste of effort? Are you stupid? The contract has many rules. If we break even one, she can fire us. With this contract, she can say she doesn't need us anymore, and we can't find a reason to argue. Even if the old boss comes to help, it won't matter because we signed the contract. So, you're saying we really shouldn't sign this contract? Not signing means we just leave. If we do sign, we have to follow the rules and work properly. As long as we do our jobs well and follow the contract, she can't come up with a reason to fire us. I believe I won't make the mistakes written in the contract, so I think I can sign. While this group was discussing whether to sign the contract, finally someone stepped forward and signed it first.